This man had just transmigrated when his campus belle girlfriend broke up with him. He originally thought this was the start of an urban romance story. But unexpectedly, the system sent him a warning. The spiritual energy revival is about to begin in 1 year. At that time, the world will undergo a drastic change, an apocalypse. However, just as the man was dumbfounded, the system daddy gave him a surprise. Congratulations, host, for successfully binding and obtaining the God-tier ability, Automatic Cultivation Method Compilation. It turned out that just now, the news was reporting that fishermen in coastal areas had discovered a giant abalone. 10 people couldn't wrap their arms around it, and it was suspected to be a product of nuclear wastewater. An ancient tree in a 5A level scenic area was growing excessively. Its roots spread for 10 li, attracting tourists. Cracks appeared in the earth, suspected to be an anomaly in the Earth's ley lines. A giant vine descended from the sky, making childhood fairy tales a reality. Right now on campus, the discussions were all about clickbait headlines from marketing accounts, no different from the news about a neighbor's dog biting someone years ago. How could this news be as interesting as the campus belle's breakup? Everyone look, it's really the campus belle, Chu Yanli. The Ice Queen is finally dumping her boyfriend. If you ask me, the goddess is just doing charity. She got her admission notice from Qingqing University early on. Her boyfriend didn't even get into a proper university. Their futures are on completely different levels. That guy's name seems to be Fong something. At this moment, Chu Qingli was heard speaking slowly, Fong Yi. I've thought about it carefully, and I feel that we're just not realistic. A student-era romance will eventually reach a point where we have to wake up. Perhaps only at a time like this do we realize we're not that compatible. Spending a lifetime together requires courage, and it also requires being well-matched in social status. So let's break up. At this moment, she thought to herself, it's no use. No matter what method you try to use to make me stay, it's impossible. However, after she finished speaking, Fong Yi didn't respond. Seeing this, the onlookers started shouting, why isn't he saying anything? Could it be that the blow was too great and he's had a mental breakdown? Of course, that's the campus belle. Shouldn't he immediately kneel and beg to get back together? But with his looks, he's not worthy of a rich, beautiful girl at all. A toad wanting to eat swan meat. It might as well be me. But just as everyone was still mocking him, Fong Yi suddenly spoke up, all right, is there anything else to say? Then I'll be leaving. Seeing his reaction, Chu Qingli was a bit stunned. She thought, is he pretending to be this decisive, or is it for real? Then, she directly called out to Fong Yi, I don't care what you're really thinking. No matter what method you use, I will not get back together with you. Understand? However, Fong Yi just looked at her as if she were an idiot. Then he said coldly, don't be so sentimental, campus belle. I'm very busy. Then he turned and left directly. However, only Fong Yi knew in his heart, Chu Yanli, and these people had no concept or awareness of the impending crisis. Things like money, education, and the current rules of society were all about to turn to dust. They would also never know that the current me is a reincarnator who has traveled back to the present from a future disaster. To me now, the Chu Yanli before me is just a distant and unfamiliar old acquaintance. I have more important things to worry about now. Who cares what the campus belle thinks? Everything is going to be reshuffled anyway. The real crisis is for all of humanity on Blue Star. But all this started last night, detecting that the spiritual energy revival will fully commence in 364 days, 11 hours, and 59 minutes. Once the spiritual energy revival begins, the world will undergo earth-shattering, unknown, and massive changes. The rules of society will be reshuffled. The era of cultivators is about to arrive. The rules of society will be reshuffled. After hearing these voices, Fong Yi exclaimed, wait, who are you? But what responded to him was a system panel. This system comes from the ultimate end of the universe. It uses a top-tier algorithm containing the universe's mysteries. It can automatically compile cultivation methods based on the spiritual objects the host touches. Currently owned cultivation methods. The next second, a giant beast pounced out of the screen. Looking closely, Fong Yi actually saw his dead self in the beast's mouth. Then, the system told him, this is your final end as an ordinary person. It is also the end for trillions of Blue Star's people. This sentence also reminded Fong Yi of his previous experience. In my previous life, I was just an ordinary person swept along by the tide. I struggled to survive, just wanted to endure and get through this disaster. I just watched my home and country fall and the people suffer. In the end, I couldn't escape the pursuit of mutated monsters. I died in despair, my unwillingness and desire for revenge reaching their peak. Perhaps it was because of this that I was chosen by this system. Returning to the present, 1 year before the official spiritual energy revival. Most people are still unaware of the spiritual energy revival. During this period, I will make all the anomalies caused by the spiritual energy my own. As a strong light flashed, a voice was heard. The system is conducting a new round of judgment. The host is bound with this system, opening a new track. Everything in the world can become compilation material for this system. Please work hard to collect powerful cultivation methods and abilities. Become a powerful cultivator and save the world. The scene changes to a large screen on the street broadcasting the latest news. The situation humanity currently faces is extremely grim. This is unprecedented in history. We cannot find answers from the past. We can only rely on our own abilities to adapt to the environment as much as possible. Seeing this, Fong Yi noticed that the officials neither offered reassurance nor denied the recent various anomalies. Instead, they urged residents to take precautions. This was a kind of unspoken warning deliberately released by the Xia country officials. In the past, reports of this supernatural nature would never have been so widely spread and spammed. This subtle, moistening things silently approach was a consistent method of Xia country. It allowed people to subconsciously remain calm and trust their country. It was troublesome and laborious to do, but its effect was much stronger than the neighboring country's frequent $0 shopping and Gatling gun rampages. Right, the system prompted that all things can be used by me. Doesn't that mean I should go wherever there's an anomaly? After opening his phone, Fong Yi saw the top trending news. Qingcheng University asks reporting students to pay attention to safety and take sun protection measures. The UV intensity at Qingcheng University has reached its highest value in nearly 100 years. At this moment, two people next to him also saw this news. They then mocked. Even famous universities are using hype now. People would have died long ago in such high temperatures. This fake news must be a bot trending topic. However, Fong Yi looked at the overcast sky and was surprised. Can the weather be so different? Qingcheng University is only a 15-minute drive from here. Looking at the 74-degree news on his phone, Fong Yi knew there was definitely a problem. When anomalies first occur in this world, the vast majority of people don't pay attention. They just treat it as a headline. Only I know that my first opportunity has arrived. In the blink of an eye, Fong Yi arrived at the least crowded north gate of Qingcheng University. After arriving, Fong Yi exclaimed, "Something is indeed wrong." But just as he squatted down to touch the golden dust, the system suddenly prompted, detected intense fluctuation of yang attribute. Unlocking yang attributa data template. The next second, several streams of golden energy were sucked into Fong Yi's body. This also made him feel immense pain, and his whole body emitted a strong golden light. Seeing this, other people on campus exclaimed, "Holy crap, am I hallucinating? It's a super scion." On the other hand, Fong Yi was already finding it hard to bear. He hurriedly asked the system, "Is it compiled yet? I feel like I'm about to die." Just as he was about to collapse, a voice sounded. "Compilation successful. You have obtained a yang attribute cultivation method, golden sun breathing technique." Meanwhile, at the main gate of Qingcheng University, new students were being welcomed. A group of people was surrounding a female student, showing all kinds of concern. "Classmate, do you need me to help you with your luggage?" "Classmate, which building are you going to? Do you know the way? I can take you." "Classmate, this is our club's recruitment flyer. You can take a look. If you're interested, you can have my contact information." But Chu Qingli said coldly, "Thank you, but that's not necessary." However, as soon as she finished speaking, an explosion was heard. Then, an announcement came over the broadcast. "High temperature warning at the campus's north gate. Please stay away from the north gate and do not approach." Seeing this, Chu Qingli thought, there are strange things happening everywhere recently. "No, I have to go take a look." Meanwhile, at the north gate, Fong Yi was gradually recovering. After the complete fusion, the panel sent a prompt. Gaze at the blazing sun, inhale and exhale its heat. You can use the golden sun breathing technique to temper your body. The cultivation method you compiled has been unlocked without needing to be learned. Obtained 50 compilation points. Looking at the panel, Fong Yi wondered, compilation points? What are these? Never mind, they're obviously useful. I'll figure out how to use them later. Then, the blazing sun gradually returned to normal. At this moment, the students who rushed to the north gate were all discussing. Did you guys feel the sky suddenly darken for a moment? I really did feel it suddenly get cooler for a moment. Hurry up, there are a lot of people at the North Gate. Just then, the principal suddenly arrived. He shouted, "Where are so many people gathered here for? Didn't you receive a text telling you not to come? Hurry up and go register. Anyone who doesn't will have their credits deducted." After the crowd dispersed, the cloaked woman spoke. "Please reestablish the cordon and completely seal off the North Gate area." On Feng Yi's side, the system told him, "You have purified the Grade A contaminated area." Qingcheng University North Gate. A contaminated area refers to an anomaly point marked by the Xia country officials. The energy produced by the spiritual energy revival has an indeterminate level of danger. Seeing the information about contaminated area and marked by Xia country officials, Feng Yi thought, could it be that besides me, there are already others? But just as he thought of this, a clamor was heard. "Warning, warning, the North Gate is sealed. All unauthorized personnel, please evacuate immediately." Seeing the military personnel in uniform over there, Feng Yi cursed inwardly. Not good. The commotion was too big and attracted people. He then quickly left the scene. A moment later, the cloaked woman slowly walked over. She then scraped some dust from the ground and sniffed it. The next second, her eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "It was man-made. Could it be that someone who has come into contact with spiritual energy in advance has appeared again?" At this moment, Chu Qingli, who was nearby, was extremely shocked to hear the words man-made and spiritual energy. She thought, what is this? Such a terrifying phenomenon was man-made, but that figure just now, could it have been Feng Yi? But then she dismissed the thought that don't be silly, Chu Qingli. With his poor grades, how could he possibly appear here at Qingcheng? The scene changes to Feng Yi's home. He was lying on the bed, frantically dissipating heat. What's going on? This heat in my body just won't go away. Cold showers and air conditioning don't help. At this rate, I might not be able to sleep tonight. Wait, will I be discovered after causing such a big commotion today? I should check. After opening his phone, he saw the top trending push notification. Spirit Chi Cultivation Association updates realm chart. Spirit Chi Cultivation Association. I have an impression of it. It seems to be an online association that appeared before. They would periodically announce some cultivation laws. But at the time, everyone thought it was some minor author writing a real-life cultivation meme. Wait, those people I saw at Qingcheng University earlier, could they be? Thinking of this, Feng Yi directly pressed open. A detailed chart of cultivator realms then appeared on his phone. First realm, Ghostly Axe. Use the uncanny workmanship of heaven and earth's spiritual energy to forge a human weapon. Second realm, Spirit Creation. Use the power of heaven and earth to awaken a divine bloodline and create inner spiritual chi. After there were the third, fourth, and fifth realms, and finally the extreme realm. There was even a friendly reminder. The spiritual energy revival is now an unstoppable trend. This realm chart is being made public to prevent fellow Taoists from going astray. We hope fellow Taoists will use it for self-reference. Looking at the information, Feng Yi thought, although the content is a bit mysterious, the familiar layout and watermark. This announcement should really be issued by the Xia country officials. In my previous life, I never heard any information about the association. As an ordinary person back then, I had no access to this. By the time the cataclysm completely changed the trajectory of my life, it was already too late. Just staying alive took all my strength. Could the Spirit Chi Cultivation Association be a signal from the officials to those who have come into contact with spiritual energy in advance? In that case, I'll try circulating the golden sun breathing technique as it says. First step, temper one's own body into a vessel. Use the body of a weapon to contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Control the spiritual energy to forge the shape of a divine axe. Looking up, Feng exclaimed, could this be it? At this time, the system also sent a prompt. Congratulations, you have been promoted to Ghostly Axe Realm, 1 star. You can use the obtained compilation points to forcibly implant the compilation data you have obtained into any object. Current compilation points, 50. Looking at the panel, Feng Yi exclaimed, I almost forgot about the compilation points. What does this sentence mean? The compilation data I have obtained refers to the golden sun breathing technique with the yang attribute, right? then forcibly implant into any object. Raising his hand, Fong Yi thought, this counts as any object, right? Then, the cup began to glow with a golden light. Consume compilation points to implant the yang attribute into this object. Seeing this, Fong Yi smiled slightly, thinking I guessed right. Forcibly implant is like enchanting an object, giving it extraordinary power. If I choose yes, then this cup will become a cup with a yang attribute. What if it's a gun or another weapon? Could it become my exclusive weapon? From the system's meaning, I should be able to collect data for more than just one attribute. A custom-made weapon with extraordinary power will indeed be very important in the future. Why don't I experiment with you first? If it works, I'll go order a real one. Starting over, I need to be fully prepared to deal with those mutated monsters. However, just as Fong Yi was preparing for the future, a rustling sound came from the grass outside. The next second, a mutated rabbit had appeared downstairs from his home. It was continuously gnawing on a man. In a flash, it was late at night. While Fong Yi was sleeping soundly in bed, he heard a squeak, squeak, squeak sound. Seeing this, Fong Yi thought, where are these mice coming from? It's not in the house, nor is it in the sewers. Could it be someone else's pet that sounds like a mouse? After all, I just entered the ghostly act's realm, and my hearing is better than an ordinary person's. It's normal to be able to hear sounds from other residents' homes. But the next second, Fong Yi heard the sound getting louder and louder and realized something was wrong. After opening the door, he knew the thing was in the hallway. But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly descended from above, attacking Fong Yi. Seeing this, he had a shocked expression. This rabbit is a mutated beast affected by the changes. The memories of my past life are a bit distant. Seeing a mutated beast again still gives me the creeps. The scene changes to a helicopter circling in the air. At this moment, a voice on the walkie-talkie was saying, the rabbit that devoured the Dark Knight spirit fruit still hasn't been caught. This thing's speed is simply astonishing. After observing for a moment, the woman in black dashed into the distance because she had discovered the mutated beast's aura. Then, she reported, reacquired the Dark Knight aura. The target has run into a dense residential area 20 kilometers away. Hearing this, headquarters received the coordinates and ordered everyone to pursue it with all their might. Otherwise, the residents in this area are done for. Everyone, be careful. It hasn't been long since it devoured the spirit fruit, and its mutation and evolution are not yet complete. It's highly likely to continue evolving and getting stronger. Do not let your guard down. On Fong Yi's side, the mutated rabbit had already charged in front of him, but at this critical moment, his eyes suddenly glowed with a golden light. Then his body flashed, dodging the attack. The changes to my body after the breakthrough are really huge. My dynamic vision can see its slow motion, and my muscles can react quickly and move to dodge its attacks. But these damn things, mutated beasts, actually appeared this early. I can recall, compared to the ones I saw in my previous life. It's not even fully evolved. The Dark Knight attribute will enhance its abilities and frenzy at this time. Today, I must stop and kill it. Otherwise, everyone in this entire building will become that monster's food. Thinking of this, Fong Yi directly grabbed it. Then he gripped it tightly and swung hard. Its weak point is its tail. After throwing it out the window, Fong Yi immediately followed, ready to continue. At this moment, he was seen clenching his right fist as golden energy gathered. The next second, he threw a punch that directly pierced through the mutated rabbit's body, but it opened its mouth wide to absorb Fong Yi's energy. Seeing this, Fong Yi said sternly, "You dare to absorb my yang attribute power? The power of the sun is so fierce and domineering. This rabbit is seeking its own death." Then, with an explosion, the mutated rabbit was blown to smithereens. After dealing with it, Fong Yi looked at the ground and thought this thing, just now, it was like a starving ghost wanting to devour the power in my body. It clearly has a Dark Knight attribute, yet it was so crazy even when facing the yang attribute that counters it. It was really hungry. The mutation of beasts has already begun. If I were still that unawakened ordinary person, everyone here today would have probably become this monster's appetizer. To fight the threat, I need to collect more cultivation methods. A moment later, the woman in black had arrived. But after arriving, her eyes widened in disbelief. It's dead. After confirming, she began to report, target is deceased. Body is in fragments. I'll first recover the residual Dark Knight attribute. But after touching it, she felt a scorching aura an extremely high and pure yang attribute, identical to the one at Qingqing's North Gate. This can't possibly be a coincidence. Thinking of this, she called headquarters. The rabbit is dead. I didn't kill it. A new pioneer has appeared, and with a high-grade attribute. Hearing this, headquarters asked, "Are you saying that the purification of the contaminated area at Qingqing University's North Gate and the mutated rabbit beast were both done by the same person? And although this person's aura is only at Ghostly Axe realm, 1 star, the attribute is extremely pure, the same yang attribute as at Qingqing's North Gate. I confirm there is no trace of this person in headquarters files. The association must seize the opportunity to get acquainted with a pioneer of such talent. Put your recent tasks on hold for now. The top priority is to find the pioneer's trail and be sure to record it. It would be best if you can persuade them to join the Spirit Chi Cultivation Association." Hearing this, the woman in black replied, "I understand, but I need to drink a cup of milk tea right now." However, in her heart, she was actually very curious about who this person could be. Actually, the association is right. A person with this kind of strength is definitely an expert. I must get to know them. Here he comes, here he comes. Fong, he not only advanced to Ghostly Axe realm, 2 star. He also obtained a new compiled cultivation method, Scarlet Extinction Blade Technique. It turned out that just now, Fong, he was looking out the window and sighing, "The plan for the day is made in the morning. The bright sunlight shines on my body. Sleeping early and waking up early is more conducive to my cultivation. I can feel the golden sun breathing technique operating under the morning sun. Speaking of which, after entering the Ghostly Axe realm, when I circulate the golden sun breathing technique, I can feel the aura formed by the method. That thing is like threads winding around the divine axe." But after Fong E cultivated for a moment, he suddenly had an epiphany. "I didn't expect to break through again so soon. The axe is obviously much lighter than yesterday. It seems cultivation is like chopping wood. There's nothing to it but persistence." As Fong E gripped the giant axe and swung it, the system also sent a prompt. "You have been promoted to Ghostly Axe realm, 2 star." At this moment, Fong E felt his physical body had become even stronger. However, although my promotion speed is fast, it's also because the surplus power accumulated from cultivating when I broke through to 1 star wasn't used up. Next, I need to upgrade step by step with my feet on the ground. Looking at the real weapon that had just been delivered by courier, Fong Yi thought the phenomena caused by cultivation are too high profile. It's better to find a new place. The scene changes to an office in the association where a person is on the phone. Energy fluctuations from the sun have been detected. Is it him again this time? On the other hand, Fong Yi was operating the system by a river. Consume compilation points to implant the yang attribute into this object. Looking at the panel's query, Fong Yi thought, "I tried using a figurine prop as a weapon before. Although the compilation was successful, it seemed it couldn't withstand the power of the yang attribute and melted. It seems not all props can be used as suitable weapons. This time I can feel it. The blade and the power within my body share the same origin and are extremely compatible." A moment later, the system told him compilation successful. After swinging it a few times, Fong Yi exclaimed, "What a good weapon. Now, let me test your power." As he raised the sharp blade, a dazzling light erupted from the sword. Then, Fong Yi swung it forcefully toward the distance. It instantly created a huge wave in the lake before him. Seeing this, Fong Yi thought, "Phew, that was close. I almost set the mountain on fire. But the commotion is still too big. The thick smoke has probably already been noticed. I'd better slip away." Not long after Fong Yi left, a person ran over from the distance, cursing, "Damn it, I was just getting a cup of milk tea, and I missed him by a little bit again. It must be Mercury retrograde. It must be." But the next second, she was stunned when she saw the hot spring in front of her. "Holy crap, what on earth did this big shot do? How am I supposed to do after-sales service for this? Where can I restore it to its original state? Now I'm going to get chewed out by the after-sales department." Nothing good has happened since this person appeared. But when she saw the mark behind her, she was even more shocked. Her eyes widened as she kept saying, "This is impossible." Last night, the aura was Ghostly Axe 1 star, and now it's already ghostly Axe 2-star. Not only that, but there's also an extremely powerful aura mixed in. Could it be a spirit weapon? A spirit weapon, as the name implies, is a weapon that has perfectly integrated an attribute. This allows an ordinary weapon to display extraordinary power. But the number of spirit weapons is extremely rare. Even the association only has 2 of them. Not to mention, the current psionic core integration is not yet perfect, and the technology is limited and hasn't been fully released. How on earth does this person have one? But after she thought seriously for a moment, she suddenly burst out laughing and said, "Just kidding, I must have made a mistake. I better clean up this mess first. Let's start by cooling down the stream." On the way back, Fong Yi was still thinking. My weapon now has the yang attribute, but the system didn't tell me if I can only have the yang attribute. After all, the system's previous prompt was that I can compile various different cultivation methods. Everything in the world can become compilation material for techniques. So after I obtain other attributes, can I also implant them into this weapon to stack attributes? But just as Fong Yi was puzzled, a message suddenly came on his phone. "Hello, are you also a pioneer? Sorry, I checked your browsing history. I saw you're very interested in the recent psionic anomalies. You also bookmarked a post from the Weird Building forum. I have a few friends who are also pioneers. We often get together and are also looking for other pioneers." Seeing this, Fong Yi thought, I actually forgot to set my privacy settings. He then sent a reply, "I'm a newcomer too." "That's great, brother. How's your cultivation going? By the way, according to a little rumor, even the big shots in the national team are only at the ghostly axe realm. Rounding up, we're only a little bit behind." These few sentences let Fong Yi know that even the officially recruited regular forces were only at the ghostly axe realm. Then the person continued, Let me tell you another little rumor. A newly generated contaminated area has just appeared. Want to team up? More people means more safety, and we'll split the resources evenly." Hearing about a new contaminated area, Fong Yi asked the other party to send the address. Then, a compressed file named Dark River Lava Dragon Data Collection was sent over. After opening it, Fong Yi saw the detailed introduction inside. Contaminated area, Dark River Lava Dragon. It was originally an underground river that developed due to fissures in the strata. Due to the world's changes, the original water flow has turned into high-temperature magma, causing extremely high temperatures within the area. Looking at the introduction, Fong Yi thought, is it the same as my yang attribute? It seems I should be able to gain something this time. Thinking of this, he directly replied, "I can team up." The scene changes to the Binma district. At this moment, a person was saying impatiently, "Old Zhang, when is that friend you mentioned going to arrive? Thanks to the map and information you made, I found it right away." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoya hurriedly said with a smile, "Not at all, not at all. I should be thanking you all for coming to explore with me. That person will be here soon. When we go in, we'll have to look out for each other." At this moment, although she was smiling, she was thinking, what a pity. It seems there are no outstanding and potential pioneers. I was originally thinking of seeing if I could recommend someone to the association. She was none other than Zhang Xiaoya, an employee of the Spirit Qi Cultivation Association's cultural department. The reason she thought this was because she was very clear about one thing. Many pioneers didn't know that the Spirit Qi Cultivation Association was actually an official department of Xia country. The threshold to become an official employee was very high. Under normal circumstances, one couldn't even find the way in. I really had to go through layers of tests to join. Of course, I also made my family a lot of favors. Sigh, if there's no gain this time, I might be forced to work more overtime. But just as she was worrying, someone suddenly said, "Is that Fong who's here?" Then, Fong Yi was seen walking over, saying, "I'm Fong." "Hello, everyone." Looking back, Zhang Xiaoya sighed inwardly, so young. If I'm not mistaken, he should be at the Ghostly Axe realm, 2-star. Strange, although his aura is very strong, it doesn't have that aggressive feeling. Instead, it's very warm. Then she said loudly, "Since everyone's here, let's go." After going in, Fong Yi said, "I'll take the lead. You hold the light." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoya felt a trace of warmth in her heart. "Okay, little brother Fong, walk slowly and be careful of the loose stones underfoot." On the way, the others were still discussing back and forth. "I thought all the water inside had turned into magma. A drop of water just dripped down and scared me to death. Strange. Do you guys feel that it's not as hot as expected after coming in? Yeah. Could it be because we haven't reached the center of the contamination? If you're tired, just say so. Everyone's safety is the top priority. Hearing their words, Fong Yi thought, although I arrived last, this group of people treats me as one of their own. Whether they're just naturally friendly or really want to find a reliable teammate in this era, they seem quite genuine. After walking for a while, Fong Yi suddenly stopped, looking at the red expanse in front of them. Everyone exclaimed, "Magma! It's really magma." But to everyone's surprise, Fong Yi ran straight over. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoyao hurriedly shouted, "It's dangerous ahead. Don't act on your own." Seeing Fong Yi plunge his palm into the magma, she exclaimed even louder, "What are you doing? Little brother, don't you want to live? Pull him out quickly." But before they could go forward, the magma shot out with a bang. This was followed by a prompt from the system. Detected worldly anomaly, inner flame, currently analyzing, activating ultimate computing power for compilation. You have obtained the Scarlet Extinction Blade technique. Here he comes. Fong Yi is about to have a breakthrough in his backyard mountain again. This time, Su Qingying, who happens to be nearby, will she be able to find him? It turned out that just now, the system prompted Fong Yi that the meaning of inner flame is internal high temperature carrying an explosive attribute with astonishing destructive power. And the Scarlet Extinction Blade technique requires drawing the blade to glimpse its power. With each slash, as the flames roar, the blade will be covered in a layer of blazing fire, bringing forth fiery lightning. The blade-condensed flames are ignited by battle intent, releasing immense energy. Seeing this, Fong Yi gripped his battle blade and thought, "It complements my Tang sword perfectly." Consume compilation points to implant the inner flame attribute into the Tang sword. On the other hand, the others were pointing at Fong Yi in midair, shouting, "Look, he's fine." His weapon is actually absorbing the power of the molten flame. It seems Fong has recovered. What happened just now should have been a cultivation accident. The spiritual energy here has also stabilized a lot. It's time for us to cultivate. The others also said they felt it. The spiritual energy has changed, and I can absorb it smoothly. Me too, I can feel that now. I just need to cultivate a little to officially step onto the path of cultivation. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoya said with a smile, "I'm just here to collect data. You all can cultivate without worry. I'll keep an eye on the surroundings for you." A moment later, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the cave entrance. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoya knew that other pioneers had arrived. Then, a person carrying a greatsword was seen saying, "Where did these small fries come from? Get the hell out of here for me. My brothers and I are taking this territory." Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoya exclaimed inwardly, "Not good. All three of them are at Ghostly Axe Realm, 1 star. The enemy is strong, and we are weak. Even if we all fight together, we can't win." But she still mustered her courage and said, "Excuse me, we found this place first. My friends have already started absorbing the spiritual energy. If you don't mind, you can absorb it with us." But the red-haired man directly cursed, "Little bitch. Have you even entered the Ghostly Axe Realm? You guys, get the hell out of here for me now." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoya thought, under the premise of the spiritual energy revival, the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, is now the rule. In this period of savage growth, weak pioneers don't deserve to have stronger resources. But Xia country will not allow this situation to continue. As a member of the association, I must do something. But just as Zhang Xiaoya was worrying, Fong Yi had already walked over. Then he looked at the red-haired man and said, "A big, tall guy who only knows how to bully a little girl." After speaking, he directly picked up the Tang sword in his hand. Then he pointed it at the ground, and a red energy began to gather. Seeing this, the red-haired man hurriedly shouted, "Fall back, quickly!" At this moment, the few people cultivating inside heard the commotion and were asking, "What happened?" On the other hand, Fong Yi was thinking, it's precisely because there are too many cultivators who worship the law of the jungle that such an irreversible tragedy occurred. But just trying to persuade them and engaging in a war of words won't intimidate this group of people. Thinking of this, he directly raised his Tang sword and shouted, "Get lost!" Seeing this, the red-haired man was extremely shocked. It's a secondary explosion. What kind of monster is he? The next second, he and his underlings slipped away. Watching them flee, his companions all cheered, "Bro, you're awesome. That slash just now was so cool." However, Fong, he just scratched his head and said, "Not at all, not at all. They were the ones who went too far. Is everyone about done cultivating? Should we leave?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoya quickly agreed. Right. The contaminated source area here seems to have no spiritual energy left. Let's go. Looking at Fong Yi's back, she knew clearly that if that slash had really come down, there would only be a few charred corpses here now. He is definitely a prodigy pioneer with a high-grade attribute, and he possesses top-tier talent. I must report this matter to the organization. A moment later, the office of the Spirit Qi Cultivation Association received a call. "Xiaoya, are you saying another pioneer with a high-grade attribute has appeared?" Hearing the word another, Zhang Xiaoya was a little surprised, but the person on the other end said, "It's nothing. I've recorded it. If there are any developments, please notify me immediately." After hanging up the phone, she said happily, "Teacher, did we hit the jackpot? 2 high-grade attribute pioneers appearing one after another." But that person said coldly, "What jackpot? Those big shots with high-grade attributes are all now figures of respected status who are highly valued. In the future, they will all be high-ranking figures in the center of power. This is really difficult. I kind of want to resign." The scene changes to Fong Yi sneezing. Is someone saying bad things about me? But at this moment, the people around were all saying, "Look, that cosplayer is so cool. The prop sword looks so real. It looks so imposing on his back." Then, Fong Yi's phone suddenly received a message. It was from people on the forum discussing cultivation novels becoming reality. Outside the Millennium Karst Cave, golden light shone and a purple aura drifted east. A photographer even captured a giant dragon flying by. An anonymous source claimed to have once encountered a person carrying a tang sword cultivating there and was driven away by them. Reading the message, Fong Yi knew it was all because of the inner core. He had been careless. The power of 2000 degrees Celsius heat would be strange if it didn't create a phenomenon. The person who revealed my features probably isn't old Li or Zhang Xiaoya's group. After absorbing so much young attribute spiritual energy, I feel like I can break through again by circulating the golden sun breathing technique one more time. Whatever, I should hurry to the back mountain. The scene changes. 5 minutes later, on the back mountain behind Fong Yi's house, Su Qingying was panting, saying, "Finally, it's done." But the next second, she suddenly felt a dazzling light. What a domineering aura. This person is on this mountain. Looking at the gradually forming giant axe, Su Qingying exclaimed, "No, who is this, about to break through to the 3-star Guifu realm? Can a Guifu realm breakthrough cause such a huge commotion? This is beyond the scope of a prodigy. No, I have to go over and see. Could this be that guy? If it really is, I must catch you this time. Here he comes, here he comes." Fong Yi successfully broke through to the 3-star Guifu realm. That night, he went to a dangerous lightning area to acquire a new technique. It turned out that just a moment ago, streams of energy were descending from the sky, converging around Fong Yi. His extremely fast movements made him look like a 1,000-armed Buddha. And just as all the energy entered Fong Yi's body, the golden axe above his head suddenly began to vibrate violently. At this moment, Su Qingying, who was rushing over, looked at the sky and knew this guy was trying to wield the divine axe. I can't believe he can control spiritual energy so steadily. Has this person been secretly cultivating for hundreds of years without anyone knowing? Previously, my breakthrough to the 3-star Guifu realm failed because I was repelled by the divine axe's pressure. I later coughed up blood and was bedridden for a week. I don't even dare to recall that pain. Even someone with a constitution like mine failed. Where on earth did this monster come from? Abundant spiritual energy, precise control to wield the divine axe. Every wisp of spiritual energy seems to have been tempered 1,000 times. A person like this is more than just a prodigy. He's practically a godlike existence. Moreover, most pioneers are eager for quick success the moment they feel a breakthrough. But this person is steady, and his mentality and courage are extremely seasoned, just like a reclusive master. Then, Su Qingying saw the divine axe move towards the east. On Fong Yi's side, his whole body emitted a series of cracking sounds. The next second, the system sent a notification, breakthrough to 3-star Guifu realm. A moment later, Su Qingying had arrived here. But to her disbelief, the place was completely empty. Looking ahead, she said in despair, "Did I miss him again? It's only been 30 seconds. If I'm not mistaken, he's already discovered that I'm tracking him. At this rate, will I ever be able to recruit anyone?" But the next second, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Then she said loudly, "Senior, you probably haven't left yet, have you?" At this moment, Feng Yi, who was in a tree, thought, "So it's her, the one who's been investigating me these past few days." Seeing no answer, Su Qingying continued, "I am the captain of the Ying Squad, a sub-team under the Xian Nation Spirit Qi Cultivation Association, and also a pioneer. I am extending a sincere invitation to you on behalf of the association. My tracking of your footsteps these past 2 days was only in the hope that you would join the official association. I hope you don't have a bad impression of the association. Also, although our association has not yet been made public, we do have official seals and documents." After speaking, Su Qingying thought, "I hope this doesn't make him feel offended. I hope he doesn't think I'm harassing him. From now on, I must be careful with my words and gentle with my tone." After the scene was quiet for 5 minutes, Feng Yi was heard saying faintly, "Why?" Hearing this, Su Qingying instantly panicked and said, Because. However, she thought to herself, "What should I do? Should I tell the truth? But a person like this shouldn't be easy to fool. Is there any point in giving insincere compliments?" She then stated it was because the Xian Nation wanted to find and integrate pioneers to gradually regulate them. At the same time, pioneers could also have an extra layer of protection. Right now, pioneers are growing wildly. I know that joining an association might be a restraint for you, but in the end, we must all face the spiritual energy resurgence and our common, unknown enemies together. After hearing her explanation, Feng Yi asked, "What if I say I'm not willing? After all, I can't completely trust you right now." Hearing this, Su Qingying was speechless, not knowing how to answer. Then, she directly reached in her clothes and took something out. My name is Su Qingying. I was an athlete before the spiritual energy resurgence. I don't know if you remember me. This is my ID. Please believe me. This move stunned Feng Yi, but he seemed to have a vague impression of her. So people with better physical conditions are more likely to become pioneers? No wonder she runs so fast. But from a situation in my past life, the Xian Nation ultimately did not achieve its wish, and all of humanity was destroyed. Since I've been reborn and have the system, I will definitely become a part of it. But not now. The timing is wrong. Thinking of this, Feng Yi told her, "I do have an impression of you. How about this? I'll consider it. But for now, you must keep my whereabouts a secret from that side." The reason he said this was because Feng Yi believed that based on Su Qingying's behavior, the current Spirit Qi Association would absolutely not dare to anger a pioneer like him. This was a good opportunity to make her useful to him. On Su Qingying's side, she directly agreed, saying, "I can cooperate with you. But the phenomenon created by your breakthrough has already been detected by the association. I still have to report it. How about I make the report half true and half false?" But just as she finished speaking and turned around, Feng Yi had already disappeared from the spot, leaving her standing there all alone. On the way back, she was explaining at headquarters, "I didn't catch him again. How many times has it been? He's deliberately hiding, working so hard to clean up the traces left by the big shot. My life is so hard." But the person on the other end of the phone comforted her. "All right, don't worry about that for now. Actually, I think it's a good thing that you're on a mission outside right now. Did you know? The anomalies have appeared recently." Hearing this, Su Qingying was stunned that they've appeared again. Those bizarre and brutal creatures. I will not forget them. They are either sinister and evil or crazed and brutal. They use the energy in the contaminated areas after the spiritual energy resurgence. Some mutate into monstrous beasts and aliens that devour humans. Some disguise themselves as disasters, constantly killing people and marking their territory. Ultimately, this leads to the formation of new contaminated areas. If they are not eliminated in time, they will carry destructive and terrifying attributes and continuously erode the human world. The scene changes to a city at night, with heavy rain falling. At this moment, the news is reporting a red alert for a thunderstorm and heavy rain. Citizens are advised not to go out unless necessary and to pay attention to safety. A friendly reminder, the Jade Emperor Peak Scenic Area in our city is a high-risk area for flood disasters. The scenic area has been closed. Everyone, please do not go there. The internet is also full of complaints. I haven't seen such a terrifying thunderstorm in decades. Which great power is undergoing a tribulation here. The scene changes to Fong Yi walking slowly in the rain. Looking at the distant mountain peak, he exclaimed, "What dense thunder attribute, majestic and violent." In the center of this thunderstorm is right over there. After leaping over a wall, the system also sent a notification. Contaminated area detected ahead. Jade Emperor Peak. Jade Emperor Peak has an altitude of 1545 meters and an area of 25,000 hectares. It is one of the key scenic spots in the city. Contamination level, unknown. But just as the system's voice fell, a bolt of lightning struck towards Fong Yi. Here it comes, here it comes. Fong Yi once again obtains a new technique. Divine Thunder Hunter Refinements. This time, he actually implanted the technique into his own arm. It turned out that just a moment ago, in a meeting room, a person was looking at a large screen and saying, according to the spiritual energy concentration detection, the danger level of Jade Emperor Peak is showing a linear upward trend. The summit of Jade Emperor Peak needs to be sealed immediately and a new contaminated area established. This matter is sudden and serious. Qingying, who was originally assigned to another mission, has also been urgently recalled. Qingying, you explain. Hearing this, Su Qingying stood up and said, currently, the summit of Jade Emperor Peak is no longer accessible. The Thunder Attribute spiritual energy is showing an explosive trend. The contaminated area we previously rated as A class. Based on the current trend, the summit of Jade Emperor Peak could even be given an S-class rating in 1 hour. We need to activate the emergency plan immediately. But according to the data on all pioneers, no pioneer in our district has the ability to approach this area, including myself. Even for a 3-star Guifu Realm pioneer, the projected death rate is 100. Hearing her explanation, the man in the hat said, then let's seal it directly from the foot of Jade Emperor Peak. Dispatch personnel for 24-hour patrols to prevent anyone from going up the mountain. Others also said they agreed to cut off the danger at its source and seal the mountain directly. The contaminated area has just been born and the spiritual energy is overflowing. No one should approach. We'll conduct a survey after the spiritual energy concentration drops. The scene changes. On Fong Yi's side, bolts of lightning were continuously striking him. At this moment, he thought, good thing I have the golden sun breathing technique to protect me. But this is not enough. To extract the purest thunder attribute, I must go to the center of the thunder, the summit of Jade Emperor Peak. During the spiritual energy resurgence, humans not only benefit little, but they might even have the food chain reversed, falling to the very bottom if they don't strive to improve. Not to mention the changes in the world's phenomena. Even small rabbits and rats will threaten humans. In the future, things even more terrifying than mutated beasts will appear. Even cultivators might be vulnerable in front of them. Although I have now mastered the golden sun breathing technique and the scarlet fire blade art, which represent the yang attribute and the inner flame attribute, it is clearly far from enough. I previously spent compilation points to implant both attributes into the Tang sword. The yang attribute increased the blade's defense and strength, while the scarlet fire blade art enhanced its attack and destructive power. But over-reliance on a weapon also has considerable flaws. Only by being strong myself can I accurately defeat those cruel and cunning creatures and gain an advantage. The thunder power here is an excellent opportunity to strengthen my body once again. If I want to keep getting stronger, I must seek opportunities in the changes of heaven and earth. Otherwise, I can only wait for death in a natural disaster. Thinking of this, Fong Yi's hand was already touching the hilt of his blade. The next second, he swung his blade, slashing at the lightning. Such strong resistance. But how could Fong Yi stop here? He swung with all his might, shattering the lightning with a crack. This also made him cough up a mouthful of blood. This ultimate thunder attribute is inherently a tyrannical power of divine punishment. It is constantly applying pressure, furious that I have come to its forbidden zone, wanting me to prostrate myself at its feet. How can I make it serve me? I need to calm down and think carefully. The system prompted me before that I must come into contact with the spiritual energy itself. The next second, Fong Yi's eyes suddenly widened as he said, I've got it. Then, he fully activated the golden sun breathing technique because he realized he must first hold on with all his might, reach the peak ahead, and then find life in death. Looking at the center of the lightning, Fong Yi marveled. What domineering and dense thunder spiritual energy. I can feel the paralysis in my muscles just by breathing. It wants me to die, but I, Fong Yi, cannot stop here. As a huge pillar of lightning shot straight into the sky, the system also sent a notification. Powerful thunder attribute detected. Compiling in progress. At the same time, other people in the city were watching the spectacle from their homes that I've never seen such massive lightning in my life. Is some high-level god undergoing a tribulation? Why do I feel like I saw a figure in the sky? The lightning is about to hit the city. What should I do? It won't break through my house, will it? A moment later, countless bolts of lightning shot out from a golden energy sphere. You have obtained divine thunder, 100 refinements. Draw heavenly thunder to temper the body. Achieve a divine body. Gained 50 compilation points. Feeling the changes in his body, Fong Yi was incredibly excited. The thunder attribute is a powerful, high-level attribute mainly for offense. Unlike the yang attribute, the thunder attribute can temper the body and transform it into lightning. It is top tier and domineering for both offense and defense. Legend has it that ancient cultivators with abundant spiritual energy and heaven-defying techniques would all draw lightning into their bodies, bearing it for long periods, their bodies becoming like mountains, immortal and indestructible. Thunder is both my spear and my shield. I feel the power of thunder. It is not simple destruction, but baptism and rebirth. I can feel it polishing and strengthening my muscles, bones, and meridians. There was not a trace of pain during the tempering. Then, the system prompted, "This is the pure power of thunderous judgment, punishing all evil things. Can obtain 300 critical damage. Consume compilation points?" Seeing this, Fong Yi hesitated. Should I implant it into the Tang sword as well? Although implanting the thunder attribute will make it tougher, it might destroy the purity of the yang attribute. Moreover, if too many attributes are injected, this Tang sword might not be able to withstand it. But then Fong Yi suddenly pressed his right hand and said, "That's right, I can implant it into my right hand." Then the system asked whether to implant the thunder attribute into this object. After agreeing, several bolts of lightning converged into Fong Yi's arm. Time flies. The next day, at the summit of Jade Emperor Peak, Su Qingying was standing on a mountain, saying, "Major Han, it's different from what we expected." Within 3 hours, the spiritual energy concentration at the summit of the contaminated area, Jade Emperor Peak, dropped from its peak to mild contamination. However, there is still a large amount of electrical charge remaining in the air. At this moment, Military Major Han Li pressed his palm on the ground and said, "Someone was here. A pioneer." Hearing this, Su Qingying exclaimed in shock, "What? Another pioneer? Is he still alive?" With that, she also pressed her hand on the ground to feel the residual aura. I can't sense his attribute or the time he left. It might be because too much time has passed, plus the heavy rain last night washed it away. However, Hanli told her he probably left safely around 8 p.m. last night. The reason is that the phenomenon started around 6 p.m. We sealed the foot of the mountain at 7 p.m. He must have gone up the mountain before that. Otherwise, it's impossible that we didn't notice. The thunderstorm on the summit of Jade Emperor Peak was strongest at 7 p.m. Didn't you also use the associations tool to predict it? The contamination level on the summit of Jade Emperor Peak would reach S-class by midnight. But after 8 p.m., the concentration of the spiritual energy eruption decreased. Furthermore, I can sense that this person might also possess a lightning attribute ability. That's why he was able to withstand these lightning tribulations. This anomaly was actually a great opportunity for him. So I guess this person is not only still alive, but even this anomaly changed because of him. At this moment, Hanli thought to himself, did this person accidentally stumble upon an opportunity, or did he actively seek out the worldly phenomenon? He was actually one step ahead of us. Then, Hanli told Su Qingying, this type of person is the most terrifying. We don't know which side he is on. If he is a danger to society, the disaster would be no less than an anomaly. We must find him as soon as possible. As he spoke, Fong Yi was at home, sneezing. Then, Hanli was seen telling everyone, Next, we must find this person as soon as possible at all costs. The operation code name is temporarily Tyrant. Here it comes, here it comes. The city is once again facing a crisis of mutated beasts. This time, headquarters actually dispatched 2 squads to carry out the cleanup mission. It turned out that just a moment ago, Hanley had expressed his hope that the association could recruit Tyrant as soon as possible. Our side will also block the news and investigate as quickly as possible. Hearing this, the association representative hurriedly said, "That's natural. However, we also have a high-level pioneer that we're trying to contact. Little Sue, you report to Major Han." This sudden request caught Su Qingying off guard. Then, forcing herself to remain calm, she said, "It's like this. It's about the pioneer who previously purified the anomaly in the A-class contaminated area at the north gate of Qingqing University." At this moment, she thought to herself, I'm doomed. I absolutely cannot let my cover be blown." After mentally preparing herself, she continued, "I have been trying to make contact with him recently. But unfortunately, this person's tracks are bizarre. I once found the corpse of a mutated rabbit beast he killed. If I'm not mistaken, he has a yang flame attribute. I will do my best to get close to him and find out how he purified the north gate of Qingqing University." After speaking, Su Qing sighed at her heart, "Ancestor, I've done my best. Half-truths are more believable. Saying nothing will only lead to disaster." After hearing Su Qingying's report, Major Han thought for a moment and said, "Yang flame attribute? I understand. Thank you for your hard work, little Sue. We need new blood like you, where the new generation surpasses the old." Relieved that she had gotten away with it, Su Qing hurriedly saluted and said, "You flatter me, Major Han. This is my responsibility. I will definitely continue to work hard." Then, Hanley said to the people from the association, "We will also release some smokescreens about natural disasters. Also, I don't really agree with you publishing information about spiritual energy on the internet. This could be exploited by people with ulterior motives." The scene changes, and Fong Yi has returned home. At this time, he used the golden sun breathing technique on his jacket. The next second, the clothes were dried by him. After putting it on, Fong Yi thought, after infusing the thunder attribute, I can still feel a significant change. My right hand seems to have been enhanced by the thunder attribute's physical modification, becoming the most indestructible part of my entire body. Now I seem to have the feeling of being at the critical point of leveling up again. But what surprises me the most is that the originally so domineering thunder attribute actually became a docile little kitten after being implanted. I can control it freely. When I unlocked the yang attribute and used the golden sun breathing technique for the first time, the pain was simply unbearable to recall. It shouldn't have weakened after being absorbed by me, right? I remember the system prompted that this thunder attribute also has a 300 critical damage against anomalies and evil things. I'm a little eager to try it out, but at this moment, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Seeing this, Fong Yi thought, "What's happened now?" The reason he thought this was because after this incident, he immediately set the news and foreign notifications to special attention. Now is a time of great change in the world. In order to protect ordinary people as much as possible, the Xia Nation will always issue danger warnings at the first opportunity. But the opportunities contained in these warnings are a great temptation for pioneers like me. Even if it means risking my life, I have to go and try. After opening it, Fong Yi's gaze suddenly hardened. An explosion occurred in a chemical plant. No casualties at present. The explosion caused urban pollution, and the cause of the explosion is under investigation. This explosion happened to occur during a shift change, so there were no casualties. Citizens are urged not to panic and to take care of their own safety. Seeing the words explosion and pollution in such a large-scale incident, it's really hard not to think that there's a hidden story behind it. At this moment, the comments on the screen were already flying everywhere. "My home is nearby." To be honest with you all, that feeling was particularly bizarre. I don't know how to describe it. Is it a sinister and evil aura? Replying to the person above, yes, that's it. Sinister and evil. Your description is so accurate. Seeing the sinister and evil aura, Fong Yi frowned, feeling it was somewhat familiar. I remember now. That evil and terrifying thing from my past life. At that time, Fong, he was hiding in a corner, not daring to move at all. Could it be that this incident is them? Those things love to appear in dark and gloomy moments. They could have originally been any plant or animal, but after mutating, they can possess intelligence. Their power goes berserk, and their perception, capture, and killing abilities will be enhanced to an extremely bizarre state. This is 100 times more dangerous than the previous mutated rabbit beast. I must set out tonight to stop them from continuing to survive and evolve. It's time to test my 300 critical damage in actual combat. The scene changes. It's raining heavily in the city. After the green light turns on, several figures suddenly flash by with a whoosh. Then, the team leader was heard saying, "Report to headquarters. Destroyer Squad is tracking Anomaly File 7, Zhu Yi. We have temporarily lost the target. Currently, Zhu Yi's known ability is to merge into the night and hide its form. It emits a subtle sizzling sound when close and likes to eat people. Please help complete the file as soon as possible. In this weather, it's definitely going to start feeding. We cannot allow such a thing to happen." Then, headquarters also replied, "Received. Supplementary data for File 7, Zhu Yi, has been submitted. The request for an encirclement and elimination operation has been submitted with B priority. It is expected to be resolved within 12 hours. Destroyer Squad, please continue the tracking operation. Be sure to prioritize ensuring your life's safety above all else." Hearing the order, the Destroyer Squad replied, "No problem," because they knew that 12 hours was not fast, but it was the most help headquarters could provide. The Xi'an nation is vast, and anomalies are reviving everywhere. So headquarters is also overwhelmed. But just then, headquarters suddenly called them, saying, "Wait, in the area you are approaching, we have an agent from our Spirit Qi Cultivation Association. Su Qingying, the captain of the Ying squad, is currently on a pioneer observation mission. We can send a message to have her temporarily assist you." Hearing this news, the Destroyer Squad captain said, "Okay, thank you very much. Please have her come over as soon as possible. I've heard of her achievements." However, the next second, a voice suddenly sounded. "When did I become so famous? Are you the ones who called me in for overtime?" Seeing Su Qingying, the Destroyer Squad captain said, "The Zhu Yi we are dealing with this time is a man-eating anomaly. This isn't about overtime or not." Hearing this, Su Qingying turned around, intending to leave. "That I asked that your attitude when asking for help? It seems the Destroyer Squad is exceptionally strong and doesn't need anyone to be sent for overtime assistance. In that case, the Ying squad will not accompany you." The subordinate who came with her even teased, "Boss is so harsh. What if their squad gets eaten?" But another subordinate said, "That's their problem, as if our missions aren't dangerous." Seeing their sarcastic words, and that they were really about to leave, the captain hurriedly said, "Please wait. I'm sorry, my tone was too rushed just now. I still hope you will assist in searching for its whereabouts. You know how formidable Zhu Yi is. If we don't have the help of your search and positioning abilities, it's one thing if we get eaten, but the people in the city will surely die." Hearing this, Su Qingying turned back and said, "All right, no more jokes. I didn't mean not to help you. This kind of cunning creature only loves to move in the dark, concealing its presence, which is why it's hard for us to catch. But once it eats a human, it becomes unstoppable and very disgusting. We will do our best to assist you in capturing Zhu Yi." At the same time, Fong, he was in the rain, sniffing the scent in the air. Then, looking into the distance, he said, "I smell it. This scent is unusually strong. Has this thing already developed to be so powerful? Here it comes, here it comes." The squad pursuing the anomaly has been ambushed, because what they didn't know was that there were actually two mutated beasts. It turned out that just a moment ago, the Ying squad and the Destroyer squad had arrived near the incident. Then, Su Qingying was seen raising her palm, and a blue pillar of light pointed forward. Seeing this, she said, "Found it. It's over here." With that, the two squads sped off in the direction of the light pillar. A moment later, they found the target. Headquarters also sent a message at this time. File 7, Zhu Yi, prefers dark, damp places, and eating people. Hearing this, the captain replied, "Understood." Then he ordered Destroyer Squad, operation begins. At the same time, Zhu Yi also noticed them. Seeing it flee, the captain exclaimed, "Target has spotted us. Destroyer Squad, activate formation." The next second, a person was seen blocking Zhu Yi's path, saying, "East in position." Following that came, north, west, south in position. target fully surrounded, awaiting captain's orders. Then, a figure in the sky sped down towards Zhu Ye's direction. The next second, a hand chop landed on Zhu Ye's waist, but this strike did not cause it fatal damage. After retreating, two spikes suddenly emerged from its body. Accompanied by a roar, a pair of wings burst out directly from its body. Seeing this, Su Qingying hurriedly shouted, "Watch out for the sound wave. Dodge quickly." As soon as she finished speaking, those few team members were all sent flying. Even the captain of the destroyer squad was injured and leaped onto a rooftop. At this moment, he sighed in his heart. This Zhu Yi is indeed powerful. If we hadn't retreated in time, just now, our bones would probably be broken by now. With such destructive power, plus its terrifying dark attribute, letting it stay in the city any longer will definitely cause a disaster. But before he could think much, that Zhu Ye's mouth suddenly swelled. The next second, it spat a cloud of black smoke at the ground. In the blink of an eye, the ground was corroded by it, creating a large hole. Seeing this, Su Qingying hurriedly shouted, "It's trying to escape by burrowing underground," and was about to step forward to stop it. But a team member stopped her, saying, "Captain Su, this is a corrosive dark attribute. The moment it touches an object, it can corrode its structure. We don't have an ultimate high-level attribute to counter it. Even if it can corrode the ground, it can't immediately melt an escape tunnel. It's better not to disrupt the destroyer squad's formation. Our main job is to collect real-time information and direct tactical adjustments." On the other hand, the members of the destroyer squad couldn't help but feel intimidated when they saw the poisonous fog. At this moment, a pair of red eyes suddenly flashed. In an instant, a straight charge broke through this team member's position. Seeing this, the others hurriedly exclaimed, "Don't let it escape. Everyone after it." Then, the few members of the destroyer squad chased in the direction Zhu Yi fled. At this moment, Su Qingying, who was standing above, suddenly said, "Wait." The concentration of abnormal spiritual energy here seems to have suddenly increased. "You guys stay outside. I'll follow them in." After a short while, they attracted to the inside of an abandoned factory. After entering, Su Qingying said, "Let me first check the spiritual energy concentration here." Seeing the device in her hand, the destroyer captain was a bit surprised and asked, "Is that the new auxiliary equipment developed by the association?" Hearing this, Su Qingying told him, "That's right. The watch shows that the abnormal spiritual energy concentration threshold that a small squad can handle is 50. Just now, Zhu Ye's abnormal concentration was 48. But the next second, she suddenly exclaimed, 'Wait, the threshold has broken 80 and is still rising crazily. There's probably more than one anomaly here.' As she spoke, a pair of eyes was already staring at them from behind. However, before they could think much, a team member behind them vanished from the spot. Seeing this, Su Qingying was instantly shocked and exclaimed, "Oh no, there really is another anomaly. Zhu Yi deliberately lured us in. Retreat. We can't stay here for long. Let's head towards the door. If it tries to stop us, it won't be able to hide its tracks. The few of us can also work together to reopen the gate." But at this moment, Su Qingying suddenly froze in place, unable to move. Then, she fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, Su Qingying realized that her eyes seemed to be unable to see. However, she then knew something was wrong. Why 5 senses and body have been invaded by the poisonous gas. Thinking of this, she shouted, "Are you guys okay?" But no one responded. Realizing no one was answering, Su Qingying felt as if she was the only one in this abandoned factory. But they should still be nearby. I just can't feel them. At the same time, they can't respond to me. Let me think back. Zhu Yi lured us into the factory, and this is actually its territory. No, it should be the territory of another anomaly. I could faintly sense it just now. This creature is very likely a giant snake. Unlike Zhu Ye's dark attribute, there's poison in this black fog. We've been getting poisoned from the moment we entered here. The poisonous gas can paralyze our senses and accelerate the consumption of our spiritual energy. If we use spiritual energy attacks, we will only accelerate our own decline, eventually leading to the depletion of our spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy protection, I will soon become a corpse. What kind of anomaly is this? It has combat intelligence and such a heaven-defying ability to play us around like this. Is my life going to end just like this? However, just as Su Qingying had given up hope, a hole was suddenly cut open in the ceiling. The next second, a figure was seen breaking through the building and descending from the sky. At this time, Su Qingying had slowly closed her eyes. The scene changes. The person who descended from the sky is our Feng Yi. After landing, he looked around and said, "So, it's a dark attribute anomaly." Then, the giant snake behind him lunged at Feng Yi with its mouth wide open. After leaping to dodge, the Zhu Yi then pounced at Feng Yi. Seeing this, Feng Yi mused, "I see. There are two anomalies here. One is responsible for luring, and the other for reaping. They're quite intelligent. No wonder the spiritual energy here is unusually dense." Looking at the Zhu Yi biting his arm, Feng Yi chuckled. "You like biting people that much? Then have a good taste of lightning." With that, he directly released an electric shock, instantly killing the Zhu Yi. Then, a golden flame sword chi slashed towards the giant snake. At this moment, Feng Yi, holding the flaming battle blade, looked like a war god. Then he spoke faintly, "It's your turn. Are you afraid of fire?" In this world, being able to possess one high-level attribute is already a genius among geniuses. But this mysterious man possessed both yang flame and thunder. It turned out that just a moment ago, the dark giant python had attacked Feng Yi again. At this moment, Feng Yi was seen leaping to dodge the attack first. Then he gripped his battle blade and shouted, "Beast, face my blade." The next second, a flaming sword gleam accompanied by lightning was seen slashing down, instantly splitting the dark giant python in half. But after landing, Feng Yi was suddenly stunned, because the snake could actually heal and recover in this state. Seeing this, Feng Yi thought, so there's still a trick up its sleeve. With that thought, at the giant snake's wound, a burst of sizzling electric light suddenly flashed. The next second, the electric current directly pierced through its entire body, causing it to let out roars of pain. Seeing this result, Feng Yi smiled slightly. "Fortunately, I sensed beforehand that this big snake's dark aura was much denser than Zhu Ye's. The moment I used the Tang sword to unleash the inner flame power, I controlled the force and retracted the inner flame, using the blade as a medium to condense the thunder power from my hand and channel it into the snake's body. As an anomaly with dark power, although Zhu Yi was bizarre and elusive, its power was weaker. Although it was bloodthirsty, the number of human victims was likely only 1 or 2, and it was far from evolved. But this snake is different." But at this moment, Feng Yi suddenly felt a pang of pain in his shoulder. Looking over, he found that it was actually a snake's scale. Seeing this, Feng Yi directly burned it with his yang attribute. Indeed, a cunning mutated species. Even its intelligence has become higher. The venom of this thing has a paralyzing effect. It silently takes lives without anyone noticing. But the fact that I can feel the stinging pain should be the effect of the golden sun breathing technique circulating endlessly in my body. The yang flame attribute can dissolve toxins. The golden sun breathing technique protects and heals the body, and the thunder power purifies it. The feedback from these two against the poison's invasion can also bring a clear sense of pain, serving as a reminder of the enemy's attack. But other unlucky people, even if they have a certain ability to protect their bodies, would probably be beyond cure. I suppose the snake was able to grow so huge, so quietly, not only because it has at least 3-star Gui for realm ability, but it must also be related to its stealthy hunting method. Not to mention its cooperation with Zhu Yi, which is simply an excellent way to trap elite pioneers. It must have eaten quite a few people already. I'm afraid many pioneers who haven't joined the officials have already fallen victim. But no matter how sinister and vicious it is, no matter how unwilling, it can only be reduced to ashes. This inner flame power is very pure, but the triple critical damage of the thunder power is even more outstanding. I feel that my current combat level is quite good among the pioneers. But at this moment, Feng Yi suddenly looked ahead with a thoughtful expression. Then, he slowly walked into the flames, and just as he reached out to touch the flames, he suddenly discovered that there was still someone inside. At this moment, Su Qingying was collapsed by the wall. After walking closer, Feng Yi recognized her. "Isn't she that Su something from the association?" Then he spoke directly. "Hey, no need to pretend. Your acting skills for playing dead are a bit poor." Hearing this, Su Qingying hurriedly covered her blushing face, saying, "I was woken up by the smell. I wasn't faking it." At this moment, she was already exclaiming in her heart, "Oh my God, what a small world, so it really was him just now." Looking at her, Feng Yi remarked, "Your strength is quite good. Your companions have all exhausted their spirit chi and and are unconscious, but you were still able to maintain a sliver of a protective barrier. If you hadn't retained your consciousness, you wouldn't have been able to smell the scent of blood and burning. Hearing Feng Yi's words, Su Qingying thought, I did indeed retain a small bit of spirit chi for protection, but he even noticed that. But I have no idea how he defeated Zhu Yi and that giant snake. Seeing her silence, Feng Yi told her, you don't have to keep covering your eyes. Just promise to be trustworthy and not reveal my identity. It's getting late. Since you and your colleagues are not in any life-threatening danger, I'll be leaving now. But just as Su Qingying was about to thank him, Feng Yi had already left, saying, no need. The more people, the more trouble. I'll leave this mess for you to handle. As he left, Feng Yi was relieved that Su Qingying didn't see him trying to touch and collect the dark attribute earlier. This discomfort and cold feeling are truly disgusting. Perhaps it's because the dark attribute's spirit energy was already dispersed by me and my body's instinctive rejection that I didn't succeed. But the system didn't react either. Forget it. I'll review it when I get home. Meanwhile, Su Qingying sighed as she watched Feng Yi leave. What a pity I didn't even get a clear look at his face. It seems he still hasn't let his guard down around the association. Then, she walked over to the Destroyer Squad's captain, patted him, and said, wake up, it's over. After he opened his eyes, Su Qingying told him, we were ambushed. But when he saw the monster's corpse, they were all stunned. What is this situation? Where did this extreme yang attribute come from? However, Su Qingying said, as you can see, a pioneer came to help us. He's probably my mission target. My original mission was to monitor a pioneer with an extreme, high-grade attribute, which is this yang attribute. I haven't succeeded yet. His identity is still a mystery. Actually, he was counter-monitoring me. He knew what I was doing. But this time, he ended up protecting us. Hearing Su Qingying's words, the squad members were all incredibly shocked that T.O. thinks someone this strong exists, capable of solo killing both the anomalies, Zhu Yi and the giant snake. We should handle the scene first. We'll submit these residual materials to the association. But just as the captain stepped on a piece of flesh, a current of electricity suddenly crackled. Seeing this, the captain exclaimed, what violent energy. Captain Su, you just said he has the yang attribute, but this residual electrical charge is too strong. Walking over, Su Qingying recognized it as Zhu Ye's remaining protective energy. The purity of the thunder attribute on it is indeed very strong. It's a high-grade attribute. Looking at the crackling electricity on the ground, the Destroyer Squad's captain was also at a loss. Could it be that two high-level pioneers appeared here one after another? One killed the Black Snake, one killed Zhu Yi, and then they left together? However, Su Qingying was convinced in her heart that this wasn't the case. At this moment, she thought, how should I explain this? Only he appeared here. It's unbelievable to say that one person could possess two extreme, high-grade attributes at the same time. Having just one such attribute would make someone a supreme genius. A pioneer with dual high-grade attributes is simply an unprecedented existence. Both a Sunflame Walker and a Thunder Tyrant. What kind of freak is this guy? She's coming. Feng Yi's cousin is coming to stay at his place for a while. But he would never guess that his cousin is actually from the association. It turns out, just a moment ago, Su Qingying was remarking, thankfully, I had team members waiting outside the factory. If I was inside for too long, they were to report to the association. The association dispatched investigators based on the situation. They rushed to the scene, originally intending to clean up for us. At this moment, two of her team members were hugging her legs, crying their eyes out. Wow, boss, you're not dead. I thought I'd lost my captain. However, Su Qingying knew that the main objective now had changed to scanning the residual spirit energy, analyzing the traces, and reconstructing the fight scene, and report the incident's outcome to the association. A moment later, an association investigator said, Captains, based on the comparative analysis of the residual traces at the scene, whether it's the fighting style or the killing method, that it all indicates a 99% probability that the one who killed these two anomalies was the same person. Hearing this, the Destroyer Squad's captain was utterly shocked, exclaiming, it really is a dual high-grade attribute pioneer. I thought we had made a mistake, but on second thought, it's understandable. Either one of these two anomalies could have wiped us all out here. A team member beside him also said with a shocked expression, yeah, this big shot took them out in one move. We're also in the Guifu realm, but the gap is just too huge. Then, Su Qingying stated, "There's an update on the data for my monitoring target. I need to report to my superiors." A moment later, Su Qingying reported the course of events to her superiors. That's the result of the monitoring. The Tyrant and the North Gate of Qingxi University are both my monitoring targets. Hearing this, the headquarters told her, "I understand the situation. Little Sue, pause your mission. The other party saved you, eliminated the anomaly, and saved this area. This shows he doesn't dislike the association and isn't our enemy. Anyway, my thoughts are different from old Hans. For your safety and to leave a good impression of the association on that tyrant, you are not to contact him for the time being." Hearing the instructions from above, Su Qingying replied, "Roger." But then she added, "I have another guess. It's about something before the tyrant was about to advance in rank on the back mountain. I once felt an extremely powerful aura in the area he was active in. I suspected before that he had a spirit weapon, but I thought it was unlikely. But now that it's confirmed he's a pioneer with dual high-grade attributes, the probability is very high." Hearing that he had a spirit weapon, the headquarters leader's gaze sharpened as he said, "Unlikely. Even if his talent is extraordinary, it's impossible to possess a spirit weapon without any external force or resources. Besides, the investigators didn't find any traces of a third attribute belonging to a spirit weapon's power at the scene. But Su Qingying told him, "When I came into contact with it, the spirit weapon's spirit energy I felt was of a yang attribute." Hearing this result, the headquarters leader exclaimed, "So that's how it is. If the spirit weapon's attribute comes from his own yang attribute, and if he were a venerable of the Zhaoling realm, then theoretically, it's possible for him to achieve it with his own abilities alone." Hearing the words Zhaoling realm, Su Qingying was completely numb, because the number of powerhouses in the entire world who have reached the Zhaoling realm is extremely rare. You can count them on two hands. Then, the person on the phone continued, "If this person possesses a third attribute of spirit energy, it would change the current landscape and cause a sensation throughout the entire Pioneer Circle. Because according to research, spirit energies of different attributes are extremely difficult to coexist within the human body. No pioneer capable of possessing three attributes of spirit energy simultaneously has ever appeared in this world. If he really does have a spirit weapon, then it's not a bad thing that we didn't discover a third attribute. Let's just hope that a pioneer with such powerful abilities doesn't become an enemy of humanity in the future." Meanwhile, Fong, he was just coming out of the shower. At this moment, he was calculating in his mind that there was less than a year until the official Spirit Qi revival. But now, with world-changing phenomena frequently occurring everywhere, anomalies have also begun to act violently. Many pioneers, like me, have spontaneously embarked on the path of cultivation. After opening the connection between the body and the Spirit Qi world, one can sense the changes in the world more keenly than ordinary people. Just like that group of people in the underground Dark River before. Through self-cultivation, those pioneers not recognized by the Xia Kingdom have generally reached the level of 1-star in the Guifu realm. Right now, the Xia Kingdom is showing goodwill towards wild pioneers like me. Both the officials and the wild pioneers are in a relatively stable exploratory phase. Anomalies are still considered within the officials' control, and no major conflict have arisen between pioneers. However, although the officials have clearly established the Spirit Qi Cultivation Association, they still have no intention of making it public. Nowadays, you can hear people frequently discussing the surrounding insecurity and uncertain changes everywhere. It's clear the officials are trying to find a way to protect humanity while trying to warn of the crisis. But the problem lies precisely here. I can feel that the officials lack the confidence to usher in an era of universal cultivation. With such a large population, once the information is made public, the first thing to happen will be the decay of order and internal turmoil, leading to widespread chaos and death. Judging from the current situation, the recognized pioneers do not yet have sufficient ability to stabilize turmoil. Internal and external troubles will only make the current situation collapse faster. So, there's no major problem with the officials taking this gentle approach. After all, the human heart is more terrifying than ghosts and gods. It's just that I'm worried the development speed of the anomalies has somewhat exceeded my predictions. What I encountered today was a typical product of mutation after being invaded and contaminated by the dark attribute. After touching the black mist, I could tell that they are actually from a sub-branch of the dark attribute. At the same time, this is also the nemesis of pioneers. But the intelligence of these anomalies is far higher than that of ordinary beasts. Not only do they like to feed on humans, but the bodies of pioneers are an even greater tonic for them. The two might even team up to set traps and besiege pioneers. Although they are certainly not as terrifying as the dark attribute anomalies I've seen before, where a single one could destroy a country or an entire continent. But if I hadn't tracked them today, I'm afraid that squad and the people who wanted to recruit me would have all perished. Just a sub-attribute is so cold and disgusting. The threat of the dark attribute is simply too great. But since it's temporarily unabsorbable, does that mean I can absorb it once I meet the system's conditions? The dark attribute is such a counter to humans. If I could use it for myself, that would be for the best. It might even become the key to turning the tide. Right now, I have the Yang attribute's golden sun breathing method, the thunder attribute's divine thunder 100 refinements, and the Yang attribute sub-attribute, the inner flame attribute's crimson fire technique. Not only are they high-grade attributes, but most importantly, I have matching techniques that are perfectly suited to me. Coupled with my strength as a Guifu Realm 3-star, very few pioneers should be my match. But Fong Yi knew that this alone was far from enough. A moment later, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Seeing it was his aunt, Fong Yi wondered why the sudden call. After answering, he heard his aunt say, "Little E, how have you been lately? Your cousin's going to your area to study soon. I'm really not comfortable with her staying in a hotel alone. Could she stay at your place for a few days?" Hearing cousin, some vague memories surfaced in Fong Yi's mind. I only remember her main characteristic was being a bookworm who loved to study. I can't even remember what she looks like anymore. Thinking of this, Fong Yi said, "Annie, you can have her come over. There's a spare room in the house. When will she arrive?" Seeing that Fong Yi wanted to pick her up, his aunt quickly said, No need. I'll give her your address and let her go by herself. She'll bring you some local specialties, by the way. Thanks. Annie, I won't be polite then. Your cousin will probably arrive tomorrow afternoon. I'll have to trouble you then. It's no trouble, Annie. I have something to do, so I'll hang up now. Meanwhile, Fong Yi's cousin was replying to a message on her computer. At this moment, her computer screen clearly showed Spirit Chi Revival Marshal Dao Pioneer Squad Group 7. Then, she clicked on a message in the group. Influencer Town renamed to Death Town, 3 more down. Any pigs still daring to challenge? Looking at the screen, the cousin muttered, Yang Fire Town. But the next second, her aunt suddenly pushed the door open and asked, "Is your luggage packed?" Hearing this, the cousin said, "I still don't want to trouble my cousin. A hotel is fine." However, the aunt insisted, "No, I'm more at ease with you staying with your cousin than staying outside. When you're at his house, don't cause trouble. Help out where you can, understand?" Seeing she couldn't win, the cousin pushed her mother out, saying, "Don't worry, I know." Closing the door, she thought, I'll take it one step at a time. No matter what, this cousin can't be harder to deal with than an anomaly. In the blink of an eye, the cousin had arrived at Fong Yi's address using her navigation. Looking at the building in front of her, the cousin thought this should be the place. On the surface, this girl was a well-behaved, sensible top student. But what no one could have imagined was that she was actually a Guifu Realm 2-star pioneer. It turns out, just a moment ago, seeing Fong Yi come out from inside, the girl tentatively called out, "Cousin." Seeing her, Fong Yi asked with a blank look, "You're Lin Yi?" However, he completely didn't recognize the cousin in front of him. After getting some information, Fong Yi said, "So you're here for a summer camp, is that right? Well, just call me if you need anything. Here's the spare key. I'll go back to my room now. Your room is just opposite." Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded and said, "Okay, I'll be troubling you for the next few days." Seeing Fong Yi leave, she thought, it seems my cousin is easy to get along with and won't meddle in my affairs. But at this moment, Fong Yi was surprised. Was my perception wrong, or was her concealment not good enough? When she was sitting on the sofa just now, I definitely felt a faint, unfamiliar trace of Spirit Chi. Could it be that she has also become a pioneer? Then her coming here for a so-called summer camp, could it be for other reasons? Afterward, Lin Yi told everyone in the group, my cousin is a nice guy. It seems he won't interfere with my activities. When do we move? However, someone in the group told her, don't be hasty, let's keep a low profile. It's been very chaotic here recently, with many contaminated areas. But there are always some pioneers trying to seize them. I also heard about the underground dark river last time. Two teams clashed, and in the end, there was a super strong big shot. They said he forced the other side back with a single slash that looked like the sun. A slash that looked like the sun? Is that for real? That must be a super young attribute, a high attribute pioneer. It's true. I heard about it too. So we must be careful with this operation. The Spirit Chi revival hasn't officially begun yet, so everything is still in the shadows. Heaven knows how many monsters the Xia Kingdom is hiding. As pioneers, we absolutely cannot be too high profile. Alright, I'll wait for your news then. Looking at the group messages, Lin Yi thought, forget it. Since I've just arrived, I'd better not cultivate for now. It will be hard to explain if my cousin finds out. In a flash, 3 days had passed since Lin Yi's arrival. But who would have thought that living with my cousin would bring so much trouble to my cultivation progress? Meditation and breath regulation can be interrupted at any time. There's also a chance that the operation of the golden sun breathing method will be seen. It's so bright, surely it won't be noticed, right? Why didn't I feel the golden sun breathing method was this high profile before? But the most terrifying thing was this. At this moment, Lin Yi was carrying dishes and saying, cousin, dinner is ready. Tonight we're having tomato beef brisket, cold cucumber salad, and corn and pork rib soup. I'm just staying here, so this is what I should do. This cousin of mine is too polite and impeccable. She does housework as if she has misophobia and OCD. The reason I don't stop her is so that she can truly let her guard down around me. Only then can I find out her secrets. But just then, Lin Yi's phone suddenly rang. Seeing this, Fong Yi said nonchalantly, what's wrong? Is it a friend looking for you? You guys chat then. I'll go back to my room. Seeing that Fong Yi had really left, Lin Yi felt relieved and answered the phone. What did you say? The great change of heaven and earth will appear again tomorrow. Are you sure it's at 3 p.m.? Don't worry, I can definitely make it. Okay, see you at the entrance of Yangfire Town. At this moment, Fong Yi had already overheard Lin Yi's words from outside the window, thinking Yangfire Town? Isn't that an influencer town in the suburbs? It's about an hour's drive away. As expected, my cousin is also a pioneer of the Spirit Chi revival. Luckily, with her current strength, she probably can't detect me. But she's already a Guifu Realm 2-star while still a middle school student, and she's showing signs of advancing. Is it because her talent is so high that her personality is a bit strange? So my cousin coming here for a summer camp is a lie. The great change of heaven and earth is the real reason. She must have learned about the great change from somewhere and made up an excuse to come here. Every great change of heaven and earth is both an opportunity and a chance to obtain a new technique to enhance my strength. I wonder what attribute will appear in Yangfire Town this time. Whatever, since I heard about it, it's mine. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who was cultivating in her room, felt a little strange. Looking out the window, she wondered, is it my imagination? It felt like someone was watching me just now. The scene changes to inside Yangfire Town. The online dater girl asked Lin Yi, haven't you been staying at your cousin's place these past few days? How is he? Is he handsome? Hearing this, Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, he's a nice person. As for his looks, he's just an ordinary, unremarkable person. Anyway, he's not the influencer type handsome guy you like. Hearing Lin Yi's words, the online dater girl was a little disappointed. Then, the young madam chuckled and said, don't you forget, Yi's previous assessment of herself was just an ordinary member of the masses. A moment later, the captain said loudly, all right, since everyone's here, let's get down to business. Hearing this, Lin Yi asked, by the way, is that person not coming this time either? However, the captain told her it's still the 6 of us this time. She's not coming. She's always been this mysterious. We're used to it. Let's go. Meanwhile, Fong Yi was watching the group from the 2nd floor. It seems my cousin's squad is quite low-key with their strength. The weakest is at a stable Guifu Realm 2-star. The man who spoke just now is even a Guifu Realm 3-star. From their conversation, there's another strong member in the team who is often absent. And on the mountain of this influencer town, a vine has appeared out of thin air, hanging down from the sky, just like the beanstalk from the fairy tale Jack and the Beanstalk. The vine appears randomly in the areas around Yongfire Town at uncertain times. This is different from the intelligence pioneers have encountered in the past, exceeding everyone's understanding and cognition. It's clearly a great change of heaven and earth, but it's unrelated to the weather, nor is it a collapse and reorganization of the Earth's surface. It's a foreign object that appeared out of thin air, drifting around. It hasn't caused any damage, nor has it emitted thunder or rare phenomena like blinding light. It just quietly roams and flashes. After walking for a while, the group had arrived near the vine. Seeing it, the young madam exclaimed, "Oh my God, is that it? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it." But just then, the online dater girl suddenly told everyone, "Wait, maybe we shouldn't go any further." Then she looked up at the vine in terror. It wasn't until I really saw it that I felt something was wrong, and a chill ran down my spine. You've all seen the rumors on the internal forums, right? Actually, I have a friend who was on that team. The last time the vine appeared, they tried to make contact with it. They were all pioneers much stronger than me, with high realms. But after coming here, they all disappeared. I have a feeling we'll end up just like them, and in the end, die without a burial place. Oh no, the vine has started attacking them, and Lin Yi, who was in the middle of a breakthrough, was now on the verge of death. It turns out, just a moment ago. Then, the online dater girl continued. I originally thought I could easily accept the high-stakes gamble of being a pioneer, return with great rewards, or be left with no remains. But as soon as I saw this thing, I felt an instinctive fear. My intuition tells me that what we're facing this time is a very high-level great change of heaven and earth. It's an unknown, brand new, powerful change. I don't want to bury everything I have here. I want to quit. Hearing her words, Lin Yi also nodded and said, "You're right. Actually, we all felt it. This would attribute Vine has an aura of desolation. I don't know how to describe it. It's a feeling of being submerged in the long river of time, where all things are annihilated and all life is lost. That's why it makes us feel so uneasy and uncomfortable, as if it wants to devour our life force." But the next second, she suddenly grabbed the online dater girl's hand and said, "But that this is the path we chose as martial Tao pioneers." Meanwhile, Feng Yi on the mountain also felt a heavy, oppressive aura of death. Having seen so many celestial phenomena, apart from that dark attribute anomaly, this vine here gives the most uncomfortable feeling. For them to decide to cultivate here is truly courageous. It's clearly a plant that symbolizes vibrant life, yet it gives off the feeling of a burial figurine. It doesn't seem alive, more like a dead thing disguised as a living one, having lost its spirit chi. Then, Lin Yi said loudly, "Everyone, we don't have time to overthink it. Since it's dangerous, let's just sense it from this area. Everyone, stay within line of sight and don't go too far. This should be safer for everyone." With that, Lin Yi sat cross-legged on a tree branch and began to cultivate. Seeing this, Feng Yi felt a wave of admiration for her. Not bad, she's cautious. Sensing the power and cultivating from a position that's neither too far nor too close. As expected of a top student, she's calculated the position for maximum benefit, neither reckless nor timid. Seeing Lin Yi's energy shoot towards the sky, Feng Yi knew she was about to advance a star to have reached the threshold of 3-star so quickly. My cousin is indeed exceptionally talented. At this moment, Lin Yi's teammates also saw the Guifu phantom above her head and exclaimed, "It's Guifu Realm 3-star? That's amazing, Yi. She's already about to break through." But just then, the vine's tendrils began to slowly spread in their direction. This allowed their team leader to notice something was amiss. The next second, he shouted, "Not good. The vine is coming towards us." Hearing this, the young madam said in disbelief, "What? How could it possibly discover us from so far away?" But before they could react, several teammates were already entangled by the vine and dragged away. Seeing this, the online dater girl screamed in terror, "Run, run. If we don't run, we'll definitely die here." It was Yi's breakthrough that was too loud and attracted the vine. We absolutely cannot get caught by this vine. Once we're entangled, the desolation aura will instantly wrap around us, and will be melted in an instant. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was already enveloped by the vine, and her protective shield had multiple cracks. Seeing that they planned to abandon everyone, the young madam grabbed the online dater girl's hand and said, "No, we can't leave yet. Something will happen to E. But the online dater girl roared. Then what do you want me to do? Use my spirit chi to protect her? It was her selfish decision to cultivate here, and now she's irresponsibly gone off to advance her rank. Is she trying to step on my life to get stronger? Even the leading captain tried to persuade the young madam. Life and death are fated. Wealth and honor are up to heaven. If we don't leave now, we'll all die with her. You're too young. Don't act on impulse. We're all just strangers who met by chance. But before he could finish, the young madam slapped him across the face. Then she said sternly, "Then you all can scram. I won't abandon my companion." And all their actions were seen by Fong Yi. At this moment, he thought, my cousin probably doesn't know her own situation right now. She's still a student, after all. The power of this vine is so terrifying, I don't know if my current strength is enough to save her. But I'm afraid time is running out. However, I promised my aunt I would look after her. I can't go back on a promise I've made. Meanwhile, the young madam had already rushed towards the vine, trying to save her teammate. But the vine gave her no chance at all, trapping her firmly in the blink of an eye. Moreover, Lin Yi's protective shield was on the verge of shattering under the vine's attack. The next second, Fong Yi had already gripped his long saber and soared into the air. Just as the young madam was worriedly shouting E, a golden sword light descended from the sky, slashing towards the vine. Then, a figure was seen standing atop that sword light like a god of war. Seeing this, the group exclaimed in shock that the vines were actually retreating and had even stopped their attacks. At this moment, wherever the golden sword light spread, countless vines snapped and broke. Watching Fong Yi shatter the surrounding vines with his aura alone, they marveled. Is this also a pioneer? The dazzling light made it impossible for them to open their eyes. That is this the extreme yang attribute? Only such a high-grade attribute could be so audacious as to force back the desolation vine. At this moment, the face of the team leader was filled with unwillingness as he looked at Fong Yi. I consider myself extremely talented, having reached Guifu Realm 3-star in a very short time. I estimate there are only a handful of pioneers in the whole country with this speed. Not to mention that mysterious super prodigy, even Lin Yi's talent is only on par with mine. If such an existence still exists among pioneers, then what do we count as? The few stars that serve to highlight the bright moon? He's simply crushing me. No, he's crushing all of us pioneers. What kind of existence is this? Then, the system sent a notification. Extreme wood attribute detected. Auto-competing. Compilation successful. Endless growth. Can instantly absorb all surrounding life force and vitality to rapidly recover one's own injuries. Hearing the prompt, Fong Yi marveled. What a powerful wood attribute technique. As long as there is life force around, this is practically a perpetual motion machine that constantly absorbs and recharges. This was originally an unremarkable little flower in the forest park, but in the face of Fong Yi's spirit chi, it acted like a greedy little puppy. It turns out, just a moment ago, the system sent a message, extracting attribute. Attribute extracted, desolation. The desolation attribute can instantly stir up a desolation aura to corrode all surrounding life force. Then, Fong Yi's eyes began to glow with a crystalline green. Hearing the system's explanation, he thought, no wonder. This vine can only grow in such a treacherous terrain. If it grew elsewhere, I'm afraid the life force for dozens of miles around would be completely drained by it. It strips away life, is fatal, and can even forcibly plunder the life force of others. This desolation attribute is simply too domineering. Just as Fong Yi was thinking, a voice suddenly said from behind, "Thank you for saving our lives, little brother." "Thanks. If it weren't for you just now, we would have all died for sure. How can we repay you?" But Fong Yi just waved his hand, said no need, and we'll meet again if fate allows. Because he knew he had basically piggybacked on their information to come here and obtain the endless growth and desolation attributes. Speaking of which, I'm actually the one who profited. As for the conflict between those people just now, it's not convenient for me to intervene. I should pay more attention to my cousin's movements from now on. People's true nature is most easily exposed in times of crisis. A team that's like a tray of loose sand is not very safe with the great change approaching. Seeing Fong Yi leave, the online dater girl said helplessly, he left so quickly. What do we do now? Hearing this, the long-haired man asked her, "What's wrong? Do you regret not saving her just now? Now that the threat is gone and Lin Yi has advanced to the 3rd rank, our best choice right now is to try our best to stay in this team." A moment later, Lin Yi slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this, the young madam hurried forward and said, "Yi, you're awake." However, the long-haired man knew that it was all up to her now if she's rational enough. She won't say anything that would make us turn on each other. Because right now, instead of focusing on this, it's better to think about that mysterious person. At this moment, Lin Yi looked ahead with a shocked face and asked, "What happened? And what's wrong with them?" Seeing the fiery glow on a nearby tree, she exclaimed, "What a powerful residual heat from a young attribute. Even from this distance, I can feel its scorching intensity." Then, the long-haired man was the first to walk over, saying, "Let me tell you what happened." And so, he told Lin Yi a reserved version of the whole story. On the way back, Lin Yi was still shaken, thinking, could there really be someone so powerful? And just now, the long-haired man had told her, that person is simply a monster. The vine that we couldn't cut no matter how hard we tried was forced back by his single slash. Look, the vine has now retreated far away, cowering in the sky, and it doesn't dare to come near us at all. This is that person's deterrence. Even though that person has already left, the vine remains as docile as a chicken, completely unlike its roaring, chaotic appearance from before. Thinking of this, Lin Yi opened the door and went inside. As soon as she entered, she heard Fang Yi ask, "You're back? You look a little pale." Hearing this, Lin Yi said with an embarrassed expression, "Studying. It's a bit tiring." However, Fang Yi didn't say much more. He praised her, "You're working pretty hard," and let her go rest. After entering her room, Lin Yi felt completely drained. Breaking through is just too mentally exhausting. Every time I drive my spirit chi to activate the divine axe, I need to concentrate my mind. It's even more tiring than pulling all-nighters for a month. Fortunately, I'm no longer an ordinary person, so pulling a few all-nighters won't kill me. But this cultivation is the destiny of a pioneer. The world has already begun its great change. A normal life like my cousin's is probably impossible for me now. But just then, Lin Yi's eyes widened as she stared at her phone, because the legendary Jialan had spoken that if there are any more traces of that powerhouse, please notify me. Seeing this, Lin Yi marveled inwardly. This is the first time Jialan has ever spoken in this group. Then she replied, "Okay, Jialan. Also, I have a question. Do you guys think it's possible that the person who saved us is the same one who became famous at the Dark River Lava Dragon? If it really is that big shot, why would he save us?" At the same time, the entire internet exploded. Extra. The high-grade young attribute god has appeared again. That one slash was like a rainbow piercing the sun, the daylight completely swallowed by that overwhelming white light. I saw it in the contaminated area, the Dark River Lava Dragon. It was that white light with a fiery explosion that forced us out of the cavern. I dare say no pioneer of the same level in the Xia Kingdom would dare to take that hit head-on. In the future, if you see him appear at a place of great change, everyone be careful and consciously retreat. In a flash, it was already night. Fang Yi was riding his bike, thinking this is good. Now Lin Yi should be even less wary of me. Going out won't make her suspect that I'm keeping an eye on her. I can use this time to find a way to carry the desolation attribute. After a day of thinking, Fang Yi concluded the desolation attribute is closer to plant-like things. But it is, after all, a malevolent attribute whose essence is corrosion. Placing on my body might have negative repercussions, and it might clash with the thunder attribute I possess. So the best way is to have something similar to that strange ghost vine. The reason the vine hung down from the sky is that it sensed the dense, reviving spirit chi and chose to evolve on its own, thus giving birth to the desolation power attribute. After thinking for a moment, Fang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up as he said, "I know where to go." He then walked towards the entrance of the forest park ahead. In a flash, Fang Yi had arrived at the city forest park. As he walked, he thought, I need to pick a plant that can resonate the most with my spirit chi and express a sense of intimacy to be the lucky one. Then, Fang Yi closed his eyes and released the spirit chi from his body, covering everything around him. Feeling the surrounding golden specks of light and the rustling sounds, Fong Yi knew this was the plant's response to the spirit qi. Although it's turbulent, it's not enough. I need something stronger. But just then, he was suddenly attracted by a plant in the distance. It was a small flower, swaying gently towards Fong Yi. Just as Fong Yi extended his finger and slowly approached, the small flower actually took in its mouth and sucked on it forcefully. Afterward, it swayed happily as if it were full. Seeing this, Fong Yi marveled, it's truly sentient. This wildflower is clearly a plant, but when it encounters spirit qi, it's like a greedy little puppy. After drinking the spirit qi, it even came over to nuzzle my finger. In this entire forest, you have the strongest reaction to my spirit qi. You're very suitable for implanting the desolation attribute. I choose you. Are you ready? As the system asked whether to forcibly implant the desolation attribute into this object, Fong Yi directly held up the small flower and said, yes. Here it comes, here it comes. Fong Yi successfully endowed the small flower with the desolation attribute, but he himself became a suspect for the military and the association. It turns out, just a moment ago, a powerful desolation aura burst out from Fong Yi's body. A moment later, Fong Yi looked at the small flower with a shocked expression. At this moment, the small flower had grown many more petals and leaves. There were even several desolate patterns on its petals. However, at this moment, the small flower's roots were seen continuously absorbing the surrounding life force. Seeing this, Fong Yi exclaimed, "What powerful desolation force! It's like the hand of a demon." In just 3 seconds, it has almost drained an entire section of the city forest dry. It's too domineering, and it's still spreading wildly. Seeing this situation, Fong Yi hurriedly made the small flower stop. I'd better forget it, he thought. If I keep this up, I'll attract people from the Spirit Qi Association. After all, this is in the city center. The Spirit Qi Association is definitely monitoring this area. Due to the Spirit Qi revival, these plants are all dangerous. After entering the park, I did notice many more surveillance cameras. The surroundings have also become very deserted, with no tourists. After picking it up, Fong Yi discovered that it seemed to still be absorbing. Can it survive without a root system? However, compared to the unrestrained and reckless extraction just now, the current absorption is much gentler. It's truly magical. Even after being pulled from the soil, its spirituality hasn't weakened. And before I chose it, it was just an ordinary wildflower. Could it be that after being endowed with an attribute, this plant also began to evolve? It's as if some kind of evolutionary lock has been opened. But just then, the camera behind him suddenly flashed red and sounded an alarm. Anomaly value exceeding limit, warning, exceeding limit, warning. Oh no, did I trigger the surveillance after all? Fong Yi then hurriedly took the small flower and prepared to flee. Meanwhile, inside the Spirit Qi Revival Plant Research Department, an alarm was constantly blaring. Anomaly value exceeding limit, warning, exceeding limit, warning. The anomaly value is skyrocketing. What's happening? Everyone, put on your wristbands and enter the park immediately. Quarantine the park and prohibit any outsiders from entering. At this moment, their detection watches clearly displayed the number 30. That's terrifying. The previous incident at the north gate of Qingqing University only fluctuated between 8 and 10. Even that Dark River Molten Dragon was only 25. That's right. If the abnormal Spirit Qi concentration exceeds 10, the military takes over. The Spirit Qi concentration in this park was never even above 10 before. Strange. Look, the air humidity, surface humidity, and temperature are all normal. And there's no issue with solar radiation. But the plants here look as if they were collectively drained of their life force in a matter of seconds. What attribute of spiritual power caused this? I feel we need to go a bit further ahead. That's the center. But just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Don't get any closer. Whatever you do, don't touch it." This is the desolation attribute. Hearing desolation attribute, the others were a bit confused. Then, the person explained, "Do you know about the vine that hangs down from the sky? That demonic vine has already been classified as a Class A anomaly. It was classified as Class A precisely because it's extremely dangerous. The reason it's so ferocious that it has left many pioneers without a trace is, in the end, because of the desolation attribute it possesses. It's a powerful attribute that drains the life force of surrounding creatures, seizing everything around it for itself." Hearing his words, the others' hearts leaped into their throats with nervousness. Then, Trembling, he said, "Teacher, if you hadn't stopped me just now, wouldn't I have died the moment I stepped in?" Hearing this, the teacher nodded. The area around a plant that has awakened the desolation attribute can be called a dead zone. Anything that steps into it will have its life force devoured. I once saw data on another desolation attribute plant in the country. It was in the ancient tree forbidden zone in Song City. A decaying ancient tree polluted the forest into a forbidden zone. Any life form that got close would be pierced through. With the great changes in the world, the mutation of plants is not to be underestimated. From what is currently known, the desolation attribute is the strongest attribute a plant can awaken. Now, besides the ancient tree and the vine, a new desolation has appeared. But just then, someone suddenly put a hand on his shoulder and said, "I've already heard about the situation." Turning around, he saw that the person who had arrived was Major Han. Then, he heard Major Han say loudly, "All research personnel present, change into your protective suits and follow us into the contaminated area." Hearing this, even though they were afraid, they had no choice but to obey the order and put on their gear. On the way, they reported the situation as they investigated. The source of the desolation has not been detected. The desolation aura is diminishing. We've only been in the forest for 5 minutes, and the concentration has already dropped to 25. A moment later, Major Han turned to Su Qingying and said, "Let's investigate." Then, the two of them slapped their palms on the ground, using their abilities to probe. Instantly, two streams of energy, one green and one blue, began to roam the surroundings. They then converged within a black pit. Seeing this, both of them stared wide-eyed and said in unison, "The source was actually dug up." If someone could really dig up the source from a desolation forbidden zone, then their identity is worth scrutinizing. At this moment, Su Qingying, who was beside him, said, "Captain Han, I know what you're thinking, but there's no residual spiritual power from that mighty figure at the scene." But Major Han was looking at a tablet. Based on big data screening and analysis, we've found this person's file. This person's movements match the locations of the two anomalies. After taking it, Su Qingying saw that the name written on it was indeed Fong Yi. I'll send you all his information. This person is very likely the pioneer you came into contact with before. I'll leave it to your association to decide what to do next. Hearing this, Su Qingying was silent for a moment before simply saying, "I understand." 2 hours passed in a flash, and Fong, he had already placed the small flower in a pot. How can I be growing a flower for the first time without even a flower pot? This is the little home you pick for yourself. You're not allowed to wrap around my hand anymore. You little thing with the desolation attribute, you'll be able to cultivate continuously. You can be considered a capable assistant that I've nurtured. Looking at it, Fong Yi thought, this desolation attribute is special and could be a great help in battle. It might even have many unexpected effects. Plus, it looks inconspicuous. If Lin Yi happens to see it, it won't easily arouse her suspicion. In battle, an ordinary appearance is the best disguise. In actual combat, strength is only one part of it. What's more important is who has more trump cards. However, just as Fong Yi was tending to the flower, his phone suddenly rang. He saw that it was Old Wong, whom he hadn't contacted in a long time. "Isn't this my childhood friend who went to be a soldier and I haven't seen in 3 years?" Old Wong's full name is Wang Liang. He's my neighbor, and we were desk mates from elementary school to middle school. We could have continued being desk mates in high school, but this kid just up and said he was going to join the army. After answering the call, Fong Yi said happily, "You're back, you rascal." "Yeah, Fong Yi, let's go out for a drink. Let's meet at the old spot." Hearing this, Fong Yi wondered, why so sudden? But Wang Liang said, "I have a huge secret to tell you. Don't faint when you hear it later." He then hung up the phone. Reporting, "Sir, I've done as you instructed, but I request that if he is not the person we're looking for, can you guarantee his safety?" Hearing this, the officer on the other side knocked on the table and said, "Carry out your mission. Don't do anything unnecessary. If he's not the one, then just consider it as you giving him some advice as a friend." Here it comes. Here it comes. A shocking anomaly has been discovered within the military base. Just when everyone is unable to hold it back, will Fong Yi make a move. It turns out that just a moment ago, Fong Yi and Wang Liang were happily saying cheers. At this moment, Fong Yi sighed, looking at him. It must have been tough in the army. "Wang Liang, this goofball has matured a lot." After a drink, Wang Liang said, "I have deep feelings about my life in the army these past few years. What about you, brother? How have you been?" Hearing this, Fang Yi smiled and said, I'm all right. Getting into a junior college isn't bad. Looking at Wang Liang, he thought, in my past life, I never had the chance to see him again. In those chaotic times, there was no news of him at all. As a soldier, it's very likely he sacrificed himself at some unknown point in time, or in some nameless battle. This time, can I change my old friend's future? Then, Wang Liang looked at Fang Yi with a solemn expression. What I want to ask is, have you encountered anything strange recently? For example, things like zombies or monsters like in the movies. Hearing this, Fang Yi was stunned for a moment, thinking this guy. It's not surprising that the military knows about the Spirit Chi revival. But is he asking this to probe me for something? Thinking of this, Fang Yi asked him directly, what are you really trying to say? This made Wang Liang, who was already not good with words, sigh. He then told Fang, actually, I came today to tell you something. I'm not trying to comfort you, but to warn you. In the near future, maybe in a few months, maybe in a year, the academic qualifications and wealth we value now will all become worthless scrap paper. Everything will be reshuffled. This warning left Fang Yi at a loss. He thought ordinary soldiers would definitely be ordered to sign a confidentiality agreement. They wouldn't be allowed to leak the slightest bit about the Spirit Chi revival. So, the truth is, I've already been listed as a target of suspicion by the military, and my tracks have been detected. Was Wang Liang sent to test me because we're childhood friends? Seeing Fang Yi's silence, Wang Liang comforted him, don't worry. As long as you don't reveal a single word of what I told you today, you'll be fine. Hearing Wang Liang's words, Fang Yi felt a bit uneasy because he had been playing dumb and not cooperating. Yet Wang Liang, at the risk of violating discipline, was still kindly reminding him to be careful of the anomalies. But just then, Wang Liang's phone suddenly rang. After he answered, a stern voice on the other end said, Wang Liang, within 10 minutes, return to the team and arrive at the target location immediately. After hanging up, Wang Liang hurriedly left, saying, sorry, brother. The mission is urgent. I can't help it. You should head back quickly. I can't see you off. But at this moment, Fang Yi stood up and asked, is it related to the Spirit Chi revival? Let me go with you. However, Fang Yi's sudden request clearly left Wang Liang at a loss. Seeing this, Fang Yi laid his cards on the table. Take me with you. Was your meeting with me, this time, also under instructions from your superiors? Don't worry. Although I'm not sure what information your superior gave you, I know you won't harm me. Moreover, Fang Yi was even more curious to know what the military was dealing with. It must be related to the world's anomalies. But since the Spirit Chi Association already handles anomalies, what is the military responsible for now? It's a good chance for me to probe the situation. The scene changes, and Wang Liang has brought Fang Yi to the military's Spirit Chi Forbidden Zone number 19. As soon as he reached the entrance, Fang Yi felt a very dense Spirit Chi. This level of Spirit Chi concentration might even exceed that of a contaminated area. At the gate, Wang Liang directly took out his ID and shouted, Wang Liang returning to the team. After verification, the gate was opened and the two were let in. But just as they stepped into the base, they saw an explosion. After the smoke cleared, they saw many soldiers releasing Spirit Chi to trap a ferocious beast, and that thing was still constantly struggling and attacking them. Seeing this, Fang Yi remarked, is this a fusion attribute? At this moment, he heard Officer Jilan, who was beside them, say, that's right. The abnormal fusion of two attributes, darkness and fire, has made this dog exceptionally ferocious and brutal. Several soldiers have already been seriously injured. After speaking, she looked at Wang Liang and reprimanded him, bringing an unauthorized person into the Forbidden Zone without permission. Forget it. The matter is urgent, and we were just waiting for you. Hurry up and join the formation to fight. Then, Jilan glanced at Fang Yi, thinking, so this is Fang Yi? But I can't see anything special about him. Even the Spirit Chi around him is only slightly active. Could it be that he's not the one? But now is not the time to overthink. She then said, since you are Wang Liang's friend, I won't say much more. This is a forbidden zone. After entering, you are responsible for your own life and death, and you must keep everything you see confidential. After hearing Fang Yi say he understood, she directly shouted, Zhang Mi, Li Yu go. As her voice fell, the two of them leaped forward. The next second, Jilan directly drew her weapon and began to attack. The intense assault made the mutated beast let out a mournful howl. But not only was it not knocked down, it roared and bellowed continuously. Seeing this, Jilan hurriedly shouted, its mutation level has increased again. Liu, be careful. Just as the claw was about to hit Li Yu, a bullet hit it back in time. Don't be careless. Maintain distance from it. Finish it before it completes its evolution. At this moment, Feng Yi, watching from the side, was impressed. What a well-trained team. Teammates who trust each other, with superb discipline and coordination. Every single person is indispensable. Together, they can unleash a powerful force far beyond their individual strengths. But the next second, his eyes suddenly widened. He then shouted directly, "Run? You're no match for it." As his voice fell, a burst of purple energy suddenly erupted from the mutated beast's body. Seeing this, Jilon hurriedly told everyone to raise their alert level and upgrade the Forbidden Zone's anomaly level. No one is to retreat. Be advised, the vicious dog has fully fused. The darkness attribute has completed its mutation. Meanwhile, the mutated vicious dog was staring intently at Wang Liang. Seeing this situation, both Jilon and Feng Yi knew this was bad. But before either of them could make a move, Wang Liang was sent flying by a single blow. Seeing this, Jilon urgently changed her deployment. Forbidden Zone 019, Class E Anomaly Vicious Dog has fully mutated and evolved. Now, changing to Class B, Update Combat Plan. Meanwhile, after being knocked back by the vicious dog, Wang Liang coughed up a mouthful of blood. Feng Yi also rushed to support him, asking, "Brother, are you okay?" At this moment, several cracks appeared on Wang Liang's arm, and it trembled uncontrollably. But he still endured the pain and said, "I'm fine. I just channeled spirit chi into the collar restraining it and suffered a backlash. You don't need to worry too much about us soldiers of Forbidden Zone 19. Looking at Wang Liang's condition, Feng Yi felt a bit uneasy. At the same time, Jilon was shouting loudly, "Everyone, regardless of tactics or methods. And even if it costs us our lives, we absolutely cannot let a Class B anomaly leave the Forbidden Zone." But the next second, she suddenly saw a figure fly past her. It was Feng Yi, his palm glowing with intense electricity as he charged forward. Seeing this, Jilon exclaimed in shock, "Feng Yi, what are you trying to do? Here it comes, here it comes." Feng Yi has completely shown his hand to the military. He even touched the threshold of advancement because of this incident. It turns out that just a moment ago, Feng Yi charged at the mutated beast and said, "You're pretty arrogant, aren't you? In that case, let this divine lightning refine you." With that, Feng Yi dodged a claw attack from the mutated beast and flew above its head. The next second, he directly slammed the lightning in his hand onto its head. This heavy blow sent the mutated vicious dog crashing hard onto the ground. The immense impact forced the surrounding soldiers to retreat. Heavens! They stared wide-eyed, one by one, saying, "I'm not seeing things, am I? This is a Class B anomaly that even Officer Jilon couldn't handle alone." Meanwhile, Wang Liang also said with a shocked expression, "Officer, could it be that my brother really is?" Hearing this, Jilon nodded. "None of us saw wrong. Your friend is indeed the tyrant." At the same time, Feng Yi was looking coldly at the mutated dog. "Not completely dead yet? Then I have no choice. Officer Old Wang, all of you fall back." Hearing Feng Yi's words, Jilon didn't hesitate for a second and ordered the entire army to retreat. The shock in her heart at this moment was beyond words. She thought, a Class B anomaly that requires our personnel to form up and be prepared to sacrifice themselves at any moment. He can handle it to this extent all by himself? What kind of power is this? I have to admit, this is the ultimate lightning attribute. Even in the current Xia Kingdom, it's a top-tier existence. When the spirit Qi is fully revived, how terrifying will his evolution be? At this moment, she watched as Feng Yi raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Instantly, a vortex appeared in the sky, accompanied by several bolts of lightning. Then, she saw Feng Yi turn around directly, and as he lowered his arm, the lightning completely blasted the mutated dog to smithereens. Looking at Feng Yi, Jilon sighed that he was truly worthy of the name Tyrant. The others also expressed, "Watching this gives me chills down my spine and makes my head buzz. Why does this lightning attribute feel 10,000 times more terrifying than the darkness attribute? I can tolerate corrosion, but I can't withstand a lightning strike." Afterward, Feng Yi walked towards Wang Liang and said, "Old Wang, it's done." Seeing this, he rushed over and shouted, "You scare me to death, you rascal. I never thought my big brother was so awesome. I'm sorry. I actually knew you might be a pioneer. Military orders are absolute, so I had to drag you into this. However, Fong didn't blame him, just patted him and said, "What are you talking about? We haven't seen each other in 3 years, and you're being so distant. Don't I know you?" Just as the two were talking, Jilan had already come up behind Fong Yi. She then extended her hand with a serious expression and said, "Fong Yi, thank you for your help." Seeing this high and mighty officer acting this way, Fong Yi gave a slight smile. "You're welcome. Just consider it me saving my friend. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Jilan, responsible for guarding Forbidden Zone 019. You say Forbidden Zone 019. I hope you can leave a contact method. I need to report this truthfully." Hearing this, Fong Yi said it was no problem. Wang Liang, standing to the side, felt a secret thrill seeing his officer salute his childhood friend. "Fong Yi, your strength is greater than that of many pioneers specially invited by the military. Therefore, I very much want to invite you to join the ranks of the Xia Kingdom's army. However, an invitation from a mere Forbidden Zone Guard officer like myself is probably not worthy." As she spoke, Jilan was still marveling inwardly. What's even more shocking is that his realm should also be Guifu Realm 3-star, but his power has far surpassed the level of a Zhao Realm Venerable. Hearing Jilan's words, Fong Yi asked, "Officer Ji, do you mean you think you're not worthy of inviting me?" Hearing this, Jilan nodded. "Yes, I don't think there's anything to deny or be ashamed of. We were also acting under orders from our superiors this time to get to know you. We didn't intend to drag you into this anomaly. I believe they will come to invite you personally." Seeing her being so polite, Fong Yi laughed. "It's not that serious, really. Actually, I have great respect for all of you. Not everyone has the courage to sacrifice themselves to protect others. I had never personally seen soldiers in combat before. What you all did just now, let's just say it moved me a little. So, if you have any trouble in the future, you can call me for help. Just like you did for us ordinary people in the peaceful era. Of course, there's one condition. You can't interfere with my personal cultivation or restrict me." Clearly, Jilan had not expected Fong Yi to say this. After speaking, Fong Yi said that it was about time and he should take his leave. As he left, he was still thinking, "Now, I know the role of the military. The army is stationed in dangerous areas with dense spirit chi. On one hand, it allows the army to cultivate in places with abundant spirit chi, ensuring the army's priority combat effectiveness. On the other hand, they also draw a quarantine line between ordinary people and anomalies." Watching Fong Yi's departing figure, Jilan told Wang Liang, "Your friend can no longer be described as merely not simple. What happened today was just the tip of the iceberg of his strength. However, that alone is enough to leave us far behind. A pioneer who can reach this level so quickly shows that he has an unprecedented perception. In him, fortune, courage, and ability are all indispensable." Seeing Jilan's high praise for Fong Yi, Wang Liang said directly, "Officer, since that's the case, can't we really improve his treatment? If you feel you're not suitable to recruit him, then let me, his childhood friend, do it." Seeing the kid getting so carried away even after the person had left, Jilan didn't indulge him. "You brat, hurry up and come with me to clean up the scene." After returning home, Fong Yi began to cultivate. Although this trip exposed my identity, I didn't show any power other than the lightning attribute. And judging by their attitude, this might not be a bad thing. At least I now know that this lightning attribute is extremely rare, perhaps even unique. Its restraining effect on the darkness attribute is something the military desperately wants. To win me over, not only will they not threaten or suppress me, but they will give me a voice as well as the fastest way to become stronger and the most advanced information channels. Besides, I've also figured out the division of functions between the military and the Spirit Chi Association. The military is the night watchman, the sharp sword in the shadows, the nation's sturdy shield. The Spirit Chi Association is responsible for filling the gaps and cleaning up the stragglers in the cities, ensuring the current stable life of the residents as much as possible. The officials are using a two-pronged approach, protecting ordinary people with forbidden zones on one hand, while releasing signals of the impending Spirit Chi revival on the other. This is also buying a lot of time for ordinary people, so that they won't be torn from their homes and families by anomalies right from the start. As expected of a forbidden zone with abundant spirit chi, subduing the power of desolation didn't even make me feel like I was about to advance. Just staying in the forbidden zone for a short while made me feel the spirit chi in my body overflowing. This is a sign of a breakthrough, At the same time, Lin Yi was on her way home after buying groceries. On the way, she was wondering, I wonder if cousin is back yet. Otherwise, I could have him try my cooking and see if it has improved. But just then, she suddenly saw a column of energy in the distance shooting straight into the sky. Seeing this, Lin Yi was stunned and said, "What is that? Could it be the fluctuation of a Guifu realm advancement?" But she then dismissed her own idea, because she had never seen such a terrifying aura before. Could it be that a pioneer is about to break through to the Zhaoling realm? This campus belle, named Chu Qingli, was Feng Yi's ex-girlfriend who had dumped him. Seeing him at the school, she had madly mocked him, saying a toad was lusting after a swan's flesh. It turns out that just a moment ago, Lin Yi discovered that the giant axe had moved. But at this moment, she was certain this was not the Guifu realm. Could this powerful force really be the Zhaoling realm? Such a powerful pioneer is actually right near me. At the same time, on the big screen of the official base, a red signal was constantly flashing. Warning, warning, anomaly value has reached 99. Anomaly value has reached 99. The spiritual power fluctuation magnetic field is located 5 kilometers southeast of the city. Seeing this, Major Han Li hurriedly asked what was going on. All units, proceed to the target urban area immediately. Even Su Qingying exclaimed, such a powerful anomaly. How could it have gone undetected for so long? This value is enough to destroy a city. Could it be that a new Zhaoling realm pioneer has appeared? Or is a huge disaster about to befall this place? It's also possible it's both. Meanwhile, Han Li was shouting into his walkie-talkie, requesting immediate support from headquarters. All the most advanced equipment and resources, except for large-scale weapons of mass destruction. But just then, a subordinate suddenly ran in and said, "Major Han, the alarm has been canceled. The anomaly has been ruled out. It's a pioneer's promotion." At the same time, Feng Yi exhaled a breath of turbid air. I actually broke through to Zhaoling Realm 1 star, just like that. Besides my body feeling lighter, there doesn't seem to be much of a difference. Then, he suddenly received a message from Wang Liang on his phone. "Brother, quick, look at this inside news. It's been confirmed that the anomaly appeared in the contaminated area. And this is already the 3rd time. It said that a pioneer purified the contaminated area of Qingqing University before. But for some reason, the anomaly has reappeared. Don't you dare say I told you this news. Speaking of which, brother, I have to remind you, your strength is too great. Even my officer said she can't handle you. I can't protect you anymore. You have to be careful when you're out and about in the future." Looking at his message, Feng Yi thought, Wang Liang is right. This is also why I've always been wary of the military and the Spirit Qi Association. Being too high profile doesn't necessarily bring benefits. This is also why I've held back my Yang Fire attribute and Red Fire Blade technique abilities. He then replied to Wang Liang, "Don't worry, I'll be careful. I still have trump cards." A moment later, with the sound of a door opening, Lin Yi said, "I'm back. Cousin, have you eaten? I brought you some food." Hearing this, Feng Yi said, "Okay, just put it over there. I'll get in a bit." Looking at Feng Yi sitting there lazily, Lin Yi sighed in her heart. Cousin has an upright character and no bad habits. The only problem is that he's lazy. He's happy to just lie around at home, not even going to his junior college, just holding his phone all day. Although whether he goes to junior college or not won't matter in the future. We pioneers are busy all day, searching for worldly opportunities everywhere, and having to disguise ourselves in front of ordinary people. Yet Cousin's life is so leisurely. In this very same area, an earth-shattering Zhaoling realm venerable has even appeared. The pioneers who notice the disturbance will probably spread the news soon. Forget it. When the time comes, I'll protect my cousin as a thank you for letting me stay. But she didn't know that at this moment, Feng Yi was actually watching the news on his phone. Looking at the screen, he thought, before it was high temperatures. This time it's a fire. Is it the Yang attribute again? From the footage, the fire started quickly and grew fiercely. The trees and flower beds around the field were all burned to ashes and have now been sealed off. At this moment, the bullet comments in the video were flying everywhere. Holy crap, what a huge fire. Did someone cook hot pot in the dorm? and burn the circuit? I'm not seeing things, am I? Even the special forces are here. But is this kind of thing under the jurisdiction of special forces? Or is Qing Bay so prestigious that special forces come to the rescue for any random fire? After watching, Fong Yi found the video was too short and ended abruptly. It looks much more serious than the situation at the North Gate before. I wonder what's different about the Yang tribute this time. If I want to go there myself, I'll have to contact Officer Jilon. Time flew by, and the next day, at the entrance of Qingqing University, many reporters were already asking, "I heard there's a fire at the university that can't be extinguished. Is that true? Excuse me, are there any casualties? Why is there no news report on such a major incident? What about the safety of the students and the flammable materials at the school?" But just then, two people were walking towards the entrance. As soon as they arrived, the guard respectfully opened the gate for them. Seeing this, the reporters all complained. "Who are those two? They have such an air about them. We're locked out. How did they get in as soon as they arrived?" After entering, Fong Yi saw the scene that had already been cordoned off. Jilon then told him that the officials had named this fire Sky Fire. It started suddenly without any warning and couldn't be extinguished. We could only wait for it to devour everything it wanted. "Fong Yi, I'm going to the principal's office. Will you wait here or come with me?" Hearing this, Fong Yi said, "You go ahead. I'll be fine here. Then be careful. We'll meet later." Seeing Jilon leave, Fong Yi walked towards the forbidden zone in the center. After touching it, Fong Yi thought, the scorched earth is already cold. Is there no residual spiritual power from the Sky Fire? Then it's naturally impossible to collect. It seems I was too naive. But just then, a voice suddenly said from behind him, "Fong Yi." Turning around, he saw that the person who called him was actually Chu Qingli. He then heard Chu Qingli say, "It's really you. Why are you here?" Her best friend, upon hearing the name Fong Yi, suddenly thought of something. "Is he that ex-boyfriend you mentioned who only got into a junior college?" She then said with a smile, "Brother, I know you might have come here because you still have some lingering feelings for Qingli. But the reality of the gap between you is right there. Give it up." Hearing the words, lingering feelings for her, Fong Yi was momentarily speechless. At this time, the surrounding students also began to gossip. "Isn't that Chu Qingli? Why is there a guy with her? No idea. It's probably another pitiful suitor chasing after the campus belle Chu. I've never seen him before. He's not from our school, is he? What's with the school security? Didn't they say they were tightening supervision? How did they let an outsider in again? I really hate these kinds of freeloaders." Then, the pockmarked face guy walked up to Fong Yi, pointed at him, and said, "Brother, Qingli is our university's campus belle now. I advise you to think it through. Do you know how many guys more outstanding than you are pursuing Qingli? You don't even rank now. Go back. This isn't a place you can come to. Oh, and our school is under lockdown. How did you get in? If you don't explain, I'm reporting you to the security office." Meanwhile, Chu Qingli's face was slightly flushed. She thought, didn't he say before that he wouldn't regret breaking up? What's he doing here now? He's so insincere. And just as they were madly mocking Fong Yi, Jilon had finished her business and returned, asking Fong Yi, "Are these your friends?" However, Fong Yi just said flatly, "High school classmates. Can't be considered friends." Hearing this answer, Jilon clearly understood Fong Yi's attitude. Oh, so they're just classmates. But when Jilon looked at them, the two of them instantly felt their hair stand on end. What a strong aura. What's this woman's background? Why does she know Fong? But at this moment, Jilon had no time to deal with them. She then said to Fong Yi, "I just chatted with the principal about the Sky Fire. It's more serious than we thought, and it's hard to explain in a short time. The principal is coming to take us to the initial ignition point. Your current status with me is a special military consultant, so you have to go too." As her voice fell, someone shouted, "Everyone disperse. No one is allowed near the field during the lockdown." Seeing the old man with a cane, the students exclaimed in surprise, "It's the principal." The principal is usually extremely busy and elusive. It's said that even a vice principal has a hard time getting a meeting with him. It's even said that no one in the entire school has ever seen him smile. Is he here for this woman and Fong Yi? But that pockmarked face guy was still laughing, saying, "The principal actually appeared. He's not bringing people to arrest these two intruders, is he?" However, to everyone's surprise, the next second, the principal said with a smile, "Hello, you must be Consultant Fong, introduced by Officer G. I've been terribly worried about the anomaly at the school recently, afraid that the students might be harmed by the fire. It's wonderful that you've come to resolve it. I'll leave the matter of the field to you." This scene left Chu Qingli completely stunned. The other students also exclaimed in surprise, "I'm not seeing things, am I?" The principal, at his age, is actually bowing to this young man. He must have some special status. No wonder he could get into our school. Look at this pomp and treatment. Who was it that just said he was Chu Qingli's suitor or ex-boyfriend? How is that possible? Even if she pursued him, she might not be able to win him over. Didn't you notice? The young man didn't pay any attention to the campus bell Chu the entire time. Our Fong, he has obtained a compiled cultivation method again and again. This time, it's the legendary 9-dragon sky fire sealing technique. It turns out that just a moment ago, the principal was already leading them to the scene. On the way, the principal said, after the golden sun at the academy's north gate dissipated, I thought the situation was more or less over. Then a few nights ago, Field 1 suddenly caught fire. Even the fire trucks couldn't extinguish it. Fortunately, there were no students at night, and we sealed off the scene in time. But then Field 2 and Field 3. A fire on one field we could still explain, but a series of 3 anomalies is beyond my comprehension. I saw with my own eyes flames falling from the sky, and crimson flames floating in midair for no reason. Fortunately, the fires on the other fields have all been extinguished, leaving only this one. Looking up, Fong smelled a very pungent burnt odor. He then asked the principal, "Is this basketball hoop the initial ignition point?" "That's right. Only the fire here has been impossible to extinguish." Just then, Ji-Lan suddenly took out a device. Seeing that Fong didn't recognize it, Ji-Lan told him, "This is a basic anomaly spiritual power detection device. If the value exceeds 10, we have to seal it off from ordinary people. The lives of ordinary people are very fragile. An anomaly above 10 means an inescapable natural disaster for them." But as soon as she finished speaking, the value on the device had already risen to 60. Seeing this, Ji-Lan exclaimed in shock, "Oh no, the value is too high. If we let it continue, I'm afraid not just Qingxing University, but the entire city will be affected. We must immediately dispatch 3 Guifu 3-star and 7 Guifu 2-star soldiers to form a resistance formation. And they must be the ones with the purest spiritual power and the most solid realms." But as she was speaking, Fong, he had already leaped over the fence. The next second, a stream of red flame shot directly towards Fong Yi. This also caused the value on the device in Ji-Lan's hand to rise to 100. Looking at this number, Ji-Lan exclaimed, "This threshold can already be classified as a Class S anomaly. How dare he enter alone so rashly? Even the current strongest soldier king in the Forbidden Zone wouldn't necessarily dare to do this." At this moment, Fong, he was slowly walking forward through the flames. Looking around, he thought, "Last time, the young attribute helped me block the lightning. Then this sky fire can naturally be blocked as well. But while it protects my body, I can't touch the source flame, nor can I activate the ability to compile a cultivation method. So I must first walk to the closest distance to the source flame." Thinking of this, Fong, he had already arrived in front of the basketball hoop. In a second, the giant flame dragon charged towards Fong Yi. However, facing this fire dragon, Fong Yi slowly extended his right hand. Then he said, "Golden Sun Body Protection, deactivate." As the fire dragon got closer and closer to Fong Yi, a notification also came from the system. "Strong Sky Fire Attribute Fluctuation Detected." Seeing this, Fong Yi chuckled and said, "As expected of Sky Fire, even more unrestrained and powerful than the desolation power of death. But I am determined to absorb you." Activating ultimate computing power. Compiling. Compilation successful. You have obtained the Sky Fire Attribute Cultivation Method. 9-Dragon Sky Fire Sealing Technique. 9-Dragon Sky Fire eradicates evil and seals all demons. The cultivation method you have compiled is already unlocked and requires no learning. Extracting attribute. Sky Fire attribute obtained. 9-Dragon Sky Fire Sealing Technique. As the system's notification ended, several chains suddenly appeared behind Fong Yi. In the next second, it firmly locked onto every fire dragon. Watching everything happening inside, Ji-Lan remarked that this was the aura of a seal. "I once saw a high-ranking military pioneer seal of Forbidden Zone. That person's methods were different from Fong Yi's, but the sealing aura is extremely similar." A moment later, as Fong Yi shouted, "Shrink for me," the flames rapidly converged toward the center, ultimately forming a sphere wrapped in chains. With that, Fong Yi finally completed the seal. just after he gently lifted the seal and placed it on the basketball hoop. Fong Yi told the principal, "I have temporarily sealed the sky fire here. Do not unseal it for now, don't renovate the playground, and don't allow anyone near this place. This way, at least the sky fire won't continue to spread." Hearing this, the principal hurriedly said, "Rest assured, the playground will not be unsealed. Besides, the school has more than one playground." Hearing the principal's words, Fong Yi praised, "Qingbei is just that loaded, having 7 or 8 playgrounds." But just then, Jilan, who was standing aside, suddenly interrupted them, saying, "Principal, I have some things to discuss with Consultant Fong." Seeing this, the principal quickly said, no problem, please go ahead." After walking over, Jilan spoke directly, "Fong Yi, you've hidden yourself quite deeply." Hearing this, Fong Yi casually replied, "So. This sky fire is quite powerful and difficult to deal with." However, Jilan told him, "Stop playing dumb. You know I'm talking about you hiding your talent and realm. Forget it. It's normal for pioneers to have secrets, especially for someone as powerful as you. Fong, although I have no right to ask anything of you, I hope you'll listen to what I have to say next. At this critical moment of great change in the world, Xia country is in dire need of high-end, top-tier talent like you. Let's put it this way. When the spirit chi fully recovers, you will be equivalent to a nuclear deterrent of today. So, whether it's the various military departments, forbidden zones, or the Spirit Chi Association, they will all fight to have you join. It's not even out of the question that high-level powers from other countries will come to invite you with generous offers. Of course, I don't deny that I have my own considerations. If you can join the military for our forbidden zone, it would be like having one more friend and one more path. So I suggest you can start thinking about it now, to avoid being indecisive when the time comes." Hearing Jilan's words, Fong Yi instead said, "I'm curious about one thing. Why do neither you nor Wang Liang want to pull me into your forbidden zone and even feel you're not worthy?" Hearing this, Jilan said, "That's of course because of that legendary military district. They are abnormally powerful, so I think you'd be more interested in them. However, I haven't seen them much either. I heard they've been quite busy lately. Anyway, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go." The principal said he wants to treat us to the Qingcheng University cafeteria. After hearing Jilan's words, Fong Yi thought to himself, the top military department in Xia country is so busy that other military districts have heard about it. It seems they are also facing considerable trouble. This means there are already some extremely terrifying anomalies, with abilities far exceeding the strength of existing pioneers. From Jilan's tone, these pioneers must also have some at the Zhaoling realm like me, or even stronger. The day of the Spirit Chi revival is really getting closer and closer. I feel my preparations are still not sufficient. How can I maximize the use of the sky fire tribute I collected on the playground just now? The sky fire burns erratically and without pattern, leaving nothing in its wake, just like an endless wildfire. It's perfectly suited for dealing with large swaths of infinitely reproducing anomalies. Isn't this a 100% match for my red fireblade technique? This kind of icing on the cake enchantment, the more the better. It's here. The footage of Fong Yi slaying the anomaly was actually live-streamed. As a result, it became a top trending topic, and the entire Spirit Chi circle of Xia country is paying attention to him. It turns out that just a moment ago, Fong Yi had once again come to the back mountain, preparing to test his new skill. But as soon as he reached the entrance of the back mountain, he suddenly froze, because a sign stood there that read, "This mountain is dangerous. Please do not ascend." Seeing this, Fong Yi thought, there are no anomalies on the back mountain, but it's been blocked off. But the military's information shouldn't have spread that fast. The only ones who would know about my habit of cultivating and experimenting on the back mountain should be the Spirit Chi Association. Could it be that they've given me this whole piece of land for my experiments? If that's the case, it would be rude not to accept. But just then, Fong Yi suddenly detected a trace of an anomaly. Wait, some scum has actually snuck into the back mountain. This aura is identical to the one encountered at the factory before, but not as dense. At this moment, a mutated monkey was looking at Fong Yi, as if contemplating something. Seeing this, Fong Yi mused, so it has gained intelligence. Is it considering the enemy's strength before deciding whether to attack? Then you'd better watch closely. With this thought, Fong Yi had already placed his hand on his Tang Dao. A system prompt followed. Sky Fire, also known as High Flame, has a powerful light attribute, slaying evil and wickedness. Do you wish to implant the Sky Fire attribute into the Tang Dao? After Fong Yi chose yes, a surge of Sky Fire instantly covered the blade's body. The Sky Fire burns eternally, never to be extinguished. What kind of effect will this unquenchable Sky Fire have when combined with my Red Fire blade technique? Today, I'll test my blade on you. As he spoke, Fong Yi had already turned to look at the mutated monkey. He then swung his blade in its direction. Two giant dragons roared and charged towards the monkey. Seeing this, the monkey was completely dumbfounded. In the next second, it hurriedly turned and fled. At this moment, even if it couldn't speak human language, it couldn't help but want to shout, "Holy crap." Looking at the power of this strike, Fong Yi remarked, "Very good. The energy of this fire is 1 or even 2 times higher than the original red fire blade technique. And this energy has no effect on me, because when Fong Yi's finger touched the blade, he found that it was cool. Then let's chase after that scum and see." At the same time, a person was live streaming with a phone. "Family, I'm really not a liar. I've been a super lucky person since I was little, you know? Although this is my first day streaming, content just comes to me on its own." At this moment, people in the live stream chat were complaining, "Are you fishing for clicks? Stop blabbering. If you have the guts, go directly to the north gate of Chingcheng University and record that high temperature. I'll send a rocket. Anything else is boring." Is the person above on a 2G network? The hottest thing right now is the Sky Fire on the Chingcheng University playground. The videos have all been taken down. It's terrifyingly real with no editing. If the streamer can film the Sky Fire, I'll eat shit upside down. But not long after she started broadcasting, she suddenly froze, staring at what was in front of her. In the next second, the mutated monkey tackled her to the ground. This also caused her phone to fall to the side. But as luck would have it, the camera was pointed right at their position. Looking at the mutated monkey on the screen, viewers commented one after another. What's wrong with the streamer? Did she see a ghost? This acting started too suddenly, and the special effects looked so fake. But at that moment, the streamer was being choked to death by the monkey on her last breath. However, just as the mutated monkey was about to finish off this human, Fong Yi's 2 fire dragons appeared again with a roar. This instantly made the live stream chat explode. Holy crap, what is this fire dragon? Awesome, awesome, top-tier special effects. As expected, the number of viewers in the live stream was also skyrocketing. But just as the streamer got up to ask who her savior was, a huge flame erupted directly in front of her. Seeing this, she hurriedly picked up her camera to film. "I got it. There's someone standing in the fire. It must be a deity saved me." Before long, this photo spread like wildfire across the internet. Blade of flowing light burns through fire, a single strike shatters the sky. Immortal descends to save the world. Sky Fire is nothing. The mysterious man of the sky, Fireblade. King who commands flames, creator of the forest of fire. Views, 13 million. Hotness, number 1 on the trending list. At this moment, in the campus, Pockmarface was looking at the trending topics and shouting, "Qingli, come look. An immortal descended to save someone. There really are powerful cultivators. The Sky Fire is real too." However, Chu Qingli replied distractedly, "Don't believe that stuff. Things on the internet are all acting and special effects." But when she turned her head and glanced at the photo on the screen, she suddenly said in disbelief, This is." Seeing her shocked expression, Pockmarface said smugly, "See, I told you it was real. He's so handsome. Qingli, why aren't you saying anything?" However, at this moment, Chu Qingli was constantly muttering, "This video is definitely fake. It's all special effects. Impossible. This is absolutely not him. It's just a similar body shape. If it were really him, he would have been burned to ashes long ago. If it's real, will he take the opportunity to retaliate against me? Damn it, I will absolutely not bow my head." The scene changes. The young woman was holding her phone, saying, "Does this person look a bit familiar? He looks a lot like the pioneer who saved us from the vines." Looking at it, Linny replied, "I think so too. I just recently found out that a great master who broke through to the Zhowling realm lives near my house. Could these two be the same person?" Even the people who had teamed up with Fong Yi before came across this article. Old Lee, look, could he be Fong? I feel like he's gotten much stronger again. Holy crap, that blade swinging posture is identical. We really hit the jackpot teaming up with him before. However, inside a large building, a person was saying the city's crisis is gradually approaching. Our pioneers are in short supply. It said that the military has already had in-depth communication with Fong Yi. Little Su, hearing this, Su Qingying stood up with a determined look and said, I believe he will help us. Even the military held a meeting because of Fong Yi. Jilan said to advance to the Zhouling realm in such a short time. What kind of monster is this? Even anomalies tremble when they see him. And just how many high-grade attributes does he have? Hearing this, the lieutenant colonel told her 3 or more than 3. With such powerful potential, our attempts at intimidation were nothing but a fool's errand. Recruiting him is now the only way. The higher-ups have also decided to go in person. However, the top brass doesn't seem ready to lower their status to approach Fong Yi. After all, previous top-tier pioneers all appeared from within the military. Go see what else Fong Yi needs. Newly developed weapons and equipment, information on suitable cultivation sites. All these can be given to him. Also, this live stream and the videos that have spread need to be dealt with. Fong Yi doesn't know that now the entire spirit chi circle of Xia country is paying attention to him. This kid really makes one look forward to his next performance. The scene changes. In a hospital, a person was looking at someone's hospital bed and said, Teacher, it seems Xia country has new hope. With the appearance of someone with such strength, your chances of waking up have increased a little. A day passes in a flash. At Fong Yi's home, while eating, Fong Yi thought to himself, yesterday's news was all the rage. Who would have thought a streamer would sneak into the back mountain to broadcast live? She's really got guts for the sake of popularity. But now that video can no longer be found anywhere online and the live stream has been shut down. It must have been the work of the military or the Spirit Chi Association. But then he suddenly thought, Lin Yi didn't come back all night and didn't send me a message. What's going on? Even if she's on a mission, this shouldn't happen. Something doesn't feel right. This girl shouldn't be this unreliable. But when he picked up the phone to call her, the message he heard was, Hello, the user you have dialed is not in the service area. All these abnormalities made Fong Yi feel that something was wrong, that I have to go find her. On the other side, Lin Yi and the young woman were in a jungle. How long have we been trapped here? Can you roughly calculate it? Hearing this, the young woman replied, About 10 hours. I can't keep track anymore. I'm sorry, I got you into this. At first, I thought it was just an ordinary phantom. As she spoke, blood was still flowing from the wound on her body. However, Lin Yi told her, All right, stop apologizing. In the end, it's because I'm not strong enough. Remember, stay alert and conserve your strength. If only I could be like that great master. But just as the two were feeling lost, a dark shadow had already appeared behind them. Exposed. Fong Yi's identity as a master is completely exposed in front of his cousin. And to protect her, Fong Yi even plans to form a pioneer team with them. It turns out that just a moment ago, looking back, Lin Yi hurriedly shouted, Watch out. Then she activated her ability and attacked the monster. In the next second, the monster's head was blown off by Lin Yi's ability impact. After seeing its appearance clearly, the two lamented, Are these the people who were trapped and died here? Now they become the walking dead for that anomaly. It's toying with us, wanting to assimilate us too. Not only are our attacks completely ineffective against this black mist, but our spirit power is also being rapidly consumed, and we have no idea where that anomaly is. It's like it's waiting for us to exhaust all our spirit power and then slowly devour us. It's really treating us like mice. And in here, it seems to be invincible. But just then, a red eyeball suddenly appeared in front of the two. In the next second, the eyeball began to split. In just the blink of an eye, it had split into 10 or 20 of them. Seeing this, 81 directly slashed down and shouted, Go to hell, you damn thing. However, Lin Yi told her that thing is starting to lose patience. Don't be careless. But as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yi froze on the spot. At this moment, a giant eye behind her was staring at her intently. Feeling the changes around her, Lin Yi lamented in her heart, Am I going to die? I can't hear 81's voice anymore. Right, we've both been swallowed by the darkness. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so presumptuous and overconfident, thinking that we could complete this mission with just the two of us. Oh well, the path of cultivation is inherently full of danger. I've also thought that one day I would disappear in some nameless corner. I just wonder what the world will be like then. What role will the pioneers hidden across the land play? I probably won't get to see the magnificent waves after the Spirit Chi revival. Thinking of this, Lin Yi closed her eyes, tears of unwillingness in them. But just as Lin Yi was gradually falling into the abyss, a blue electric glow suddenly became a light that illuminated the darkness. In the next second, Feng Yi descended from the sky like a savior. Seeing that Lin Yi was okay, he finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Almost didn't make it. But this also completely exposed his secret in front of his cousin. On the other hand, Lin Yi was stunned when she saw him, exclaiming, "It's cousin." And as Feng Yi used the power of lightning to break the darkness, Lin Yi finally confirmed, "It really is my cousin. He saved me. He's actually not an ordinary person." But just as she thought of this, she saw the anomaly appear behind Feng, intending to launch a sneak attack. Seeing this, Lin Yi hurriedly shouted, "Be careful. The anomaly's main body is to your right rear." However, as she was speaking, Feng Yi had already drawn his Tang Dao. At this moment, he thought, this is a good chance to test the effect of this sky fire on the dark attribute. In the next second, the red fire blade technique transformed into a giant fire dragon and swept past. In an instant, it had slain the anomaly in this world. At the same time, 81 also opened her eyes and said, are we already dead? Holy crap, what is this sea of fire? Did we go to hell with the anomaly? Seeing her frightened look, Lin Yi said, calm down. Look carefully, we're still alive. After looking for herself, 81 realized she was indeed still alive. But upon seeing Feng Yi, she exclaimed, wait, you are? In the next second, her eyes widened in an expression of disbelief. It's you, right? You were the one who saved us from the death vines in Yangfire Town. Seeing this, Feng Yi said awkwardly, I was recognized that easily. Hearing 81's words, Lin Yi hurriedly said, wait. Are you saying the great fire attribute master who saved us before was my cousin? Seeing her pretending not to know, 81 exclaimed, oh my god, the supermaster is your cousin? Didn't you say your cousin was very mediocre? This is the lifesaver who wiped out the desolation with one strike, made the 3-star Guifu realm uncle lose his composure, and even caught Sister Jialan's attention. Listening to 81's description, Lin Yi was incredibly shocked. So my cousin is that high-level fire attribute master? But just now, my cousin clearly used an extremely pure lightning attribute to eliminate the black mist. That lightning and fire, both auras far beyond my abilities. A super genius with dual high-grade attributes? Could it be that the great master who broke through to the Zhowling realm in our neighborhood's jurisdiction is my cousin? Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Feng Yi said directly, all right, it's me. I have something to ask you too. You know about this dark attribute, anomaly. You can't treat it like a normal anomaly, right? How come it's just the two of you? We're your teammates. Hearing this, 81 told Feng Yi, Wu Mao seems to be seriously ill. He used to hide missions from his family, so now he's grounded and can't come. The uncle seems to have other, more difficult missions. As for the other partners, we're not always together. Lin Yi also said with some guilt, I was careless this time. I thought that since I broke through to Guifu Realm 3-star, it would definitely be no problem. Hearing this, Feng Yi remembered the scene when Lin Yi was trapped before. He thought, these teammates all have their own ideas. It seems this team won't last much longer. This 81 was dissatisfied with her teammates back then, but now she's defending their honor in front of an outsider. She's quite a loyal person. My cousin is always smart. She probably sensed it too. Thinking of this, Feng Yi slowly spoke, cousin. Actually, I was thinking, since my identity is already known to you and your friend, and I trust you too, how about we form a team? But you two can't spread this matter to others. Hearing this proposal, 81's face lit up with joy. Really? Can we, master? Yes. My lips are sealed. Oh my, I'm really basking in Yi's glory. Seeing Feng Yi's serious expression, Lin Yi thought, that's right. A powerful pioneer like my cousin must have discovered I was a pioneer long ago, and he has been silently protecting me. It turns out that on this lonely path of cultivation, having a reliable relative to help and accompany you without any strings attached is such a happy thing. Then, Lin Yi also smiled and said, okay, thank you, cousin. I'll fry you 2 extra eggs for dinner. But at this moment, Lin Yi's phone suddenly rang that it's Sister Jialan issuing a new mission. Extreme Dark Zone, low-level mission notice. Go to the Extreme Dark Zone to collect mission items related to the dark attribute. Think carefully before signing up. Looking at his cousin's message, Feng Yi remarked, It's actually a dark attribute. This extreme dark zone, do you know about it? Hearing this, Lenny nodded and said, I know a little. The extreme dark zone is located in a dark attribute border area strictly forbidden by Xia country. Because the dark attribute inside is extremely powerful, pioneers on missions will avoid this place and take detours. And most of the anomalies in our city now have infiltrated from there. The officials haven't been able to explore this forbidden zone in depth. It's said that very serious accidents have happened inside. Hearing Lin Yi's introduction, Fong Yi said, if that's the case, then we have to give it a try. Can you ask about the specific mission content? Will she answer you? However, 81 told Fong Yi she won't. Sister Jialan is very mysterious and never says more than a few words. At this moment, Fong Yi already had some guesses in his mind. Since the extreme dark zone is a forbidden area strictly guarded by Xia country, where many have died, yet this Jialan can issue missions related to the extreme dark zone to pioneers. She is either a chaotic person bold enough to oppose the officials, or her identity is unusual. Or perhaps she was originally a high-level official in the military or the association. And I'm more inclined towards the latter. Afterward, Lin Yi tried asking Sister Jialan, I want to sign up. What exactly do we need to do? But that Jialan directly gave her a detailed explanation. The content of this mission is to collect the Shi Chui flower. A reminder, the reward for this mission is more generous than ever before. But the dangers in the extreme dark zone are all dark attribute. The danger level of the anomalies within is also higher than what everyone has encountered before. So please form teams before signing up. Seeing this, both of them exclaimed, what the heck? What's with Sister Jialan? She actually replied in such detail. This mission may involve S-class anomalies. The mortality rate is very high. Everyone please think twice. It's not too late to sign up if you have a powerful and reliable pioneer to team up with. At the same time, a person was holding a phone, saying, let's leave it at that. We'll see if that person is willing. Seeing the other party say, if you have a powerful and reliable pioneer, Fong Yi thought, this is too direct. It's just short of saying, I know a pioneer like you will be interested. Do you dare to come? Afterward, Fong Yi told Lin Yi, cousin, it seems this is aimed at me. Interesting. I really do want to take a trip to this extreme dark zone. This man is the only pioneer in Xia country to have reached the Jingang realm. But now he lies on a hospital bed, waiting for the Shi Chui flower to awaken him. It turns out that just a moment ago, Yi replied to her, Sister Jialan, our team has 3 people. On Jialan's side, her subordinate asked with some hesitation, Sister Lan, their team is. Hearing this, Jialan said, no matter. If he is a pioneer worthy of Xia country's trust, he will come. But the subordinate asked, but what if he doesn't come? Won't this batch of pioneers be finished? But Jialan believed, if he doesn't come, it means fate has not yet arrived. Do you two also think that the mission to collect the Shi Chui flower is specifically to send powerful pioneers to their deaths in a dangerous place? A mission like collecting the Shi Chui flower with a 90% chance of death has a fundamental purpose that is the exact opposite of its appearance. This is a necessary path to build up Xia country strength. Only by collecting the Shi Chui flower can we save more and more pioneers. Whether it's the future backbone of Xia country or the top-tier core combat power who have already fallen one after another with their fates unknown. We must, no matter what, pick more Shi Chui flowers. Teacher, as the only pioneer in Xia country to reach the Jingang realm, must be healed and awakened with the Shi Chui flower. The existence of a Jingang realm expert after the Spirit Chi revival is no less valuable than today's nuclear weapons. It is our greatest leverage in negotiations with other countries before and after the Spirit Chi revival. So, even sacrificing a few Jialans, a few squads, and even more pioneers is worth it. Hearing Jialan's words, the subordinate said with some concern, the mission is important, but your health is just as important. Hearing them say her health was important, Jialan's voice choked up a bit. In the next second, she roared, it is indeed important, because my life was brought back by my teammates. But after saying it, she regretted it a little. Sorry, I shouldn't have taken it out on you. However, the subordinate understood it wasn't her fault. She quickly said, Sister Lan, it was my slip of the tongue. Is your headache acting up again? It's fine. It's not time for my medicine yet. I was just thinking about some things. Forget it. It's all in the past. At this moment, Jialan recalled that voice from the past. Swordbearer Squad, please retreat immediately. And the words her teammate said to her before dying. The extreme dark zone is truly a remarkable place. Little Lon, the mission for the Shi Chui flower, we can only entrust it all to you. For teacher, for Xia country, for everyone. Seeing this, Jialon cried and shouted, "No, I won't go, Captain." But then the captain directly extended his hand, saying, "We hope you can use our attribute. You must go back alive." The scene returns to the present. Jialon looked at her own hand, lost in sorrow. They gave me their spirit power, but they didn't know that Shi Chui flowers contaminated by blood or not picked whole are ineffective. Time flies. 1 hour and 45 minutes later. 81 was complaining. "How many more kilometers do we have to walk?" I say, "Master E, you're both so strong. Can't you fly for a bit?" Hearing this, Lin Yi told her, "The spirit chi isn't abundant enough for the human body to fly it will yet. Even pioneers can't." But just then, Fang Yi's gaze suddenly fixed on the area ahead. That should be the extreme dark zone up ahead, shrouded by the dark attribute. Even with layers of barriers, one could still feel that unsettling aura. At this moment, 81 also felt a disgusting aura, hundreds or thousands of times more terrifying than the anomaly we encountered last night. As they got closer, they found that quite a few pioneers had arrived. Seeing this, Lin Yi said, "I think it's not just for the so-called generous reward. Just as 81 and I encountered, the dark attribute is difficult to deal with, murderous, and full of hostility towards humans. But now, more than one dark attribute anomaly riot has occurred in the city." Hearing this, Fang nodded and said, "That's right. I have directly faced dark attribute anomalies twice. One was a mutated rabbit beast, more like some kind of large rodent than a wild rabbit. The other was Zhu Yi and the great serpent lurking in the factory. The intelligence they developed was higher than the newly mutated rabbit beast. They could cooperate to create encirclement traps, nearly wiping out the people from the Spirit Chi Association. Most importantly, just as Yi said, the anomalies are incredibly cunning. They seem to be specifically avoiding the military defenses on the city's borders. Although we don't know what method they're using, anomalies are appearing more and more frequently in the city now. It has reached a point that is difficult to contain. So we must make this trip. At the same time, Su Qingying was also waiting at the main gate for something. But suddenly, a figure caught her attention. "Holy crap, he's here too?" And with 2 girls. Seeing her so flustered, her subordinate asked, "Boss, what's wrong?" In the next second, Su Qingying hurriedly turned around and prayed, "Amit Ba, great Buddha, please don't let him find me. Don't let him find me." But before she could say more, Fang Yi was behind her, saying, "Hey, that's Captain Su, right?" Seeing that she had been discovered, Su Qingying turned back awkwardly. "It's you. You came to the extreme dark zone too? That's really great news." In fact, she had already received Fang Yi's file synced from the military. Seeing Su Qingying's nervous look, 81 asked, "Master, this girl isn't Yi's sister-in-law, is she?" Hearing this, Su Qingying's face instantly turned red as she waved her hands. A huge misunderstanding. Fang Yi also explained, "Of course not. This is Captain Su from the Spirit Chi Association who runs errands for me." But these words sounded even more grating to Su Qingying. However, while several people were talking, a voice suddenly interrupted them. "A bunch of little brats. Truly shameless. The pioneers nowadays are getting younger and younger. They have no manners at all. Not only do they not greet their elders, but they're still fooling around. Don't they see what kind of place this is? I, for one, hope that in the extreme dark zone later, you can also rely on each other." Hearing this, 81 directly rolled up her sleeves and was about to go at him with my temper. "Do you know who these people are?" But at this moment, Fang Yi shook his head, signaling her not to make a scene. Afterward, 81 walked over directly and said, "Uncle, mind your own business. In a little while, who knows who will be scared to death." However, at this moment, the sound of a car horn came from a distance. Seeing this, the uncle said, "The car is here. Let's see then." Just as the armored vehicle stopped, the door slowly opened. Looking at that figure, Yi and the others recognized her. It's Sister Jialon. It's really her. Seeing her powerful aura, 81 was still guessing. What is her identity? To have such a grand entrance. But Fang Yi said, "She's probably the one who opens the door for us." Hearing Fang Yi's words, Jialon turned and glanced at him. Then she walked straight towards the gate. At this moment, she opened her palm, and a cylindrical stone floated in her hand. In the next second, the energy gate opened with a whoosh. As a dark aura poured out, Jialan shouted, "Everyone has arrived. The gate is open. Here we go. Here we go." Fang Yi has entered the dark zone with 5 girls. But unexpectedly, they encountered the legendary dark tide. It turns out that just a moment ago, Jialan turned and told the crowd, "You can go in now." A special reminder, the collected Shui flowers must be complete and not contaminated by human blood. If they don't meet the requirements, you won't get the reward. If there are no other questions, you can begin. As they went in, the uncle in red was still complaining. "Damn it, she's not going in herself, but sending us in to die. There's not even any compensation after death. What kind of attitude is that?" Hearing this, his teammate advised him, "Old Deng, say a few less words. If we die, we can only be reported as missing. If the officials inexplicably compensate your family with a large sum of money, wouldn't that be openly admitting they killed us?" Watching them go in, Su Qingying told Fang Yi, "That middle-aged man should be a Zhaoling Realm 1-star, just like you." In addition, there seem to be a few other experts among those who aren't talking, but they may have restrained their spirit power aura, so it's hard to judge. The others are also solid pioneers at Guifu Realm 2-star and 3-star. Each team's strength is about the same. Hearing this, Fang Yi nodded and said, "Looks like a tough mission." They actually gathered so many elite pioneer teams. But in his heart, he was muttering, that person just now was also a Zhaoling Realm? Why do I feel his spirit power level isn't that high? On Jialan's side, her subordinate was reporting, "Sister Lan, the personnel count is complete. For this trip to the extreme dark zone, 37 at Guifu Realm 2-star, 12 at Guifu Realm 3-star, and 3 at Zhaoling Realm 1-star. The difficulty of the anomalies involved in this mission ranges from B class to S class." Hearing these numbers, Jialan nodded. "You guys go to the monitors. I've made all the preparations, don't worry." A moment later, everyone slowly disappeared into this dark zone. On the way, Lin Yi and 81 kept covering their mouths, looking like they wanted to vomit. Fang Yi reminded everyone, "Keep up. The dark attribute here will obstruct our vision. If we don't stick close together, we'll quickly get separated and easily lose our way." But just as he finished speaking, 81 had already knelt on the ground and started throwing up. "Sorry, I really can't hold it in." Seeing this, Su Qingying walked up to comfort her. "It's okay. This is the smell of rot and brain fluid mixed together. You're not the only one who wants to puke. It's very normal. Look, that group ahead with realms similar to yours is also vomiting their guts out. The dark attribute has a natural suppression effect on pioneers. You can think of it as a kind of pollution, and the anomalies in the extreme dark zone are very active. According to the known classifications of anomalies, a B-class anomaly is equivalent to a pioneer's Guifu realm, and the range of damage it can cause is controllable. An A-class anomaly is equivalent to the Zhaoling realm, commonly found in places where spirit power is rampant or concentrated, like here in the extreme dark zone. An S-class anomaly is comparable to the Jingang realm, or even higher, and is almost always at a major disaster level. However, it must be emphasized that the dark attribute anomalies in the extreme dark zone receive an extra bonus. An anomaly originally judged as B-class can be elevated by at least 1 level here. After hearing Su Qingying's explanation, Lin Yi lamented, "There's such a thing? This is the first time I've heard of it." "I understand. Then Captain Su, are you guys okay?" Hearing this, Su Qingying laughed and said, "You're overthinking it. My teammates and I just frequently deal with similar anomalies, so we're not afraid of the smell. And recently, I've pushed myself to improve mutating my water attribute into an ice attribute." However, Lin Yi asked, "Since our levels are the same, Captain Su, I don't know if you feel the same way I do. As soon as I entered the black mist, my spirit power began to be greatly diminished, even more severely than the last mission I encountered." Hearing Yi's words, Su Qingying felt the same. Many experts have fallen here before, including military elites at Zhaoling Realm 1-star and above. So we must be even more careful. We can't see the figures ahead anymore. Let's get closer. I'll talk less from now on to conserve energy. Everyone, concentrate your spirit power and don't give the black mist any opportunities. Listening to them, Fang Yi thought, after coming in, my body doesn't seem to feel that severe of a discomfort. It seems the enchantment-enhanced yang attribute and lightning attribute both have a dispelling effect on the dark attribute. Or perhaps my spirit power's effect has become stronger after I advanced to the Zhaoling realm. At the same time, on the other side, that old dang was laughing loudly. The anomalies in the extreme dark zone are nothing special. Brothers, we must be the ones to pick this sure chui flower. Let's show this bunch of youngsters what real strength is. On Fang Yi's side, he saw that Lin Yi also looked like she wanted to vomit. Looking back, he lamented, she's still a kid, after all. He then directly patted her on the back. Instantly, a golden energy enveloped Lin Yi's body. Seeing this, she exclaimed, this feeling is. The nausea and the invasive coldness all over my body have disappeared. It's as warm as basking in the winter sun, as expected of the power of the Zhaoling realm. The fire attribute is so warm, as expected of a rare high-grade attribute. Only after reaching Guifu Realm 3-star did I have a deeper contact with attributes. My wooden grass attribute is good at absorbing the dew and spirit chi from plants in heaven and earth. Captain Su said her water attribute, mutating into an ice attribute, is also very rare. However, Fang Yi told her, this isn't the fire attribute, it's the yang attribute. My bad for not explaining it to you clearly. I was the one who resolved the fires at the North Gate and playground of Qingqing University. But these two anomalies are different. The yang attribute and the sky fire attribute also have some small differences. Hearing this, Su Qingying was completely stunned. You just admitted it like that? So you now have 3 rare high-grade attributes? But Fang Yi knew clearly in his heart that he still had the desolation attribute. But a tall tree attracts the wind, so it's always good to have a trump card. Thinking of this, he directly replied something like that. Seeing how comfortable Yi was, 81 also sidled up and said, Master, I haven't broken through to Guifu Realm 3-star yet, so my perception of attributes isn't very obvious, but I'm generally following the metal attribute path. Master cousin, I promise I won't tease you anymore after we get out. Could your yang attribute warm me up a bit too? Hearing this, Fang Yi directly patted her and said, all right, I'll keep you warm for a day. Su Qingying watched them patting each other, and her subordinates couldn't understand what was happening. But Fang Yi looked at Su Qingying and asked, Captain Su, would your team like to try it too? Seeing that Yi and 81 both felt good, everyone chimed in. What are we waiting for? Please, great master. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them exclaimed in unison, wow, this feels so comfortable. But just then, the sound of rustling footsteps was heard. Fang Yi told everyone to be careful. An anomaly was coming. Hearing this, Su Qingying immediately launched an energy blast. The next second, the anomaly appeared in front of 81. After seeing its true form, Su Qingying shouted, be careful, it's an A-level anomaly. Then, energy gathered in her hand, creating several ice spikes that shot directly at the anomaly's body. But after the attack, the anomaly vanished. Seeing this, Su Qingying was puzzled. How is it so tricky? It just disappeared. Just then, Fang Yi noticed countless pairs of red eyes appearing all around them. The dark energy from them was continuously converging on the group. Seeing this, Fang Yi first told everyone to watch their feet. Then, he drew his Tang Dao and shouted, get out of the way. The next second, his eyes were glowing with fire. With a swing forward, 2 giant flame dragons rushed out. With just one strike, he instantly killed those anomalies. Faintly, the anomalies could be heard screaming, it's too hot. Don't burn me. Afterwards, Fang Yi turned back to them and said, it's safe for now. This batch of anomalies has dissipated. Don't be fooled by all the eyes. There were actually only 2. I just didn't expect the anomalies here to have evolved to mimic human language. However, Su Qingying thought they probably learned it after eating many humans. Even the weakest of this group of anomalies has been nurtured in a level by the extreme dark zone. Without being in the Zhaoling realm, it's impossible to confront them head-on. Meanwhile, Jialan had witnessed this entire scene. She marveled inwardly. With just one strike, he defeated 2 A-level, shape-shifting beasts. Even I would have to fight them for several rounds. On the other hand, Yi was saying, if it's as you say, Captain Su, then we need to stick together even more. Otherwise, I think the anomalies might disguise themselves and mix in with us, then attack when we let our guard down. 81, hurry and get up. At this moment, 81 was still shaken by Fang Yi's earlier display. What a terrifying, suppressive aura, even stronger than the cat demon and the Jiangshi. Even a slight touch could burn me to death. Is this the suppression of realms? I feel like I can barely breathe. But just then, Fang Yi suddenly heard some movement up ahead. Linny also asked, "Do you guys hear the sound of waves up ahead?" Just as she finished speaking, they felt the ground suddenly begin to shake. At the same time, several people were running for their lives. One looked back at his companion who was shooting and urged him, "Run, stop fighting. This thing is incredibly sinister." Looking over, Fong Yi and the others also had grave expressions, because this was something that even that legendary unit suffered heavy losses against. The Dark Tide. This was the Dark Tide, capable of devouring everything. But today, this man was going to destroy it. It turned out that just moments ago, facing the Dark Tide, everyone was frantically running and screaming for help. But old Deng suddenly stopped and cursed. "What damn Dark Tide? Just because those regular troops couldn't beat it, does that mean I can't either? To hell with it. It's all mine for the taking." With that, he released his spiritual power shield and charged into the Dark Tide. But moments later, he was being swept away within the tide, continuously shouting, "This is wrong. The anomalies in here aren't just A-level, they're S-level. You must not get caught. You absolutely mustn't." Then, his entire body vanished into the tide, and countless others were screaming as they too were swallowed by the tide. Meanwhile, Fong Yi and his group watched this scene. Such a dense, dark aura. They lamented, "Are they all beyond saving? Can we still run?" Then Fong Yi asked, "Captain Su, what is the Dark Tide?" Hearing this, Su Qingying explained, "The Dark Tide is the ultimate form of the dark attribute. It's a corruption that can devour everything, even the anomalies within it. But our plan was supposed to avoid the day of the tide. Oh God, the people ahead are really all dead." Linny also said with a shocked face, "Is this the Dark Tide? I've only heard about it on the forums. They say it has the power to destroy an entire city-state. Cousin, can we still get away from here in time?" But just then, Fong Yi directly released his spiritual power and told everyone not to panic. This spiritual power barrier has a restraining effect on the dark attribute. If necessary, you can pool your power to maintain this barrier. It can definitely protect you through the tide's impact. Hearing this, Su Qingying exclaimed, "What are you going to do?" The Dark Tide is a condensed state of the dark attribute. With our power, it's impossible to block it. That uncle in the Zhowling realm was just swallowed whole. However, at this moment, Fong Yi had already released dual attributes of lightning and fired it as, "Oh, what if it's condensed? I'll go destroy it." With that, he transformed into a long streak of light and flew towards the tide. Seeing this, Su Qingying was still exclaiming, "Did I hear that right? What is he going to do? Is he going to destroy the Dark Tide?" Meanwhile, Fong Yi had already charged into the tide. As he went deeper, his surroundings became pitch black. Looking around, Fong Yi chuckled and said, "Just as I thought. These anomalies are less like A-level anomalies controlled and evolved by the dark attribute, and more like upgraded composite entities. From B-level to A-level, from A-level to S-level. And the level of this entire Dark Tide anomaly could be called SSS level without exaggeration. No wonder it can so easily devour pioneers of the Zhowling realm, who are already the elite of humanity." Thinking of this, lightning slowly appeared in Fong Yi's hand. He then began to charge through the Dark Tide. And when facing a powerful anomaly, he directly released his Yang attribute and slashed with his blade. At this moment, Fong Yi thought to himself, "The power of the Zhowling realm, combined with my enhanced weapon. I originally had to struggle with that B-level giant serpent, Zhu Yi, for several rounds. Now, I can easily one-shot an A-level collective anomaly within the Dark Tide." And just as Fong Yi went deeper, he suddenly saw a person. He looks a bit familiar. Is that the guy from before? Seeing him, Fong Yi asked, "Old Deng, are you still alive?" Hearing a sound from his mouth, Fong Yi realized he was still responsive, that I can tell his spiritual power hasn't been completely consumed by the dark attribute. Even if his Zhowling realm's spiritual foundation isn't as solid as mine, he's still a genuine Zhowling realm practitioner. There's a sliver of hope. Then, Fong Yi raised his hand and shouted, "Divine Thunder, 100 refinements." The next second, a massive bolt of lightning struck the anomaly. This also saved the trapped old Deng. At this moment, Fong Yi looked at him and sighed. As expected, he can be saved, but not by much. But just then, the anomaly that Fong Yi had blasted apart grew back with a whoosh. Looking at it, Fong Yi marveled, it can regenerate infinitely? Is this the special characteristic of anomalies above S level? Then why not try to extract it? Following that, Fong Yi directly reached out his hand and deactivated his spiritual power protection. Detecting extremely strong dark attribute. Attribute power is special temporarily unable to extract. Hearing the system's prompt, Fong Yi felt a trace of unwillingness. Even at the Zhao realm, I still can't extract the dark attribute? It seems the dark attribute is indeed more special than others. Since I can't completely eliminate it, nor can I directly absorb it, then I can only try another way. It's a pity I didn't bring my little purple flower. Otherwise, I could have used the power of desolation to compete with this dark attribute. But what else is there? The next second, Fong Yi suddenly had an idea. Isn't there something ready-made? Back with Su Qingying's group, Lin Yi was asking, Captain Su, have you ever seen a situation like this? Hearing this, Su Qingying replied, I'm not that experienced, I've never seen it. The dark tide can actually stand still. But at this moment, Lin Yi suddenly started trembling and exclaimed, What's wrong with the protective shield? This is so strange. I wasn't this agitated even when facing the ghost vine. But in this weird environment, I'm like this. My cousin has been in there for so long. What if something happened? Seeing this, Su Qingying patted her hand. Isn't his spiritual power barrier still there? It just flickered a moment ago. We could just reinforce it with our spiritual power together. Besides, with his strength, if even he gets into trouble, then we'd just be following him to our graves. A Zhao realm practitioner who holds several freakish attributes. I even suspect his true strength is already at Zhao realm 3-star. It's not our place, as Guifu realm 3-star shrimps to save him. Hearing Su Qingying's words, Lin Yi not only calmed down a lot, but also laughed. Captain Su, you have a great sense of humor. However, just as they were chatting, a pillar of light suddenly shot up into the sky from within the dark tide. This was precisely Fong Yi's newly comprehended skill, the 9-dragon sky fire sealing technique. At this moment, Fong Yi's entire body was enveloped in lightning. Looking over, 81 excitedly shouted, Yi, it's your cousin? But isn't this move of his a bit too cool? Jialan, seeing this scene, also marveled. This is a seal of the sky fire attribute. This guy, he actually sealed the dark tide. As Fong Yi infused the lightning attribute into the seal, he shouted, 9 Dragons Edict, seal it for me. The massive fireball crashed to the ground with a boom. Then it visibly shrank, finally becoming a small ball of fire. He's here. Fong Yi has finally succeeded in programming the dark attribute. He even went deep into the dark zone and found the Shi Chui flower. It turned out that just moments ago, looking at old Deng on the ground, Fong Yi said it was temporarily safe. This unexpected gain. What should I do with this person I picked up? At the same time, Yi walked over and said happily, Cousin, it's so great that you're okay. Su Qingying then told Fong, leave that person to my team members. Great master. You sealed a high-level dark attribute. Why don't you look happy? Seeing Fong Yi remain silent, Su Qingying thought to herself. He said he was going to destroy the dark tide, and he actually did it. This man is simply too strong. After thinking for a moment, Fong Yi told her, because this is only a temporary seal. The dark attribute inside is too abundant. We have to move quickly while the seal is still effective and hurry to pick the Shi Chui flower. Hearing this, Su Qingying nodded and said, understood. We'll take this person back to the Spirit Association for treatment. By the way, what about the others from before? Did none of them make it out? Looking ahead, Fong Yi said, I didn't see a single scrap of clothing or bone. Besides this person, everyone else should have been devoured by the dark attribute, regardless of their realm. Hearing this, 81 lamented, just a moment ago, they were all living people. And just like that, they're all gone. Maybe I'm cold-blooded, but my thought right now is that I'm glad I didn't witness their deaths with my own eyes. After explaining, Fong Yi told Yi and 81, you two walk in front with Captain Su. The most dangerous thing right now is actually this black pool. It's better if I bring up the rear. But just as Fong Yi walked towards the black pool, the system suddenly sent a notification. Strong dark attribute fluctuation redetected. As he reached out his hand, the system told Fong Yi, detection successful, initiating ultimate computational power for programming. The next second, the energy in the black pool began to surge out, then all of it drilled into Fong Yi's body. Just as all the energy was absorbed by Fong Yi, the system prompted, programming successful. You have obtained the dark attribute technique, boundless dark realm. Condenses a sealed space of black fog. Within this space, spiritual energy will be eroded by the dark attribute. The erosion of the dark attribute is greater than your current spiritual blade. Looking at the panel, Fong Yi muttered, dark realm, a special domain. This means that as long as I use the boundless dark realm against an enemy, the superimposed corrosive effect of the dark attribute can wear down the opponent's spiritual power, and their spiritual energy supply will also gradually decrease. If I combine this with my other current attribute techniques, wouldn't I be able to stack an even stronger weakening effect? This way, even if an anomaly more bizarre than the dark tide appears, I'll be able to cross levels and eliminate it. Sensing the change in the surroundings, Su Qingying turned back and asked, "Great Master, do you feel like the black fog is rising again?" But when she saw Feng Yi, her eyes widened in shock. This spiritual energy fluctuation, how is he breaking through again? There wasn't any world-shaking change just now. Could it be that he absorbed the power of the dark tide, which is officially rated as S level with no upper limit? But that's too absurd. In the precursor period of the spiritual energy revival, all pioneers know that the dark attribute is the most terrifying. It's a power formed from the convergence of the negative emotions and hidden malice deep within all living beings. That's why absorbing the dark attribute is strictly forbidden by the officials. Previously, the officials also tried to research ways to purify the dark attribute, but they paid a heavy price. Because of this, dark attribute anomalies are listed separately, although their levels also range from D to S. Even a D-level one can make a pioneer who has just entered the Guifu realm suffer greatly. Not to mention the dark tide, which definitely contains S-level anomalies. It can easily devour not just one, but even 10 Zhaoling realm practitioners. There is also a pioneer who, back when the dark attribute wasn't strictly forbidden, tried to absorb its power. However, as a Guifu Realm 3-star, he only absorbed a wisp of dark attribute left by a C-level dark anomaly and suffered a crazy backlash. His skin ulcerated, his mind went mad, and he's still in a mental hospital to this day. A moment later, he had retracted the dark energy and returned to the ground. Then, looking into the distance, he said, "Come on out. You've been observing us for a long time." As his voice fell, Jialan walked out. "If I'm not mistaken, Feng Yi, you were the one who single-handedly sealed the dark tide. And just now, what were you doing? Absorbing the dark attribute?" Hearing this, Feng Yi didn't shy away from it all. Yes. But the next second, Jialan's hand suddenly reached into her clothes. She pulled out a weapon and aimed it at Feng Yi. Seeing this, 81 and the others exclaimed, "Sister Jialan, what are you doing?" Su Qingying also hurriedly stood in front of Feng Yi and said, "If I remember correctly, Feng Yi is the highest priority target your military wants to recruit, right? The Spirit Association wanted him before, but you guys intercepted him. What is the meaning of this?" However, Feng Yi moved her aside and said, "Strange. Isn't our mission to find the sure Chui flower? Ma'am, you were clearly in a hurry to complete the mission. But now it seems you're very unhappy that we didn't die here." Seeing her still aiming the gun at Feng Yi, 81 said sternly, "Sister Jialan, we've always trusted you. But since you were here, why didn't you act earlier? If it weren't for Great Master Feng Yi, we would have been wiped out. I'm one thing, but Yi is still just a kid. Yet you just stood by and watched, and now you want to make a move on the Great Master?" However, just then, Jialan put away her weapon and smiled slightly. "Just kidding. It seems you're well liked by your teammates. Congratulations, you've passed the test." Hearing her mention being liked by Feng Yi, 81, and Su Qingying both felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Then, Feng Yi looked at Jialan and said, "So your purpose in coming here was to test me?" "More or less. Because you have such talent and strength, I didn't want to just look at cold data. I wanted to see for myself what kind of person you really are. And to answer your earlier question about why I didn't intervene, because pioneers can only abide by the rules of pioneers in the world of spiritual energy revival. We are all the same. This is the fate of a pioneer. Life, death, fortune, and disaster can change in an instant. But you are very lucky to have someone trustworthy and powerful enough to protect you. Haven't you noticed? No anomalies have come to attack you yet. That's because they were truly shaken by the power Feng Yi used to seal the dark tide. The dark tide is also realistic like that. It bullies the weak and fears the strong. Let me take you to find the sure Chui flower. I'm more familiar with this place than you are. Watching her lead the way, Fang Yi thought to himself, why do I get the feeling there's something mentally wrong with this person? Just then, Su Qingying came over and whispered to him. Jialan's team also encountered the dark tide before, but in the end, she was the only one who made it out alive. Hearing Su Qingying's words, Fang Yi finally understood, oh, that's how it is. Because of her identity, she has absolute obedience and indifference to missions and rules. The sacrifice of her teammates led to self-destructive tendencies similar to post-traumatic stress. At the same time, there's a belief that keeps her going. It's just that after seeing me seal the dark tide, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Thinking of this, Fang Yi said, forget it. 81. Little Su, let's all be considerate of this injured person. Her spiritual power barrier is severely damaged. She has the ability of at least a Zhowling Realm 2-star, but it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say her spiritual power barrier has dropped 2 ranks. This indicates she has suffered significant internal injuries. However, Jialan also heard Fang Yi's words. She then stopped, looked at Fang Yi, and said, thank you, but my injuries are not a problem. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the mass grave in the extreme dark zone. Along the way, Fang Yi suddenly noticed something was off about a skeleton. But at this moment, Jialan was looking ahead and said, we're here. This is the mass grave. Look, that's the Shi Cui flower. However, as soon as Jialan finished speaking, she walked straight ahead, not noticing the surrounding anomalies at all. She kept muttering, finally, I see you again. Seeing this, Fang Yi knew her actions were not right. He then directly condensed a ball of energy in his hand, shouted, wake up, and threw it toward Jialan. Legend has it that the Xia Kingdom has a Star God war zone with absolute combat power. Anyone who wants to enter it needs to go through layers of review by the Xia Kingdom's leadership. But today, Jialan gave the core token of the war zone to Fang Yi. It turned out that just moments ago, Jialan was startled awake by the fireball coming from behind. At this moment, she felt a powerful energy. This is the extremely rare Yang attribute. The next second, she turned and blocked the fireball with a wave of her hand. Seeing Fang Yi, she knew she had been controlled just now. She thought, were my preparations still not enough? At this time, Yi hurriedly came up and asked, Sister Jialan, are you okay? Su Qingying also told her, you were severely affected by the dark attribute just now. It's better if we stay here together. Then, looking at Fang Yi, she said, it's enough for him to go get the Shi Cui flower. As her voice fell, Fang Yi was already walking slowly towards the Shi Cui flower, and wherever he walked, the dark aura dissipated. But at this moment, there was a sudden crack from the ground next to Fang Yi. The next second, an S-level anomaly burst out from below and pounced on Fang Yi. Countless vengeful souls in its mouth were shouting, hungry, I'm so hungry. At this moment, Fang Yi said divine thunder. His hand was enveloped in a flash of electricity. He then threw it at the S-level anomaly, forming a lightning cage that trapped it. Looking at the anomaly, which was howling from the electricity, Fang Yi sighed. He thought, just how many anomalies did this fox demon devour to mutate into an S-level? I have to deal with it quickly, get the Shi Cui flower, and head back. There's not much time left on the Dark Tide seal. Then I'll use you for practice today. With that, a purple energy ball appeared in Fang Yi's hand. Then he shouted, Boundless Dark Realm, expand. Instantly, the purple aura completely enveloped the S-level fox demon. Countless resentful spirits flew out from the energy, wrapping around its body. Just as it was continuously being weakened and shrinking, the system sent a notification. Affected by the special dark attribute in the Boundless Dark Realm, S-level anomaly, half-rotten fox demon, has been degraded to be level. Seeing this, Fang Yi marveled it dropped 2 levels straight. It seems the cultivation foundation of the S-level anomalies in this extreme dark zone isn't very solid. He then directly took out his Tang Dao and finished it with a single slash. On the other side, Su Qingying was looking at the purple energy and exclaimed, what is this now? This black energy is a dark attribute, but it feels a little different. He also nodded beside her and said, that's right. I don't feel that nauseating, cold, and oppressive aura. But Jialan, behind them, told the two, because this is Feng Yi's domain. He has mastered the dark attribute and, without any teacher, created his own domain with it. However, Jialan knew very well that creating a domain with spiritual power was an extremely difficult feat. The only person before who could use a spiritual power attribute to create their own domain space was my teacher. Besides him, there are at most only 3 people in the world with this ability. The identities of the other 2 are unknown, but it's known they are in M country. At that time, it was predicted that the capital city was about to face a cataclysmic disaster. Teacher deployed his domain in an attempt to suppress it, but the result was. But just as she thought of this, she heard them shouting, "It moved! It moved! He's out!" At this moment, Feng Yi waved his hand with a smile and said, "All right, there shouldn't be any more problems with this mass grave behind us." After speaking, Feng Yi turned and walked towards the Shi Chui flower again. He then reached out with both hands and carefully picked up the flower. Looking at the Shi Chui flower in his hands, he thought, this should be fine now, right? At this moment, Jialan's heart was extremely tense because her long-cherished wish of so many years was about to be fulfilled. After handing it to Jialan, Feng Yi said, "Mission complete. We need to evacuate immediately. The dark tide is not like an ordinary dark attribute anomaly. It could cause trouble at any time. What's more, we still have a burden with us." At this moment, Jialan didn't know what to say. She looked at Feng Yi and said solemnly, "Thank you. Without you turning the tide, this mission would have been impossible, and thanks to everyone else for their help. Let's get out of here." As they left, Jialan was still saying, "Feng Yi, I'm really grateful to you. The Xia Kingdom's only Vajra realm venerable, Elder Wu, is currently in danger. The Shi Chui flower is his only life-saving medicine. You saved his life." However, upon hearing the words Vajra realm, Feng Yi was actually a little shocked inside, but didn't say anything. After walking for a while, they faintly saw the exit. Seeing it, 81 and E both exclaimed, "Finally! We finally see the light. We made it out alive. Yeah, we've finally seen the light of day again." At this moment, the people at the entrance were also incredibly shocked to see the Shi Chui flower. They all shouted, "They really got the Shi Chui flower." When Sister Lan said the Shi Chui flower was obtained, we couldn't believe it. Yeah, who on earth is the person who got the Shi Chui flower? After walking out, 81 marveled. So many people were waiting. But the next second, the group stared blankly at what was in front of them. Is it a vehicle from the Star God Warzone? The famous, universally known absolute combat power, the Star God Warzone of the entire Xia Kingdom. Only then did 81 realize that Sister Jialan was a high-ranking member of the Star God Warzone. Oh my god, I just talked back to her. The reason they were so surprised was because the Star God Warzone was the #1 ranked war zone among the 10 major war zones of the Xia Kingdom. In the era of peaceful development, they were the most famous and strongest elites in the country, gathering top-tier physical and mental talents. After the spiritual energy revival, they also had unique advantages. Not only were their resources abundant, but the forbidden zones they guarded were also rare and sought-after cultivation treasures. Afterwards, Feng Yi formally handed the Shi Chui flower to the military. At this moment, the major looked at Feng Yi, momentarily at a loss for words. The next second, all the soldiers in unison shouted, "Salute," to express their gratitude to Feng Yi. As he left, the major told Jialan, "I will immediately take the Shi Chui flower to the hospital. You can rest assured." "Okay, you go first. I'll be there later." And after they left, Feng Yi asked Jialan, "You're from the Star God War Zone?" Hearing this, Jialan nodded. She then told Feng Yi, "Your strength and performance have probably already spread throughout our war zone. Before long, you'll be a big celebrity. But I do have to admit, your power alone can crush our war zone's top squad. Furthermore, your potential is immense with no visible ceiling. If you're interested, would you like to join us? You can get the best cultivation resources. Oh, right. For this mission, the bounty rewards for you, your teammates, and that squad from the Spirit Association will all be doubled." Hearing this, Feng Yi said, "I'll thank you for the reward first. Although I know you're the strongest in the Xia Kingdom, I have my own way and pace of cultivation, so I'll pass on joining." Seeing Feng Yi refuse, Jialan continued, "Feng Yi, the world is undergoing great changes today. What the country values most, or rather fears most, are are the dark attribute anomalies. The number of anomalies is rapidly increasing and multiplying. In the future, the situation will only become more severe. Their sphere of influence will also continue to expand like malignant tumors, which could cause catastrophic consequences at any time. That's why we have to do our utmost to set up forbidden zones to block them. The Spirit Association is also strictly guarding all areas. I'm not telling you this to restrain or morally blackmail you. I just feel that an outstanding pioneer like you now has the right to know about this situation. However, after hearing her words, Fang Yi smiled and said, I understand. If I encounter anomalies again in the future, even if it's for strangers, I won't stand by and do nothing. You can rest assured on that point. Seeing his mind was made up, Jialan smiled and said, I'm very happy to have met you, Fang Yi. I hope you'll take this token for now. With this token, you can freely enter and exit any forbidden zone for cultivation. The gates of the Star God War Zone will also always be open for you. There's one more thing. Would you like to go see Elder Wu? He's here. Fang Yi not only cured Jialan's chronic ailment. He's here. Not only did he just cure Jialan's chronic ailment of many years, he even plans to help the number one person in the Xia Kingdom, Elder Wu, recover from his injuries. It turned out that just moments ago, Fang Yi heard Jialan's suggestion. He asked, are you talking about that Vajra realm venerable? Hearing this, Jialan nodded. Yes, he is my respected teacher. I think you two should meet. I wonder if you're willing? This is just my personal thought. I want to be friends with you. But at this moment, Fang Yi put away his phone, raised his hand to release spiritual energy, and said, all right, more friends mean more paths. I'll go with you on this trip. Then take this as a gift between friends. I think I should be able to clear the residual poison in your body that's been contaminated by the dark attribute. Feeling that spiritual energy from Fang Yi, Jialan marveled. The lightning attribute actually has a healing effect. Right now, I can only feel a tingling numbness all over. The parts that were originally cold and painful are now warm, and the discomfort has disappeared. The wounds eroded by the black fog are healing. My damaged internal organs seem to have recovered to their former health. The meridians and blood vessels in my body are being cleansed and sorted. All the toxins in my body have been completely eliminated by this rare lightning attribute. It's incredible, like being reborn. A moment later, Fang Yi asked, how do you feel now? Feeling the changes in her body, Jialan said happily, very good. All the residual dark attribute in my body has been removed. No, it's not so much removed as it was shattered. Meanwhile, by the ambulance, they were looking at old Deng with worried that a Zhowling Realm 1-star can be injured this badly. Can he still be saved? But Su Qingying turned and noticed the change in Jialan. She immediately walked up and asked, Sister Lan, how do I feel like your injuries have healed? Yes, the rare and pure lightning attribute cleared all the residual dark attribute in my body. Hearing that it was true, Su Qingying pointed at Fang Yi and exclaimed, so this is the tyrant's lightning attribute. It can destroy enemies and save people. Seeing her mischievous look as she stared at him, Fang Yi asked, what are you looking at? But the next second, Su Qingying called over the medical personnel. You guys come quickly. Then, with an expectant look, she asked Fang Yi, can we also cooperate with you? By combining your spiritual power with medical equipment, we should be able to save more pioneers troubled by the dark attribute. Please, show us one more time. This left Fang Yi at a loss. He had no choice but to release his spiritual energy again and say, is this okay? At this moment, seeing the spiritual energy in Fang Yi's hand, the medical personnel's eyes widened up. It seems it really works. Such a pure, high-level lightning attribute can really defeat the dark attribute. Then, Jialan also told them, just now, Fang Yi directly channeled it to me, and the dark attribute on my body was defeated. So wouldn't it be fine to just have Fang Yi shake hands with the injured pioneer? I remember there's a person in a coma who is also in the Zhowling realm. But Su Qingying shook her head in, oh no. Not every Zhowling realm practitioner can withstand such spiritual power. A medical staff member also added from the side, yes, Commander Jialan. Although your injuries were severe in our assessment, they were already at the level of minor injuries. To heal that patient from before, the required lightning spiritual power is estimated to be 10 times yours. And it would be great just to save his life and have him wake up. A full recovery is impossible. Hearing their explanation, Fang Yi said, I can do it. Is it something like a blood transfusion? Then how do I give you the spiritual power for you to store and use? Then they told Fang Yi, please come this way. Just put your hand in and release your spiritual power. At this moment, Lin Yi watched this scene and sighed inwardly. I never thought Sister Jialan was actually a high-ranking member of the Star God War Zone. And my cousin actually made the renowned Star God War Zone extend an olive branch with preferential treatment. The aloof Sister Jialan even took the initiative to ask to befriend my cousin. I even saw Sister Jialan give her own token to my cousin just now. Just then, Fang Yi also noticed his cousin's gaze. He then looked at the two of them and asked, how are you two doing? Hearing this, Lin Yi smiled slightly and said, Cousin, we've already adjusted. Next, 81, and I want to go get some more experience. We'll take on some missions. We can't always rely on you, cousin. Otherwise, we won't make any progress. I can't hold you back anymore. I need to catch up to your pace as soon as possible. Hearing their plan, Fang Yi nodded and said, okay, be safe. However, in his heart, he was very gratified. The kids have grown up. After everything was done, Su Qingying waved goodbye. Then we'll take our leave first. See you two on the next mission, if fate allows. Jialan then told Fang Yi, let's go. We'll go visit Elder Wu. On the way back, someone in the medical vehicle was heard shouting, serves you right for being so aloof and not coming to the scene. Now he's been poached by the Star God War Zone. All my efforts these days have been wasted. The reason for this anger was that Su Qingying knew very well that the structure of the Spirit Association was still too chaotic. Many of the managers in the headquarters and various branches were more pretentious than the military's top brass. Not to mention the top elite squads were like a loose collection of individuals. Whether they were willing to condescend to build a good relationship with Fang Yi was one thing. It was already a great fortune that certain troublemakers didn't come looking for trouble. The scene changes to the highest level ward in the Star God War Zone's medical base. Looking at the old man on the hospital bed, Fang Yi asked, is this Elder Wu? Hearing this, Jialan nodded. That it's strange, isn't it? An absolute powerhouse of the Vajra realm is actually a withered old man. His complexion was even worse before. He looked just like a zombie. He hasn't even woken up yet, despite having used the Shi Chui flower. A dark attribute cataclysm descended upon the capital city, a celestial anomaly. The sky itself was torn apart by darkness. In order to prevent the dark attribute anomaly from affecting the capital, my teacher attempted to seal the rift with his own body. All of us had already transferred our spiritual power to him in advance using a special method. We determined that this cataclysmic anomaly surpassed S level. Although the dark tide we encountered was already a terrifying S level, the destructive power of this cataclysm was several times stronger than the dark tide. Once it descends, it can destroy the entire capital city, and even the surrounding cities would be affected and destroyed. The significance of the capital is unique. Once it's destroyed, the entire country will fall into turmoil. Teacher used his own domain to forcibly seal the S-level anomaly. But we didn't expect that it would require the combined power of all of us to fight this massive cataclysm. It was even more terrifying than we had judged. Teacher suffered a backlash from the dark attribute. If he were in a Vajra realm venerable, he would have been reduced to ashes at that moment, or even become nourishment for the dark attribute anomaly. After hearing Jialan's words, Fang Yi muttered, preventing the destruction of a city? Then he truly is a remarkable pioneer, because he remembered that back then, so many pioneers had stood in front of him, allowing him to become the last human to survive. Perhaps in my past life, he had already sacrificed himself at this time. Thinking of this, Fang Yi directly raised his palm. Seeing this, Jialan exclaimed, "What are you going to do to my teacher?" However, Fang Yi told her, "Don't be nervous. Although the Shi Chui flower has taken effect, I still want to try and see if I can eliminate some of the domineering and stubborn dark attribute in his body. This way, he can wake up faster." But Jialan said, "But this is at the level of an S-level cataclysm." However, before she could finish her sentence, she changed her mind. "Forget it, you can try. Maybe you are a miracle, but you must be careful. This dark attribute is even more terrifying than the one in the dark tide. Otherwise, after using the Shi Chui flower, the teacher's recovery speed wouldn't still be so slow." Hearing this, Fang Yi looked at Elder Wu and said, "I know. I can feel how powerful the darkness within is. Even when suppressed and weakened by the purifying power of the Shi Chui flower, it can still bring about a huge sense of oppression." However, as Fang Yi's treatment continued, a dark aura suddenly condensed. Seeing this, Jialan hurriedly told Fang Yi, "Be careful and focus your mind. It's starting to affect you." At the same time, Fang Yi also activated his spiritual chi body protection. But when he slowly opened his eyes, he was shocked by the scene before him. Looking at the giant eyeball in the sky, Fong Yi exclaimed, "Has my spirit been pulled into the past? Here we go, here we go." Our Fong Yi is at the back mountain again and again. But his purpose today was actually to upgrade Little Flower. It turned out that just now, the eye in the sky looked at Fong Yi and asked, "Who are you?" Hearing this, Fong Yi thought to himself, "I only came into contact with the dark attribute settled in Elder Wu's body. Has my spirit been contaminated by it, creating an illusion?" Thinking of this, lightning flashed in his hand as he said, "That's not important. I'm just the one who has come to eliminate you." Because in his view, this anomaly was not powerful to the point of being omnipotent. But as soon as his voice fell, a bolt of black lightning descended from the sky. Seeing this, Fong Yi exclaimed, "What is this thing?" The next second, he activated the golden sun breathing technique for protection and ran out of the attack range. Looking at the strange lightning, Fong Yi sighed in amazement. "This is no weaker than the divine lightning I absorbed on Jade Emperor Peak. And there are so many insect-type anomalies with dark attributes. I have to say, although this is just an illusion, each one is as formidable as the anomalies in the Dark Tide. And there are thousands upon thousands of them here." Just as he was thinking, countless insects were already swarming towards him. In contrast, fierce flames had already condensed in Fong Yi's hands. Looking at the anomaly in the sky, he remarked, "Then I'll just have to do some pest control." With a loud shout of rise, his whole body leaped up, swinging the yang attribute-filled attack towards the sky. But just as Fong Yi dispersed it, it condensed once again. Seeing this, Fong Yi thought, "This thing is an S-class anomaly collective. But perhaps because it's an illusion or due to the effect of the Shurtsue flower, it has been weakened considerably. With my current strength, it's about A-class." This is what Elder Wu was facing. A disaster of anomalies that could wipe out an entire city? No, I'm afraid it's even more than that. Thinking of this, Fong Yi directly activated the newly learned Boundless Dark Realm. In a second, a huge black hole formed in his hand. Seeing this scene, the Big Eye suddenly exclaimed, "You are not human." Along with Fong Yi's loud shout of "Open," the black hole continuously sucked everything in and kept growing larger. And before the Big Eye disappeared, it told Fong Yi, "We'll be back soon." After it ended, Fong Yi thought this should be the consciousness left behind by the power of the dark attribute anomaly. It said we just now. Could it be that it has accomplices? Will other natural disasters descend again? Forget it. I should get out of here first. Meanwhile, in reality, Fong Yi's eyes suddenly widened. As he raised his arm, a black mass was pulled out from Elder Wu's body. Looking at the purple-black energy enveloped in lightning, Fong Yi directly activated the 9 Dragons Sky Fire Sealing technique, preparing to seal it. Looking at the sphere in his hand, he told Jialan, "This is the dark attribute that was left in Elder Wu's body. The dark attribute in Senior Elder Wu's body should be a remnant of a natural disaster anomaly. Although it still has strong dark power, under the consumption of the Shurtsue flower and Elder Wu's own seal, its influence is no longer that great. Elder Wu is truly worthy of being Xia country's #1 pioneer. He has been using his physical body as a consumable to suppress the power of the dark attribute. Anyone else would have died countless times over by now." Seeing the cracks on Elder Wu's body visibly disappearing, Jialan exclaimed, "Fong Yi, you really saved his life." Hearing this, Fong Yi replied, "It wasn't entirely my ability. If not for the Shurtsue flower beforehand, I wouldn't have been able to eliminate the stubborn dark attribute in his body." However, Jialan knew that the Shurtsue flower had saved his life, but your ability also gave him the possibility of a complete recovery. At this moment, Fong Yi squeezed his palm forcefully, and that dark energy was crushed into powder by him. Then, looking at Jialan, he smiled and said, "All right, it should be completely useless now. But I have one more thing to tell you. In a mental illusion, just now, the remnant dark attribute of the natural disaster seemed to be foretelling its return. We must be prepared at all times. We can't let an old man who has just recovered from a serious illness lead the charge again." But to Fong Yi's surprise, Jialan actually nodded and said, "I know. I've heard that rumor before. The monitoring departments of the military and the Spirit Association regularly compile the spiritual chi anomaly fluctuation phenomena collected by both sides. This data is recorded and strictly controlled to prevent leaks. Rumor has it that the derived data shows that with Xia country's current reserve strength, I'm afraid it won't survive the first year of the spiritual chi recovery. Of course, none of us believe it. Hearing about the monitoring of spiritual chi anomaly fluctuation data, Fong, he felt it sounded very authoritative. But at this moment, he thought to himself, could it be that because of my rebirth, the future has also changed? I remember I should have lived until 3 years after the spiritual chi recovery, although by then, the entire blue star was almost destroyed. Thinking of this, Fong Yi patted Jialan's shoulder, comforting her, don't think too much about it. Elder Wu should wake up soon. Rest assured, if a natural disaster descends again, I will definitely advance and retreat with you all. Fong Yi knew very well in his heart that this battle against the natural disaster would be fought sooner or later. And he also made a resolution in his heart. This time, I will definitely change everything. The scene changes, and Fong Yi has returned home. After 2 confrontations with S-class anomalies, I feel like I'm about to break through to the 2nd star of the spirit creation realm. The spiritual chi recovery is on the agenda. Although I already possess dark attribute abilities, it's still far from enough. The anomaly in the illusion back then, even after being weakened by countless forces, couldn't hide its true power. But just as he was calculating, he suddenly saw a little flower on the windowsill. It was my loss for not bringing you before. It's all your fault for not being easy to carry around. Alright, I just regret not having the chance to let you be useful and upgrade. How about I take you out for a walk? In the blink of an eye, Fong, he had already brought Little Flower to the back mountain. Looking at the vibrant appearance of the back mountain, Fong Yi sighed in amazement. That Plant Research Institute of the Spirit Association is quite skilled. Although nature's self-regulating ability becomes stronger in the early stages of the spiritual chi recovery, in such a short time, many of the originally burned trees have already been restored. And there's also a batch of newly transplanted ones. I'll have to thank Little Sue and the others another day. Then he took out Little Flower and instructed it, suck a little occasionally, don't be too unrestrained. Otherwise, with your appetite, all the forests on Blue Star wouldn't be enough for you to eat. Seeing it nod frantically, Fong Yi placed it directly on the grass. The next second, the surrounding trees began to wither. Countless life forces flowed into Little Flower's body. A moment later, Fong Yi looked around and thought, that's about enough. Alright, let's find another place to suck. Among the plant type, or rather, wood type evolved creatures, I wonder what rank you would be. A desolation attribute anomaly should at least be considered A-class. As he walked, Fong Yi wondered, there used to be many animals in this mountain, but I haven't seen a single one today. Is it because they fear the desolation power on you? But just then, he suddenly heard a howl. Hearing it, Fong Yi recognized the sound as a wolf. Is the wolf pack about to evolve? This guy was originally a dual attribute mutant wolf king, a rare sight in 100 years. But today, it was unlucky enough to encounter the king of desolation, Little Flower. It turned out that just now, Fong Yi looked at the giant wolf in front of him and said this must be the Wolf King. It looks like it's about to complete its evolution. And with a howl from the Wolf King, it had indeed completed its evolution. Seeing this, Fong Yi exclaimed, this spiritual chi is quite powerful. Could this guy be becoming an A-class anomaly? Meanwhile, the wolf pack was slowly surrounding Fong Yi. Fong Yi and the Wolf King also stared at each other, sizing each other up. Looking at it, Fong Yi thought, after this guy advanced, the Wolf King anomaly evolved from the wood attribute of a forest animal to a poison attribute with strong corrosion. The poison attribute should have come from absorbing the dark attribute to advance. It seems the activity of the dark attribute is becoming more and more frequent to actually allow the Wolf King to develop dual attributes at once. But it's only at the strength of an A-class anomaly. Then he took out Little Flower and said, let's take care of them now. Although it's only an A-class anomaly, the troublesome part is the large number of wolves in the pack. What's more, the city is just at the foot of the mountain. The disaster they would cause by entering the city would be immense. just as Fong Yi planted Little Flower and said, "Then let's begin," the Wolf King also roared and pounced. The reason Fong Yi didn't act himself was that he just wanted to see how much destructive power Little Flower's desolation power alone would have, without using his other abilities. Meanwhile, the Destroyer Squad had arrived at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, one person was heard saying, "The Wolf King has successfully evolved. Its strength is so great. I wonder what its contamination level is now." But just then, the captain suddenly spoke, 90, and it's still continuously growing its wood attribute. The Wolf King's strength is at least at the 3rd star of the Ghost Axe realm, or even the 1st star of the Spirit Creation realm. The other wolves in the pack range from the 2nd to the 3rd star of the Ghost Axe realm. Hearing this, a team member hurriedly said, "Looking at it this way, we don't have enough people, we can't beat them at all. Even you just broke through to the 3rd star of the Ghost Axe realm, right?" Looking at the mountain, the captain nodded and said, "That's right. And now a dark attribute has appeared as well. How could this be? No wonder the contamination level is so high. I understand now. The reason the contamination level is so high is that the Wolf King has evolved dual attributes. The probability of this happening in an anomaly is extremely rare. But even if we can't beat them, we have to stop them. Once this pack of ferocious beasts successfully evolves, the area at the foot of the mountain will fall. Ferocious beasts are brutal by nature, and now that they have evolved, their spiritual power will only be more terrifying. I'll quickly notify the Spirit Association and request support." But just then, a tremor suddenly came from the ground. Seeing this, the captain exclaimed, "Wait a minute. Do you guys feel the hillside shaking? Could the wolf pack's evolution cause an earthquake? No, another anomaly must have appeared." The next second, as the number on the instrument reached 1,000, a huge burst of energy erupted on the mountain. Seeing this, everyone shouted, "My God, it's desolation power. Why is there desolation power here?" After hesitating for only a second, the captain ordered everyone, "Run, evacuate to a safe zone no matter what. Also, have all nearby residents evacuate." But then a team member suddenly shouted, "Wait, Captain, the desolation power isn't coming this way. But what is this?" Looking back, the captain discovered that the desolation power had receded into the depths of the mountain. How strange. It feels like the danger has disappeared. After that rhizome grew, countless flowers actually bloomed on it. Looking at the petals filling the sky, the captain exclaimed, "Are these flowers?" On Fong Yi's side, the Wolf King was already trapped in this sea of flowers. And no matter how it swung its claws, the flowers could not be completely destroyed. At this moment, Fong Yi was seen speaking slowly. "This sea of spirit flowers will continuously regenerate and multiply until it has sucked you all dry. You still have spiritual chi protection to struggle, but what about them?" The camera pulls back to show the entire wolf pack tightly bound by Little Flower. And through its branches, it continuously absorbed the blood chi from their bodies, not letting go until their blood chi was completely drained and they were reduced to skeletons. As Little Flower absorbed more and more blood chi, it itself grew stronger. Faced with this situation, the Wolf King used all its strength to try to finish off Fong Yi. However, although its spiritual chi attack was strong, under Little Flower's protection, it couldn't harm Fong Yi in the slightest. At this moment, Fong Yi was heard saying coldly, "It's useless. Haven't you noticed? The desolation attribute of the spirit flower has already taken root deep beneath this mountain forest. The sea of flowers covering the sky is taken from the mountain and used on the mountain. Although you've gained sentience after advancing, you probably still don't know the saying, wildfires cannot burn it all. The spring breeze brings it back to life." But at this moment, the Wolf King suddenly looked towards Little Flower's position with a furious expression. The next second, it roared and pounced towards Little Flower. Seeing this, Fong Yi praised, "Not bad. You even figured out the location of the origin flower. Little Flower, it has found you. What are you going to do now?" As his voice fell, Little Flower was seen not retreating, but meeting it head-on. Its entire body grew larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, the wolf and the flower collided. Little Flower continuously absorbed while the Wolf King bit frantically. For a time, it was really hard to tell who would win their life and death battle. Seeing the Wolf King seemingly gaining the upper hand, Fong Yi became a little worried. Is Little Flower just going to let the dark attribute erode it? But at this moment, Little Flower's various petals connected with each other again. Slowly, the Wolf King's body was enveloped bit by bit. In a short while, its entire body was completely devoured by Little Flower. Seeing this, Fong Yi exclaimed, "What domineering desolation power! What kind of ability is this? I didn't expect that after I implanted the desolation attribute into this spirit flower, it could form its own technique without any extra programming from me. Once trapped in this sea of flowers, no anomaly can escape. Even if the spirit flowers are continuously destroyed, they can reform, using endless desolation power to turn it into bones." Thinking of this, Fong Yi stroked Little Flower and said, "Let's call this technique the Endless Spirit Sea." As his voice fell, a system prompt was heard. Spirit Flower has successfully programmed the desolation attribute technique, Endless Spirit Sea. But just then, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth from Little Flower's core. The next second, as it fully bloomed, countless petals scattered. Seeing this scene, Fong Yi exclaimed, "Little Flower, are you about to evolve too?" This man awakened the very rare fire attribute during the spiritual chi recovery. And today, he wants to teach Fong Yi a lesson to prove that he is the #1 in the fire attribute. It turned out that just now, the big screen at the Spirit Association was issuing an alert. A-class mutation contamination detected. Look, 2 completely different spiritual powers have appeared in the contaminated area. The Wolf King has produced a dark attribute, but another desolation attribute has appeared without any warning. But just as the superior was asking for the specific location, a staff member pointed to the screen and said, "It's the low mountain forest here. This is the area Captain Su was previously in charge of." Hearing this, the president asked, "Didn't the destroyer squad go to intercept the wolf pack?" At this moment, a voice came through the intercom saying this is the destroyer squad. At the location of the wolf pack's mutation, a sudden burst of powerful desolation power has been detected, with its concentration exceeding the standard. This desolation power has already eliminated the mutated A-class wolf pack anomaly. But the desolation power didn't come towards us. Instead, it drilled into the mountain. An anomalous scene of a large number of mountain flowers blooming has appeared on the front of the mountain. We can't get close and don't know if this desolation power will have any subsequent effects on the surroundings. It is estimated that once this unknown anomaly erupts, its influence will far exceed the previously appeared sky ghost vine. Should we send people over for support? If an accident happens, all the pioneers present here combined might not be a match for it. Hearing their account, the president nodded and said, "In that case, we will dispatch 2 elite squads." However, at this moment, a person emerged in Su Qingying's mind. She thought to herself, "That's right, it's the back mountain. I have a gut feeling it's him again this time." Thinking of this, she directly said, "Wait a minute. I think the person who released the desolation power this time should be Fong Yi. His home is in this location. He will definitely protect everyone here." The scene shifts, and countless red petals are now drifting down on the back mountain. At this moment, Fong Yi looked at Little Flower and said, as expected, "After you finished eating this Wolf King, you're just like it, about to evolve a second attribute." Looking at Little Flower's blazing core, Fong Yi was a bit surprised. "I didn't expect it to be the fire attribute. You can evolve just by devouring. This method of cultivation and advancement is so easy, it's almost heaven-defying." As he spoke, Fong Yi had already taken Little Flower into his hand. Then, a system prompt was heard. Spirit Flower has devoured the mutant Wolf King and the Wolf Pack. Spirit Flower, evolution complete. Desolate Fire Spirit Flower, A-class anomaly, desolation attribute, fire attribute. The evolved Desolate Fire Spirit Flower has an extremely strong desire to absorb spiritual chi. It can be placed in the boundless dark realm for nourishment. Hearing the words boundless dark realm, he was suddenly stunned. How did I not think of it? I can actually put the Spirit Flower into the boundless dark realm. The boundless dark realm has a large number of dark attribute anomalies and a suitable soil environment. If the Spirit Flower can evolve a dark attribute after absorbing them. And just as Fong Yi put Little Flower away, a golden energy suddenly began to gather in the sky. Seeing this, Fong Yi knew he was about to break through to the second star of the spirit creation realm. Then, 2 golden arms were seen extending from the dark clouds, pointing directly at Fong Yi. As a stream of spiritual qi entered his body, he felt it became easier to activate his abilities. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth is naturally merging with my physical body as if they were one. But just as Yi was breaking through, a person in the distance was saying, "Found you. So you're here." The legendary sky, Fire 1/, second star of the spirit creation realm. This is really exciting. He had previously seen news about Yi on TV. At that time, he was thinking, is this a fire attribute pioneer? Then I must properly dampen your spirit. I want everyone to know that I am the #1 fire attribute pioneer. Just then, Yi felt a killing intent. The next second, he saw a burst of flame rushing towards him. Then, with a flip of his palm, the boundless dark realm gathered in his hand. A push in the direction of the flame easily devoured it completely. At this moment, Yi thought, a fire attribute pioneer? One has finally appeared. Hiding there before without concealing his spiritual qi at all. An unaffiliated, unorganized wild pioneer who has broken through to the spirit creation realm and loves to challenge and fight. Then, Jiang was seen walking out, smiling and saying, "You're very interesting. I feel a powerful spiritual pressure from you. How did you dodge my flowing fire flying flames just now?" "Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jiang. You'll remember my name soon." After speaking, he charged directly towards Yi. Facing Jiang fierce attack, Yi simply raised his arm slowly and said, "Divine lightning." Instantly, a flash of lightning appeared in the sky. The next second, it struck down while Jiang had a dumbfounded look on his face. As a current spread through his entire body, Jiang exclaimed in his heart, "What is this?" In just the blink of an eye, he was paralyzed by Yi's electricity. At this moment, he knelt on the ground, looking at Yi with an expression of disbelief. He kept asking himself what had just happened. Isn't this guy also a fire attribute pioneer? And at this moment, his whole body had lost its strength and was trembling continuously. At this time, Yi was seen to have arrived in front of Jiang. Then he gently placed his hand on his head. The next second, lightning flashed in his hand, and he slammed him directly into the ground. Then he said coldly, "I didn't quite catch your name just now." In contrast, Jiang had completely lost the ability to resist. He simply couldn't accept this result, constantly shouting in his heart, "How is this possible? How could this be? I, a dignified first star of the spirit creation realm, have always been the fastest cultivator among the pioneers. Not to mention my killer move. That's the fire attribute, one of the rarest high-level attributes. With powerful strength and the level of the spirit creation realm, I am clearly a strong one among the strong. Everyone should submit to me and curry favor with me. Only then can they receive the benefits I bestow during the spiritual qi recovery." Seeing that this guy wasn't talking, the corner of Yi's mouth curled up slightly. The next second, a powerful electric current was sent directly into Jiang body. This made him instantly scream in pain. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." At this moment, Jiang was still wondering, isn't he a fire attribute? Why does he also have the lightning attribute? It actually extinguished my flames and even made me unable to get up. But Yi looked at him coldly and said, "And here I thought you were so strong. Is that all?" Kids these days are really overconfident. Hearing Yi's words, Jiang still felt something was wrong. This person clearly hasn't broken through to the second star of the spirit creation realm yet. Why do I feel that the spiritual power and pressure from him surpasses me by a whole 2 realms? No, it should be 3 realms. As Yi's electricity continuously strengthened, Jiang thought, "I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Jiang am really going to die here today. Here they come. Here they come." The bad anomalies actually charged directly into Yi's house. But what was worse was that they appeared in large numbers over the city. It turned out that just now, Jiang was shouting, "Don't kill me." However, he just looked at him coldly without speaking. A moment later, he released his hand and told him, "I'll just give you one piece of advice. A pioneer's ability is not meant to be used casually against people. If you have time, you might as well go clean up some troublesome anomalies." After speaking, he turned and left. Watching Yi's departing figure, Jiang thought, what on earth does this person mean? How can he have such formidable spiritual power? Is his ability too heaven-defying, or am I too weak? Time flew by, and Jiang had returned to his home. Seeing him enter the house, his 2 friends were a little surprised. From his dejected look, they knew at a glance that he had suffered a setback. Then one greeted him, "You're back, bro. Your new hairstyle is not bad. Young Master Jiang, I told you long ago that there's no benefit in provoking others. Even if you throw a tantrum, I have to say it again, you can't always be like this. The spiritual chi recovery hasn't officially started yet, and we are as insignificant as dust. It's too risky for you to make enemies everywhere. Being so warlike and not distinguishing between friend and foe will only bring disaster. But before the red-haired guy could finish, the black-haired man said, "Strange. You've lectured him so much today, and he still hasn't lost his temper. Did something happen?" Seeing Jiang Lu remain silent, the black-haired man went over directly and asked, "What happened? Looking like this, have you been possessed? Are you still the same Jiang Lu who provokes and looks for trouble, ready to fight at the drop of a hat and open fire at any second?" The red-haired guy also asked, "Didn't you go to challenge that Sky Fire 1/ today? What on earth happened?" But Jiang Lu just faintly said 2 words. "Insta-killed." Hearing this, the black-haired guy asked with a dumbfounded look, "What insta-killed? Speak clearly." The next second, Jiang Lu was seen crying and saying, "I was insta-killed. I should have realized something was wrong back then. If I had held back, I wouldn't have suffered this humiliation." Seeing this, the red-haired guy exclaimed, "Is this 1/ that strong? You're a high-level fire attribute genius who broke through to the spirit creation realm less than a month after awakening. There are only a few like you in these few provinces and cities." However, Jiang Lu continued, "It was just a single moment, an instant. My most prideful flowing fire flying flames were shattered by his lightning." Seeing him say something so outrageous, the black-haired guy asked, "Could it be that you found the wrong person? After all, your fire attribute is pure to an outrageous degree. Unless it's someone from high-level Warzone, who else could trade blows with you? Not to mention you've already advanced to the spirit creation realm." Even the red-haired guy said, "You awakened late. Shortly after awakening, when we were competing for resources together, you defeated 2 wild pioneers who had the same attribute as you and were at the 3rd star of the Ghost Axe realm. So is it possible that the Sky Fire 1/ you encountered wasn't a pioneer? At that time, we predicted his strength wasn't stronger than yours." But Jiang Lu shouted, "How could I be mistaken? That's where the Sky Fire 1/ happened. It's definitely his territory. You wouldn't know without experiencing it firsthand. He's simply a monster." The powerful and tyrannical lightning attribute power felt like all the thunder in the sky was gathered by my ears. My head was almost crushed directly. My intuition tells me it's him. He is a supreme-level spirit creation realm pioneer with dual fire and lightning attributes. His lightning attribute ability is actually several times stronger than my fire. He definitely hid his own strength. This is at least the 3rd star of the spirit creation realm. Hearing this, the red-haired guy muttered, "A 3rd star spirit creation realm? Wild pioneer? How is that possible? If your feeling is correct, then this person will become the nightmare of all genius pioneers. Such terrifying attributes and talent are truly beyond reach." But just then, Jiang Lu suddenly said, "He crushed me with 1 move. Do you guys think I should go and learn from him secretly?" Meanwhile, Fong Yi was practicing at home. At this moment, he thought strange. I was clearly about to break through to the 2nd star of the spirit creation realm just now. Why has this feeling of opportunity disappeared now? A moment later, he knew it wasn't his own problem. Then he slowly opened his eyes and said, "It should be an external reason. For some reason, the spiritual chi can't gather and respond now. Thus, it's impossible to condense the advancement celestial phenomenon to create an environment for promotion." At this time, he suddenly recalled what Jialan had said before. The monitoring departments will periodically compile the spiritual anomaly fluctuation phenomena collected by both sides. This data will be recorded and strictly controlled. Rumor has it that the derived data shows that with Xia country's current reserve strength, I'm afraid it won't survive the 1st year of the spiritual chi recovery. Thinking of this, Fong Yi sighed. Is something big really about to happen? Is the spiritual chi recovery going to happen early in my city? I should contact Jialan to see how things are on the military side. But when he called, he heard, "The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Can't get through?" Has the military already gone to the front lines? No. If there was a major anomaly, the military would contact me. The worst possibility is that they've been forced out of contact. However, just as Fong Yi was worrying, a call suddenly came from Su Qingying. After picking up, he heard the other side say intermittently, Fong E. Situation has changed. If. Request support. Hearing this, Fong E said, your signal is bad. Are there many anomalies appearing in the city? Just then, a bat was frantically hitting the window, and the voice on the phone was still intermittent. No, the problem is huge. I'm in the city. And just as Fong E turned to look at the window, the bat anomaly had already shattered the window with a bang. Watching it attack him, Fong E coldly said, overestimating your own strength. As he spoke, lightning had already appeared at his fingertips. With just a swipe of 2 fingers, he insta-killed the bat anomaly. After it was done, Lin E suddenly pushed open the door and shouted, cousin, there are bat anomalies. Seeing the big hole in the window, she asked if something had happened. After telling her what happened, Lin E looked out the window and said, anomalies usually only appear occasionally. Now, they're brazenly appearing at home, and there's more than one. Hearing this, Fong E nodded and said, it's possible. If things are better, it's still within my control. The worst case scenario is that a huge change will occur here, just like the natural disasters we've seen on the news. This second star Ghost Axe Realm anomaly would normally only hide in the dark, not wreak havoc in a bustling city, let alone attack a pioneer's home. Next, we have a tough battle to fight. I just don't know what we're up against. Call all the pioneers you can contact to my house. You're about to touch the threshold of the spirit creation realm, right? Then I'll leave the safety of the house to you for now. Guard this broken window. Don't let any anomalies get in. You guys have no problem with that, right? The scene changes and rumbling sounds are coming from the city sky. At this moment, Su Qingying was seen on the rooftop, saying, our signal is already affected. Fong E can't hear our specific location clearly. If such a huge mutation disaster really happens, then we'll have to go on our own. Hearing this, a subordinate said, could it be that there's a problem with the instrument? Actually, Captain, I really can't imagine what an anomaly with an unpresettable level is. However, Su Qingying also hoped it was just a false alarm. What's the patrol status of each group? Area A Contamination Concentration 4. Everyone, please heighten your vigilance and report the contamination fluctuation values of your respective areas. But just as she was using the intercom to communicate the situation with various departments, a sudden sound of flapping wings came from above. Looking over, Su Qingying immediately shouted into the intercom, a group of anomalies has appeared. This is bad. This is bad. An S-class anomaly has already swept through the entire city. And this time, can Fong E still save everyone for dire straits? It turned out that just now, the news was reporting that the city would welcome the heaviest rainstorm in half a century. Red alerts have been issued in many areas. The entire city has a day off due to the rainstorm. Citizens are advised to take measures at home and not to go out. People were also complaining, it feels like the sky is about to change. It's so scary. Something isn't really going to happen. Is it? Is it the end of the world? What's been going on lately? Meanwhile, 2 motorcycles were speeding through the rain. Whoa, the weather really isn't right. We can't be that unlucky, can we? Should we go or stay? Jiang Lu, say something. Hearing this, Jiang Lu remained silent. But at this moment, a bat anomaly suddenly rushed over. Seeing this, a ball of fire instantly appeared in Jiang Lu's hand as he cursed, courting death. The next second, he threw a ball of fire and insta-killed the bat. Seeing this, the long-haired guy exclaimed, what's with this anomaly? With Jiang Lu's fire attribute around, don't small anomalies usually steer clear? But after hearing the bat screech, he directly cursed, holy crap, how did the bat not get burned to death? However, Jiang Lu said, no, it's not that they weren't burned to death, but that they revived. It's one thing for the people in this place to have monstrous strength, but the anomalies are also this terrifying. Let's go home. Let's hurry home. Time returns to a few hours earlier in the hall of the Spirit Association. Su Qingying said, so we should take action immediately. Please have the highest level personnel of the Spirit Association communicate closely with Fong E. And at this moment, an emergency broadcast suddenly appeared on the screen. The person in the video was shouting, special anomaly warning. An A-class anomaly is about to descend. Expected in the city center within 24 hours. A large number of bad anomalies have already gathered in the suburbs. Hearing A-class anomaly, everyone looked shocked. Then, Su Qingying said, dispatch a team, immediately I'll go too. But they didn't hear what the man said next. It's S-class. The latest forecast shows the descending anomaly is S-class, and there's no upper limit. The scene changes, and the military district is now empty, because at this moment they were outside fighting against these bad anomalies. At this time, Jalon was seen holding what looked like two long energy whips in her hands. With a powerful swing, the energy intertwined like a large net, shredding the anomalies. Because Jalon's ability is spiritual power morph, also known as advanced metal attribute mutation. It can change spiritual power into any form and effect and strengthen it, unleashing 200% of its power. Looking around, Jalon thought, these dark attribute bad anomalies keep multiplying. It's like they're unkillable. Are they trying to stop us from doing something? Just as she was thinking, a person walked over and said, Officer Jalon, it seems your injuries have healed well. Your power is even greater than before. But the situation doesn't seem good now. Only the two of us high-ranking officers are guarding the entire military district. Please give the order for the next step. However, Jalon told him, our district's signal has been interfered with by the anomalies. Even the anti-jamming settings have failed. We can't contact our military district's external officers or other military districts. I believe other military districts are in the same situation. What we need to do now is break out. Then she shouted, Squad 1 and Squad 2, stay and guard this place. Don't let them touch the forbidden zone. Everyone else, break through the encirclement with me. We will rendezvous with the breakout groups from other military districts. The anomaly's ultimate goal is not the forbidden zone, but the city. The scene returns to the city streets. Passers-by are running and saying, it's raining, it's raining. And the reporter under the bus stop was looking at the sky, saying, oh my, with such heavy rain, I should get a raincoat before I continue filming. This strange weather is so newsworthy. Just like last time, I have to be willing to get soaked to get viral footage. But when she looked at the man beside her, her face suddenly filled with terror, because a bat had already bitten his neck and was frantically sucking his blood. Seeing this, the female reporter desperately fled for her life. Behind her, the crowd screams were incessant. There are so many bats. Help, help. The bats are biting people. They also suck blood. However, as expected, she was also tackled directly by a bat. But just as the bat was about to suck her blood, a blue light suddenly flashed. Then, Su Qingying appeared before her. My teammates will escort you home. You too, get her home safely. Hearing this, a subordinate said, Boss, the number of C-class anomalous bats is increasing, and they show signs of evolving. Can you handle this on your own? But Su Qingying replied, since we know they evolve by feeding on human flesh and blood, then hurry and get people to a safe place. Then return here to regroup with me. This is the area with the highest concentration of anomaly contamination. Meanwhile, at this moment, Fong Yi was speeding through the buildings. Looking at the anomaly in the sky, he marveled, this swarm of bats. Have they all evolved to a level close to a 3-star ghost axe? As he spoke, the Tang Dao in his hand was already enveloped in blazing flames. The next second, he was seen swinging his arm, delivering a sky fire slash. But after this slash, he was very surprised to see the bats reviving. He thought to himself, this anomaly is very different this time. The bat swarm continuously multiplies and changes. They die but don't stay dead, making them difficult to eradicate. Moreover, in any densely populated area of the city, there are cluster anomalies with extremely high concentrations of dark attribute. It's like countless identical contaminated areas, which are highly likely to form a huge disaster, have appeared simultaneously. So it will take some time to find the people from the Spirit Association. In that case, I'll have to take them on one by one. Thinking this, Fong Yi directly activated the boundless dark realm. You will all become nourishment for my spirit flower. After dealing with these, Fong Yi knew he needed to be even faster. Although he had already called basically all the pioneers he could from his previous teams to his home. With his cousin's ability, plus these pioneers, self-preservation under the shelter of the house was not a problem. But if this continued, that dream would truly become reality. Surviving then would be difficult. 10 minutes passed in a flash. On Su Qingying's side, she looked at the endless bats and cursed, damn it, I can't kill them all like this. The recovery speed of my spiritual power is simply not enough. If this goes on, my spiritual power will be depleted. I wonder if my two unlucky teammates have also run into trouble. Just then, a cry for help suddenly came from upstairs. damn it, if these anomalies continue to get stronger, their energy will soon reach the spirit creation realm. Our manpower is spread thin saving people, and it's still not enough. They've already started attacking people inside buildings in large numbers. This is just like what almost happened in the capital city before. If this continues, an anomaly king will be born. However, just as Su Qingying was falling, she suddenly looked up with a shocked expression because a black vortex was sucking away these bad anomalies. This man stood up when the city was on the brink of destruction, and he intended to slay the anomaly king before it was born. It turned out that just a moment ago, the city was gradually falling. The level of this anomaly was no less than the cataclysm that almost occurred in the capital city. And the worst part was, it seemed no one could stop it from happening. Even the Spirit Association and the military seemed to have no one who could completely turn the tide and reverse this deadlock. The entire city was about to be destroyed. At this moment, battle reports from various teams were constantly coming through the walkie-talkie. Area A pioneer squad traded their lives, erupting a spiritual energy mist sea to block the spread of the bats. Area B pioneer team attracted the anomalies and was surrounded. They also successfully erupted a spiritual energy mist sea, perishing together with the bat anomaly swarm. Latest alert, a dark attribute anomaly, codenamed Cocoon, has been detected. Its energy has reached the Vajra realm, danger level S-class. Its predicted abilities meet the standard of an anomaly king. Our pioneers and staff have all suffered heavy casualties, but the number of bats and their replenishment speed far exceed our current defensive capabilities. Emergency Protocol S-Class has been activated, but the pioneers from other regions, even if they try their best to return, won't make it in time. The city has already been enveloped by a huge black fog. Reinforcements from the military district and other regions can't get in at all. We've become an isolated city. Hearing this, the chairman sighed and said yes. It has come to a matter of life and death for the city. As a pioneer, I am willing, like everyone else, to advance and retreat with this city, sharing its fate. As family to this city, if the anomalies want to destroy it, they'll have to get past our bodies first. Try to send the final code number to headquarters. If we cannot stop the cataclysm, to prevent the dark attribute from spreading further, immediately initiate a destructive strike. At the same time, Su Qingying's body was falling. Looking at the countless anomalies before her, she knew her spiritual power was completely insufficient. If this goes on, I will surely die. Thinking this, she directly launched an attack towards the central position. But this attack was deflected by a bat that suddenly appeared. After getting a clear look, Su Qingying exclaimed in shock, "It can't be. This is a 3-star spirit creation realm." She then hurriedly activated a shield, trying to block it. But in just an instant, that energy shield. Seeing this, Su Qingying cursed inwardly, "Damn it, my spiritual power is almost completely drained." Then, that 3-star spirit creation realm bat struck her directly with its claw. This made Su Qingying's fall even faster. At this moment, looking at the monster before her, she lamented, "It seems this is the only way. Even if I die, I'm taking you with me." Thinking this, she used all her remaining energy and began to gather it in front of her chest. Are some pioneers gathering spiritual power to attack the anomaly? No, their power isn't strong enough to directly attack the anomaly so far in the sky. I understand. They are providing spiritual power to the plant summoned by Feng Yi. But the next second, she looked at that familiar back and exclaimed, "Master." Meanwhile, Feng Yi's eyes, one lightning and one fire, had already activated their full form. He was seen gripping the lightning-wreathed Tang Dao with both hands and leaping, slashing toward the bat anomaly that had already charged out of the flames. With his loud shout of divine thunder 100 refinements, that slash seemed to tear through the sky. After saving Su Qingying, Feng Yi said, "Sorry, it was a bit troublesome finding you. There were too many identical anomaly swarms along the way." However, at this moment, Su Qingying looked at the sky, reminding Feng, "Be careful, they will revive." Seeing this, Feng Yi replied, "Of course I know. Don't worry, I always do what I say I'll do." As he spoke, he directly unfolded the boundless dark realm domain from his hand. Instantly, those bad anomalies were all sucked into it. Seeing this scene, Su Qingying's eyes widened as she thought to herself, how could I forget? This city still has Feng Yi, this unparalleled pioneer. Seeing that the bat anomalies were all cleared up, Feng Yi then controlled the boundless dark realm, slowly shrinking it back into his hand. When he was done, he turned back and asked Su Qingying, are you all right? Hearing this, Su Qingying smiled and said, I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. I have some hemostatic medicine on me. I can recover. But when Feng Yi turned back and saw the wound on her body, he was stunned for a moment. He then directly activated Divine Thunder and patted her shoulder. I've cleared up the residual dark attribute for you. Bandage the wound when you have time. At this moment, Su Qingying felt this electric current flowing through her body. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly, as expected of a high-grade thunder attribute. The pain from my wound is greatly reduced. The healing speed is even faster than the hemostatic medicine from the Spirit Association's RD department. Meanwhile, at headquarters, someone pointed at the screen and shouted, look, the anomaly swarms seem to be decreasing. Does that mean the breakout was successful? But the supervisor replied, the rescue pioneers around the city have all been attacked and have lost contact. We still can't enter the city. Moreover, the number of anomalies outside the city shows no sign of decreasing. The number of pioneers inside the city is dwindling. Not a single team has re-established contact. It's likely the anomaly king is about to descend. The bat swarms inside the city are only decreasing because they are gathering. Actually, I wanted to go home to see my parents, but I probably can't go back now. I'll just do what I can for one last time. Meanwhile, on Feng Yi's side, looking at the countless bats in the sky, he also had a bit of a headache. He then asked Su Qingying, do you guys have any definite information on what exactly this thing is? Hearing this, Su Qingying told him, this is a super S-class anomaly that treats the entire city as blood food. Its power is no less than the one sealed in the Star God War Zone before. It's usually described with the word cataclysm. This cocoon is like a forecast of a cataclysm. It can only give you a forecast. It's like how humans can only know a disaster is about to befall them, but cannot prevent it from happening. What's gestating inside is an extremely terrifying creature. It's said that once it successfully gestates, the entire city will undoubtedly be destroyed. However, we now have a more scientific explanation. Research has found that among anomalies, even those of the same kind will devour and attack each other. In their mutant evolutionary sequence, devouring to evolve is the fastest way to advance. But dark attribute anomalies are different. The most typical example is the kinship effect of this bat anomaly swarm. A perfectly evolved entity has an effect similar to bloodline suppression on anomalies of the same kind. Ordinary anomalies will automatically place themselves in the position of a servant. We call this perfectly evolved entity an anomaly king. Master, I know you are very, very strong. It's already beyond my comprehension. But you haven't reached the Vajra realm yet, after all. What's more, even that most powerful pioneer was bettered in after sealing the cataclysm, requiring people to go one after another to collect Shurtsue flowers. We don't want to lose another genius pioneer. If possible, you should leave as soon as you can, break through the anomaly's blockade of the city, regroup with the military district and the others, and tell them to abandon this place. But before she could finish, Feng Yi directly tapped her on the head. Did you forget all your studies from the past 20-odd years just because of this spiritual energy revival? This is my home. Even if I have to pay any price, I will not regret it. At this moment, looking at Feng Yi before her, a trace of awe rose in Su Qingying's heart. Then, Feng Yi slowly walked towards a large cocoon that was surrounded by anomalies. He even activated his strongest protective skill, Golden Sunday. Is your watch instrument still working? Let me borrow it. After taking it, Feng Yi said, this thing, doesn't it have the function to detect anomalies and contact the Spirit Association? This thing wants to use the entire city as a sacrifice to celebrate the birth of its king. Is that it? Then I have to go up there and destroy it in advance. He's here. Feng Yi has finally charged up to the giant cocoon. He even summoned the spirit flower from the boundless dark realm to assist him. It turned out that just a moment ago, the command center discovered a signal rising at high speed. It's Captain Su's signal. Communication is restored. Captain Su, can you hear me? Wait, why is her speed so fast? And she's rushing towards the birthplace with the highest contamination concentration. Get her back immediately. What's the difference between going there alone and committing suicide? Commissioner Su Qingying, please respond. Please cease your actions immediately to avoid unnecessary casualties. Please wait for support from the Spirit Association headquarters and the military district. There will be a way. Commissioner Su Qingying, please stand by. At the same time, a crackling sound came from Feng Yi's watch. I finally figured out how to use this thing. He then asked into the watch, "Can you hear me?" Hearing this voice, the command center exclaimed, "Who are you? Where is Commissioner Su Qingying?" However, Feng Yi told him, "Listen up. I need all of you to connect with me now. I'm going to take down the king at the center of the anomaly zone. If you don't want the city to be destroyed and become blood food for anomalies, all of you liaisons, use all the equipment and information you have to coordinate with me to raid the giant cocoon and take it out." Hearing Feng Yi's words, that person was stunned for a moment. But the next second, he shouted, "All right, everyone, drop what you're doing and connect with him immediately. Use the undamaged satellite radar to detect nearby anomaly sources and provide him with information with all our might. CO2, you're in charge of the main connection to guide him in the right direction. Satellite imagery shows the giant cocoon is surrounded by a large number of anomalies. The closer they are, the more numerous they are, circling in a typhoon-like pattern. The number of anomalies on the northern route is relatively small and can be used as a breakthrough point. The anomalies on the main road are dense. We suggest breaking through from the southeast direction via the side road." And just as Feng Yi was accelerating his sprint, the command center suddenly shouted, "Not good. An anomaly has spotted you." Two of them, estimated to be A to S-class anomalies with the strength of a 2-star spirit creation realm. Please be careful and evade. However, at this moment, they thought to themselves, "Can Feng Yi really dodge this? It's too late to retreat now." The next second, a loud, tragic scream came through Feng Yi's communicator. It was Feng Yi who had eliminated those 2 bad anomalies. At this moment, he was seen smiling slightly and saying, "And then?" Meanwhile, the command center also discovered that the anomaly source had disappeared. They all stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, "An S-class dark attribute anomaly, killed in 1 slash. Could it be that he is that tyrant? It must be the tyrant. This is great. We're saved." Yes, as they say, a great hermit hides in the city. I never thought there would be such a powerful pioneer here. After dealing with the anomaly, Feng Yi turned back and saw they were recovering. Seeing this, he thought to himself, after the Tang Dao's enchantment was enhanced, the flames also have a restraining effect on dark attribute anomalies. It can greatly slow down the speed of the anomaly's regeneration. If I had successfully advanced and increased my strength a bit more before, I should have been able to completely suppress the reformation of these anomalies with a single slash. Since that's the case, I can only rely on speed and high-frequency attacks to solve this. These things are endlessly regenerating. It's really annoying. And just as Feng Yi was quickly annihilating them, the giant cocoon suddenly emitted a sound. At the sound, all the bad anomalies seemed to have heard summons. They then dropped everything before them and rushed madly towards the giant cocoon. Seeing this scene, all the teams in battle were puzzled at what's going on. These bats have actually stopped attacking. Even the chairman realized something was wrong. These bat-kin have suddenly stopped attacking. There's only one possibility. They've been recalled by the Anomaly King. Could it be that the Anomaly King is accelerating its descent? If the bat swarms intercepting outside the city are all recalled, do we still have a chance? The scene shifts to Jialan, standing on an armored vehicle, continuously bombarding the bat swarm. She even asked her subordinate, "How much longer until we can enter the city?" The instrument's projection says half an hour at the fastest. Hearing half an hour, Jialan said, "By then, the Anomaly King will have successfully hatched. With the city destroyed, what's the point of stopping it?" But her subordinate told her, "There's nothing we can do. The number of these bats is more than 10 times higher than we originally thought. Even with large-scale, high lethality thermal weapons, we can't eradicate them. However, Although Jelon knew about these problems, she still shouted no. Because if this continues, the surrounding cities will also sooner or later turn into an ocean of dark attribute. Is our manpower still not enough to break through? Completely insufficient. I don't know what some of those pioneers are doing, just watching from the sidelines. Do they really think the fire won't reach them? But just when they were at their wits' end, Jalon suddenly looked into the distance, stunned. Then, pointing at the continuously gathering bat swarm, she exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" The bat swarms in the city are gathering towards the area where the anomaly king is being born. At this moment, she thought to herself, that bright flame in the sky. Could it be him? Convinced it was Fong Yi, Jalon's gaze gradually became firm. She then shouted, "Everyone full firepower. Don't worry about insufficient reserves. We must enter the city. The Star God War Zone will not give up on protecting any city." A moment later, a giant fire dragon swam upstream through the bat swarm. Seeing this scene, everyone held their breath, their faces filled with shock. On Lin Yi's side, she also shouted with an excited face, "That's my cousin's sword technique." And at this moment, countless bats were rushing towards the fire dragon. Looking at them, Fong Yi sneered and said, "So you've all come stop me? Whether that's just what I wanted?" He slashed out with his sword again. Instantly, a huge explosion echoed from the sky, and as Fong Yi fought with increasing valor, he cut down more and more anomalies. His eyes had already begun to emit burning flames, and he suddenly felt it again. Under the condition of thin spiritual energy, I'm feeling that sensation of an impending breakthrough again. Thinking this, Fong Yi once again quickened his pace and charged upwards. At this moment, he was seen holding the sword in his right hand, while a purple-black sphere gradually appeared in his left. The next second, the boundless dark realm seemed to envelop the entire sky. Then, Fong Yi was seen smiling slightly and saying, "Spirit flower, come out. Suck them dry for me and help me break through. It's here, it's here." The legendary Anomaly King has finally broken out of its cocoon, and Fong Yi, shouldering the hopes of the entire city, prepared for a fight to the death. It turned out that just a moment ago, the Spirit Flower's desolation power had fully erupted. The next second, countless branches shot out from its body, instantly piercing through the bodies of the bat anomalies in front of it. They began to frantically absorb the energy within their bodies. At this moment, Fong Yi was standing on the pistil of the Spirit Flower, but he discovered that the giant cocoon in the sky was obscured by dark clouds. Seeing this, Fong Yi thought to himself, "Is this guy hiding again?" I only realized after chasing it into midair that although this giant cocoon is clearly visible in the sky, presenting a strange, visionary state, it's actually like a flower in a mirror or the moon in the water, visible but untouchable. But I can hear the beating of the master's heart. It's like the deep, wild sound of war drums declaring war on an ancient battlefield, capable of arousing the most evil and craziest desires in one's heart. Since that's the case, yet it's timidly hiding and dares not show itself, I'm afraid it hasn't completely finished hatching yet. Thinking this, Fong Yi asked the command center, "Has the specific location been detected?" Then he heard the reply from the other side, "The king's position has been detected. We'll sync it to your instrument immediately." As they spoke, a red light shot out from Fong Yi's communicator, shining directly onto a spot in the sky like a laser light. Looking in that direction, he smiled slightly and said, "So, it's there?" As his voice fell, he shouted directly, "Golden Sun breathing method. Give me full power." Instantly, a dazzling golden light erupted from his body. All the surrounding bat anomalies were killed in that instant. At this moment, the people on the ground saw the sun-like light in the sky and were incredibly shocked. They exclaimed one after another, "What kind of ability is this? Is it a fire attribute?" No, how could a fire attribute have such a powerful effect and also counter the dark attribute? It's a yang attribute, and it's the ultimate supreme yang, a high-grade attribute that stands in opposition to the dark attribute. The command center was also shouting, "The number of anomalies is dropping sharply. The diameter of the encirclement is shrinking. The anomaly concentration is starting to drop to 100. This is simply incredible." Meanwhile, Jalan's troops were still advancing slowly, hindered by the bad anomalies. But at this moment, a subordinate suddenly reported to Jalan, "Report. We've discovered that all the bat swarms blocking our way are receiving some kind of command. They are all retreating and flying towards the city." Looking at the sky, Jalan knew that he was about to attack the Anomaly King's cocoon. Even the adjutant looked at the golden light and marveled. Is it really him? The legendary tyrant and his sky fire slash. Incredible. This power is the purest, ultimate Yang attribute. But can he face the Anomaly King alone? Hearing his words, Jalan directly shouted, "All troops, listen to my command. We'll enter the city immediately while we have the chance." But at this moment, the adjutant suddenly shouted, "Wait, look at that thing." Looking over, Jalan's eyes widened in terror. Could it be that the Anomaly King is starting to break out of its cocoon early? At this moment, the giant cocoon was completely exposed under Feng Yi's golden light. Seeing this, everyone was cursing, "That's it. That's the source of all evil. And these beasts killed our compatriots. Kill them. I want to exterminate all anomalies." On the rooftop, Lin Yi also looked at the sky with immense hatred, but she knew that purely defending was just waiting for death. "We must do something to help my cousin. The birth of the creature in this giant cocoon will cost all of our lives. It will also turn the entire city into a purgatory of blood food." The number of B-class, A-class, and even S-class anomalies among those blocking my cousin shows how many of our family and friends they have harmed. But at this moment, her eyes suddenly widened as she exclaimed, "I've got it. That flower my cousin took out just now. Heavens, I saw it absorb the abilities of many bats. Isn't this similar to the desolation attribute ghost vine we encountered last time? So my cousin has also mastered desolation attribute abilities? In that case, let's send all of our spiritual power towards that net made of plants. Let it absorb our abilities." Seeing this, everyone released their energy towards the sky. Meanwhile, the chairman also saw those energy attacks. Are some pioneers gathering spiritual power to attack the anomaly? No, their power isn't strong enough to directly attack the anomaly so far in the sky. I understand. They are providing spiritual power to the plants summoned by Feng Yi. Then I must lend him a hand too. As he spoke, the chairman directly unleashed his full spiritual power. The people around him also shouted one after another, "And me, and us." At the same time, Su Qingying, who was helping the injured, also saw this scene. She knew this was the power from all the pioneers within this city. Then, Su Qingying was seen extending her hand, gathering energy and saying, "Come on, Anomaly King." This is the resistance from the humans of this city. As the spirit flower absorbed more and more energy, it had completely bloomed. At this moment, those bat anomalies were still desperately trying to block Feng Yi's path. But all the bats that rushed towards him were slain by Feng Yi one by one. A moment later, a voice suddenly shouted from the walkie-talkie, "Be careful. All the bat swarm anomalies from outside the city are frantically approaching you. 200,000 B-class anomalies equivalent to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, 100,000 A-class 1-star Spirit Creation realm, and even tens of thousands of S-class." However, Feng Yi looked at the giant cocoon and said, "It's useless. No matter how many of your minions you summon, they will all be annihilated by me. Anomaly King, you're rushing to break out of your cocoon before your evolution is complete. Is it because you're afraid of being slain directly by me?" But just then, a large hand suddenly stretched out from the giant cocoon. Seeing this, Feng Yi gripped his Tang Dao, knowing this guy was about to emerge. Then 2 hands tore open the giant cocoon, directly revealing the eyes inside. The next second, the Anomaly King's head broke out of the cocoon with a roar. Its immense energy caused the entire city to start shaking. Seeing several cracks appear on the ground, everyone was saying, "It's an earthquake. Damn it. Is this the power of that Anomaly King? Can the Anomaly King easily destroy us just by breaking out of its cocoon?" However, at this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Feng Yi, because they had placed all their hopes on Feng Yi. They were all thinking the same thing in their hearts. That is, Feng Yi, you must succeed. Meanwhile, Feng Yi was coldly looking at that Anomaly King. Then, his body burning with raging flames, he slowly walked towards it. "You are the king of the dark anomalies, and also the main culprit of this disaster. I grew up here, and I love the environment here very much. I also love my current life. So today, please go and die." The next second, two streams of energy, one black and one gold, collided. Oh no, oh no. Fong, he was actually swallowed into the anomaly king's body, and that strong corrosive liquid is gradually breaking down his defense. It turned out that just a moment ago, after a huge explosion boomed through the heavens and earth, the anomaly king's eyes were staring intently at Fong Yi. It then roared, "A mere one-star spirit creation realm dares to challenge me?" As its voice fell, a huge suction force suddenly erupted from the anomaly king's mouth. Seeing this, Fong Yi immediately exclaimed inwardly, "Not good." But the next second, he was sucked into the anomaly king's body by that powerful suction. As he went deeper and deeper, Fong Yi thought to himself, "The anomaly king is indeed different from ordinary anomalies. It took my full power attack and still wasn't slain. Even after being burned by the yang attribute to this extent, it could still swallow me into its belly. This digestive fluid also has an extremely strong corrosive function. The concentration of dark attribute it contains goes without saying. If it were an ordinary pioneer, they would have long since vanished from this world without a trace. But it's a bit strange. An anomaly that has evolved to this stage should have advanced intelligence. Isn't it afraid of me attacking it from the inside? The inside of the body is the most vulnerable part. Thinking this, a scorching yang attribute began to glow in Fong Yi's hand. With the intention of trying it out first, he directly punched downwards. After observing the changes around him, Fong Yi knew, although my abilities have been weakened considerably by its mucus, I can still cause it damage. As long as it's still effective, then everything can be solved. He then flipped his palm and said, "Come out, spirit flower." Recalling the anomaly king's move just now that clashed with me, it actually sucked in the external spirit flower as well. Fortunately, it had already absorbed enough dark attribute anomalies. Not only that, but also the spiritual power sent by the pioneers in the city. But at this moment, Fong Yi suddenly noticed something was off with the spirit flower. Seeing this, Fong Yi asked, "What's wrong? You don't like its dark attribute?" That's something I didn't expect. A desolation attribute spirit flower would actually have a rejection to devouring the anomaly king's dark attribute. I was originally thinking of hollowing it out from the inside. Helpless, Fong Yi could only punch again, continuously bombarding the anomaly king's body. At the same time, that anomaly king was roaring incessantly from the intense pain. Seeing this, 81 asked Yi, "What's the situation now?" But Lin Yi actually didn't know either, and her cousin had disappeared. At this time, the people from the Spirit Association in the city were still working hard to evacuate the masses. Everyone, evacuate in an orderly manner. Do not panic and cause a stampede. We will do our best to protect everyone's safety. And Su Qingying was looking at the sky with a shocked face, because she knew that at this moment, Fong Yi was fighting the anomaly king from within its body. At this time, Jialan's troops finally entered the city. She then told the entire army, "Right now, the bats and the anomaly king have no time to attack the city. We must complete the transfer quickly and minimize potential harm." Looking at the sky, Jialan knew they had to be fast because they couldn't afford to lose this gamble. The scene shifts, and that anomaly king finally couldn't bear the pain. At this moment, it was seen starting to frantically suck bat anomalies into its mouth. And as countless bats were held in its mouth and swallowed, Fong Yi, who was inside its body, suddenly felt a sense of danger. The next second, a stream of green mucus gushed out, washing over Fong Yi. Soon, that liquid submerged Fong Yi's entire body, and his golden sun breathing method was also gradually corroded and dissipated. As time passed, Fong Yi slowly closed his eyes and fell unconscious. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at the ruins around him, he exclaimed in shock, "Where is this?" And at this moment, a huge anomaly was staring at him from behind. The next second, it threw a punch at Fong Yi. Seeing this, Fong Yi instinctively reached out, intending to release his spiritual energy. But at this moment, he was shocked to discover that his own spiritual power was gone. And at this moment, the fist was already inches away from Fong Yi. But Fong Yi unexpectedly dodged that blow. Seeing this, Fong Yi thought to himself. My physical functions are still in their cultivated state. This means this is the anomaly king's hallucinogenic ability, trying to make me think I've returned to my past life, making me think I haven't awakened yet and haven't become a pioneer. So the anomaly king is not powerful enough to strip me of all my power. Its strength is not above mine. At this moment, Fong Yi slowly closed his eyes and began to feel. He knew his abilities had not disappeared. What he needed to know now was how to break through this barrier. There must be a breakthrough point in this illusion. And this breakthrough point is the weakness the anomaly king has exposed to me. At the same time, that giant ape was holding Fong Yi and saying, "Foolish person. See for yourself, as long as you've come here, you can't get out." Hearing this, Fong Yi smiled slightly and opened his eyes, because he already had a plan in his heart. Then, that giant ape was seen gradually transforming into Fong Yi's appearance. It opened its mouth wide and said, "It's all over. This is your final destination. Accept your fate." So what if you've gained some power? Humans are ultimately just nourishment for our evolution. However, Fong Yi at first just listened to it say these things silently. Then, the corner of his mouth curled up in a smile as he said, "Is that so?" As expected, these are the only tricks you have. As he spoke, his whole body began to glow with a dazzling golden light. It seems you still don't know. I was reborn once to protect my home and everyone around me. At this moment, the figures of countless companions appeared behind Fong Yi, giving him strength. The next second, Fong Yi's entire person seemed to emit a scorching light, like the sun. As the light dissipated, Fong Yi seemed to have transformed into another form. Then he was heard shouting, "System, come out and get to work." As he spoke, a notification came from the system. Detected that you have met the breakthrough requirements. Do you wish to break through to the 2-star spirit creation realm? This man, with his last bit of strength, finally succeeded in saving the city. He even broke through to the 2-star spirit creation realm, becoming the top pioneer in Xia country. It turned out that just a moment ago, Fong Yi had gripped his Tang Dao, charged forward, and shouted, "Anomaly King, I even have to thank you for allowing me to comprehend the 2-star spirit creation realm. My rebirth is the node to change this world that was destined to be devoured by you, and I am that chosen avenger." But after slaying that monster, the surroundings around Fong Yi began to twist and change again, accompanied by the sound of the anomaly king's laughter. "Ha ha ha, you gibbering ant. I thought you had some skill. A mere 2-star spirit creation realm dares to challenge me?" At this moment, it was seen to have reformed its body. Looking at Fong Yi, it said coldly, "Human, you can't escape from here. Obediently become my nutrient." But just then, the sound of the anomaly king's laughter suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Fong Yi didn't speak, just smiled slightly. At this moment, a dazzling ball of light was gradually expanding inside the anomaly king's body. Seeing this, it hurriedly shouted, "What is this thing? My body, my precious body, you foul and despicable human." Then, Fong Yi was seen to have raised his arm and said faintly, "Seal and bury. 9 dragon sky fire. Eliminate evil and sweep away all anomalies." Instantly, that 9 dragon sky fire shot out from within the anomaly king's body, sealing it. Before dying, it roared unwillingly. This is definitely not the power of a 2-star spirit creation realm. At the same time, in the real world, people all saw the light in the sky. And as the anomaly king was eliminated by Fong Yi, but the entire sky gradually became clear again. At this time, a black dot in the sky gradually gathered and enlarged. Then, Fong Yi was seen walking out from inside. He then directly used the boundless dark realm to absorb the remaining darkness. Only then did the city completely return to normal. At this moment, the soldiers who had struggled to reach the city all looked up at the sky. They spoke in disbelief. "It's finally over. Is this the end?" The next second, everyone reacted. They shouted that it was over, that the city had been defended. "We weren't wiped out. We survived to see the next day. Is it resolved? We're saved." Jialan was also looking at the sky at this moment, smiling as she said, "The sky is bright." Seeing this, the adjutant beside her asked, "Aren't you going to look for him?" But Jialan replied, "No, we still have our own things to do, such as helping these people's lives return to normal, letting this city recover its former state." Over at the Spirit Association, people were also cheering loudly. "This is great. He really did it. He really did it. We also played a part in preventing the anomaly king's descent. This is simply like a dream. Thank goodness he appeared and actually defeated the king. If it weren't for him, we would have had to bear the infamy of letting the city fall. Even in death, we couldn't have escaped the blame. The scene changes to Su Qingying looking at the people on the stretchers. She asked the chairman, "They're still alive, right?" Hearing this, the chairman told her not to worry. "Our medical center hasn't been destroyed by the swarm of abnormal bats." Hearing his words, Su Qingying nodded and said, "I understand. If it weren't for Feng Yi, they wouldn't have had the lucky chance to be treated. Sometimes I also wonder what kind of master he is. Why does he possess such powerful abilities? He can always turn the tide and accomplish things others can't even imagine." Yes, after this battle, headquarters should make a move. The celestial phenomenon just now indicates he has already advanced to the 2-star spirit creation realm. At this realm, someone will contact him before we do. When I first started monitoring him, I thought I still had a sliver of a chance to compete with him. But now, I've been left far behind. What's more, based on my understanding of him, with his spiritual power attributes and ultimate talent, his strength is likely far beyond this. Let alone here, even in the entire Xia country, he is a top-tier prodigy. The chairman, on the other hand, was muttering golden light. Breaking through the zenith of the clouds, a fire dragon seal slays the anomaly. This was the scene everyone saw. It should have already sparked considerable discussion. The momentum of the discussion will only grow larger later on, not just among pioneers, but among ordinary people as well. It seems we also need to start moving ahead of schedule. Hearing this, Su Qingying asked the chairman with some confusion, "What are you saying?" But after thinking for a moment, the chairman was heard saying, "The name The Ceiling Mortician isn't bad, right?" On a dilapidated street, 81 was shouting, "Slow down, wait for me." Lin Yi looked around with an anxious face and said, "Where is he, cousin?" Seeing her like this, 81 tried to calm her down. "Don't be anxious. If you ask me, we should just go home and wait." But just then, Lin Yi suddenly stared into the distance, stunned. As she called out cousin, tears streamed from her eyes. At that moment, Feng Yi was seen leaning on his tang knife, looking at them. He then asked the two of them, "Why did you come out specifically to find me?" Looking at Feng Yi, Lin Yi hurriedly asked, "How are you now? Can your body still hold up?" Seeing him remain silent, Lin Yi shouted, "I knew it. You need us right now." Seeing this, Feng Yi dropped the act and let her support him. Afraid she would worry, he added, "I'm fine. You did a good job too." At this moment, Feng Yi was also sighing internally, truly the anomaly king. It's been a long time since I've been in such a sorry state. However, he knew very well that the final strike and the seal had used up almost all the spiritual power he gained after breaking through to the 2-star spirit creation realm. Now I've ended up making these two kids worry about me. But just as Lin Yi touched Feng Yi's wrist, she suddenly said in shock, "Wait, cousin, you broke through again?" 2-star spirit creation realm. This terrifying advancement speed. Just what level is your talent? 81 also exclaimed, "What? Boss, you broke through again?" Before long, Feng Yi's deeds spread across the internet. The man who saved the city, super pioneer. The mysterious master, the ceiling mortician, slays all with one slash. Who exactly is this godly figure who annihilated the anomaly king? What level did he reach to be able to single-handedly wipe out the anomaly king? He was so cool, okay? I thought we were all done for back then. The experts from the Spirit Association and the military district couldn't do anything. But he single-handedly eliminated a cataclysm. So who exactly is this ceiling mortician? To be able to cultivate to this level alone without official resources. Is there some mysterious force behind him that I can't guess? It feels a lot like one of our Xia country's undisclosed trump cards. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu was looking at the footage and exclaimed, "Holy crap, I'm not mistaken. That's him. He single-handedly smashed the city-destroying, cataclysmic anomaly king to bits." He then stood up and laughed heartily, saying, "For me, Jiang Lu, to lose to such a master is the honor of a lifetime. No, I'm going to ask him to be my master right now." But his teammates said, "You'd better not. I think a lot of people are probably looking for him right now." The scene changes to within the capital of Xia. In a dark conference room, someone was saying, "What do you all think about this matter?" I was looking forward to watching the military and the Spirit Association tear each other apart. This is really annoying. How about I find a good gun and go meet him? Hearing their words, a woman holding a photo said, "That won't do. How can a mere gun be worthy of the so-called chosen one, the savior of the world, the ceiling mortician? No need to rush. Anyone who stands in our way, no matter what realm they are, will be destroyed." Then, a terrifying laugh echoed continuously in the room. This man had just been named the captain representing the city by the Spirit Association. But when he went out to look at properties, someone tried to rob him on the street. It turned out that just a moment ago, while Fong Yi and his sister were at home, they heard a knock on the door. "Hello, is Fong Yi in?" But just as he clicked the door open, he found the Spirit Association chairman and Su Qingying standing at the entrance, holding a pile of things. "Regarding the S-Class anomaly invasion this time, we made a major error. Thanks to you, an irreversible disaster was averted. On behalf of the Spirit Association, we express our most sincere gratitude to you." Seeing this, Fong Yi smiled and said, "You're welcome. Come in and talk." After entering the house, Su Qingying looked around, thinking to herself, what on earth is the military doing? Is the boss's home this simple? Our Spirit Association should apply for better housing for him. Then, the chairman spoke up. "Actually, the Spirit Association sent us here this time for another matter that requires your consent. We plan to promote the title of the Sealing Mortician. The current situation across Xia country is that some powerful pioneers have appeared in every city. They're widely known and quite famous in pioneer circles. And this S-Class anomaly is, so far, the most terrifying abnormal cataclysm. We want to promote the title of the Sealing Mortician to solidify Tai City's position as a key strategic major city after the spiritual energy revival. After this S-Class disaster, we are certain our city needs a well-known, powerful pioneer leader to act as captain. In the future, celestial phenomena will become more frequent and anomaly invasion incidents will also increase. We cannot fall into a situation where we are almost abandoned again." Hearing the words abandoned city, he was a bit stunned. Then, Su Qingying said, "That's right, you didn't hear wrong. But it's actually about the same, after all. If it weren't for you, everyone in the entire city would have died. It would just be a matter of dying in different ways." Hearing this, Lin Yi, who was beside them, finally understood their words that it seems my understanding of the cruel changes in this world after the spiritual energy revival is still insufficient. However, Fong Yi told Yi, "We don't have to be so pessimistic." At this moment, he thought to himself, "I've been so focused on cultivation that I've neglected the city's development pattern. Before the spiritual energy revival, Tai City, where I live, was one of Xia country's key provincial capitals. But in terms of either strategic depth or development, it couldn't reach the top 3. Among the 100-plus cities, the top 3 are Capital City, Shun City, Tian City, and Song City. Besides them, there are also Hai City, Yuan City, Chuan City, and so on. So this crisis is actually an opportunity for Tai City." The chairman then continued, "Right now, every city has begun to compile statistics and report the number and strength of their pioneers to develop their own local combat power. The stronger the pioneers, the higher the city's rating, and the more resources will be allocated to it. More and more unaffiliated pioneers are also becoming willing to join the spirit associations of various cities. All of us, whether pioneers or ordinary people, need a stabilizing pillar, a visible hope, a guiding light on the path of evolution. However, our spirit association will keep your identity and privacy confidential. The main thing is to emphasize a sense of mystery, mixing truth with falsehood to let them guess and fill in the blanks." Hearing this, Linny thought they were right. Human imagination is sometimes more powerful than reality. And Fong Yi also expressed that an appropriate amount of mystery is far wiser than complete exposure. "I have no objections. This matter is beneficial to me and the people around me. In that case, I hope we have a pleasant cooperation." Seeing him agree so readily, the two of them were stunned for a moment. Then, they hurriedly shook Fong Yi's hand and said, "Thank you, Fong Yi. No, I should say, a pleasure to cooperate with you, the Sealing Mortician." Afterward, with the full cooperation of the Spirit Association and the military, Tai City returned to normal operations at an incredible speed. The city's repairs and the rescue of the injured proceeded in an orderly manner. This cataclysm accelerated the establishment of order in various places. The maintenance of the world began to get on the right track. The scene changes to the Shun City Spirit Association headquarters. People were looking at a screen and saying, "The Sealing Mortician. Is this the pioneer who resolved the S-Class anomaly in Tai City?" Among the recently submitted batch of pioneers, he's the one in the spotlight, possessing a high-grade yang attribute, which is the opposite of the dark attribute. This is simply a child of heaven. And that's not all. According to the data uploaded by Thai City, he holds more than one high-grade attribute at the same time. The Sky Fire 1 slash with the high-grade fire attribute that went viral on a certain website earlier. And the Tyrant with the high-grade thunder attribute named by the military war zone. That's also him. Holy crap, that's not all. There's something even more incredible. But just then, someone behind them suddenly said, "Are you discussing the ceiling mortician? Please let me see the files." Seeing her, the two hurriedly stood up and said, "It's you?" Of course. The woman then began to look at the ceiling mortician's information on the screen. As she looked, she said, more and more pioneers are starting to make a name for themselves. With such a reputation, there must be many who haven't witnessed his abilities with their own eyes and are unconvinced. Even I want to witness his prowess for myself. The ceiling mortician. Perhaps we will meet very soon. Meanwhile, in a library in Song City, Chu Qingli was looking at information on her computer. Just then, a boy walked over. He asked shyly, hello, I was wondering if you could. But before he could finish, Chu Qingli closed her laptop and said, "No. This is a library. You're already disturbing others." Seeing him walk away with his head down, Chu Qingli reopened her laptop and cursed under her breath, "Boring idiot," completely oblivious to the changes in the world. At this moment, she thought to herself, I've been in Song City for several days now. I didn't expect so many things to have happened. After the exams, I actually gained spiritual power. I became a one-star Ghost Axe Realm pioneer. The people who can become pioneers are few and far between, and I happen to be one of the chosen ones. Perhaps this is also the reason I was able to escape that disaster in Thai City. What can ordinary people use to fight anomalies? Especially some of the nasty guys. What can they do anyway? At this moment, Chu Qingli recalled the way Fong, Yi, and Jilin had looked at her back then. But based on how he used to be, he was probably drained of his blood by those bats long ago. How could I have been so mistaken to think that such a genius had some similarities to that useless man? This ceiling mortician is 10,000 times more outstanding than him. Only such a powerful and handsome pioneer is worthy of me. The scene changes to Fong Yi looking at a real estate brochure. Because the brother and sister were going to take a good rest today with the goal of looking at properties. But Lin Yi still asked a little uneasily, "Cousin, is it really okay for us not to cultivate today?" Hearing this, Fong Yi smiled and said, "It's a rare day off, a balance of work and rest." The Spirit Association's proposal does make sense. Besides cultivating and improving my strength, I also need to spend some time improving my own standard of living. Lin Yi also remembered Su Qingying's words at the time. Your living conditions really need to be improved. We'll set a time to accompany you two to look at properties. But Lin Yi never expected Captain Su to have such resources that I would never have dared to even think about such high-end houses. Captain Su actually said she could casually give us 2 sets, and even I could have one. Seeing her excitement, Fong Yi said, "What's the big deal?" The future is the era of spiritual energy revival. Those people all know that the value represented by a sufficiently powerful pioneer is something no house can compare to. But Lin Yi replied, "This still has my head spinning. I thought it would be great just to earn some money and cultivation resources to get by." But just then, a strange smell suddenly appeared around the two of them. Seeing this, Lin Yi asked, "Brother, do you smell something foul?" Fong Yi also nodded and said, "It seems like the stench from a sewer. Something's not right. I've been in Thai City for so long and have never smelled anything like this." But just as Lin Yi asked if a sewer pipe was broken, Fong Yi suddenly looked behind them and said, "No, someone is following us." Just then, a voice came from behind them. It said, "So you're the ceiling mortician? You only reacted after walking into the range of my potion." Just as I thought, a pretty boy hyped up with no real strength. Thai City is really useless, promoting a kid like this to be captain. Today, we brothers are going to have to teach you a good lesson. Hurry up and hand over all the benefits Thai City gave you as a tribute to us. Seeing this, Lin Yi directly released a spiritual energy attack, but the person dodged it with a leap and swung his weapon down at her. Feeling the opponent's power, Lin Yi hurriedly shouted, "Not good. Cousin, be careful. They're also in the spirit creation realm." But the other person attacking Fong, he had his weapon caught by him. The next second, a trace of terror appeared on the man's face, because at that moment, a flame was burning and gathering in Fong Yi's palm. He looked at him and said sternly, "What kind of worthless scum dares to rob me on the street?" This building was originally a famous shopping mall in Song City, but now, because of an anomaly, it has become a ghost building. It turned out that just now, Fong, he had directly thrown a punch glowing with fire. Seeing this, the companion immediately exclaimed, "Impossible. This pretty boy was clearly hit by my all-penetrating potion, specially made with spiritual power. He should be completely sore, numb, and stiff by now." But at this moment, Fong, he looked completely fine. The bald man who had been knocked back stood up again and shouted, "I was careless just now. We're all in the spirit creation realm. You think we're afraid of you? Don't even think about running, kid." At this moment, Fong, he was looking at them with a cold expression. A mutated earth attribute and a mutated wood attribute? Such strange and despicable moves. It really fits the style of these crooked paths. A normal spiritual energy shield might really have its loopholes exploited by them. It's just a pity that none of this works on me. On the other side, Lin Yi looked at the person rushing towards her. She flew up and landed a critical kick to his lower body. At this time, Fong sighed and said, "I don't want to make a big scene. It's just that having my daily life disturbed like this is really troublesome." Then he emitted a burst of flames from his body and said, "Get out of the way." The next second, the scorching light exploded outwards. It was accompanied by the painful screams of several people. That's so scary. What kind of flame is this? Is this the ceiling mortician? It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Stop it. Just then, Su Qingying arrived and shouted, "They're not completely dead, are they? If they're not, please leave them alive." Seeing that the few of them were still alive, Su Qingying breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank goodness, thank goodness. These few individuals are key targets under the Spirit Association surveillance." Seeing her tense look, Fong asked, "Are you taking them back to be dealt with?" Hearing this, Su Qingying nodded and said yes. The Spirit Association has now begun registering all pioneers for easier management, especially these troublemakers. Hearing Su Qingying's words, Fong told the men, "I don't particularly like being disturbed. If you dare to provoke me again next time, it won't be this simple." Su Qingying also said angrily, "You three are really lucky to be alive. If this had happened 2 days ago, the Spirit Association wouldn't have interfered in infighting between pioneers. Even if you were beaten to death, you would have deserved it. The ceiling mortician spared your lives out of respect for the Spirit Association. You know full well what kind of punishment you will receive after this." Looking at the ambulance, Su Qingying cursed inwardly. What kind of people are these bunch of stupid pigs? How dare they, one after another, come and provoke the very first person officially endorsed by the Spirit Association? At this time, Linny asked, "Captain Su, I'd like to ask what kind of punishment they will face." Hearing this, Su Qingying replied, "These people have criminal records. Even at the spirit creation realm, they will face life imprisonment. They can forget about ever having freedom and rights. They will also have to contribute their remaining value as pioneers in prison." Hearing this result, Fong thought, this method of making the best use of everything is not bad. At this moment, Su Qingying looked at Fong and thought, this person before me is the Spirit Association's and Xia country's future. But even with us promoting the ceiling mortician like this, there are still so many brainless guys rushing forward. Could it be that our publicity is still too low-key? Regardless, winning over these powerful pioneers and pouring resources into their growth is something the Spirit Association must do. We absolutely cannot let these things that can't see the situation clearly ruin the good relationship we've worked so hard to build with Fong Yi. Thinking of this, she suddenly laughed and said, "Let's go, you two. I'll take you to pick out a new villa and a new car." After arriving, Su Qingying said, "These are 2 properties the Spirit Association has selected for you. This one is a top-floor large flat in the city center with the best view. The facilities are complete, and it's mainly for convenience. This one is a single-family villa with excellent privacy. It's nestled by the mountains and water, very suitable for cultivation. Both are fully furnished with the best decor. You won't need to spend extra on renovations. You can move in right away." After hearing the introduction, Linny said with some difficulty, "Both are very nice." The next second, Fong, he held up 2 fingers and said, "Then I'll take both. No problem, right? I trust Captain Su's sincerity." Seeing this, Su Qingying was momentarily embarrassed but said, "No problem. I'll report it to my superiors. Don't worry, it's a special approval. It will be very fast. Then let's go look at cars. The Spirit Association has a partnership with a 4S dealership here. You can pick any car you like." Just as the 2 walked into the dealership, they heard people whispering, "Look at that girl. Her skin is so fair and her aura is so good." That guy is the extraordinary one. Even dressed so ordinarily, he can't hide his presence. I noticed him right away. I wonder which tycoon's young master he is. It looks like he's here to buy a car for his girlfriend. But just then, Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend's best friend, the pockmarked face girl, actually appeared here. Looking at Fang, she thought, isn't this Qingli's ex-boyfriend, the one who has connections in the military and was even personally greeted by the principal? I can't believe I ran into my roommate's ex-boyfriend just by going out for a stroll. And this guy's even buying a car for another girl. The next second, she took a photo and sent it to Chu Qingli. Qingli, you know who I saw? Your ex-boyfriend. He actually came to this 4S dealership that only high-level VIPs can enter to buy a car. The cars here start at $1 million, and he's buying it for a very beautiful and elegant girl. Looking at her phone, Chu Qingli only replied with 4 words. So what? But in her heart, she was thinking, where did Fang Yi get the money to buy a car? It seems that not only did he not die in the great disaster in Tai City, but he also got incredibly lucky. He actually became someone's pretty boy. What pity, the gap between us is not something you can cross so easily. It was true in the past, it's true now, and it will be even more so in the future. When I reach the pinnacle of the pioneer ranks, what will these worldly possessions amount to? Idiot. The scene changes to Lin Yi, happily shouting in their new villa, brother. We actually have a villa. After entering, Fang Yi looked inside and said, it's quite nice. And we have another one in the city center. We can switch between them. Seeing Lin Yi's excited expression, Fang Yi thought, this kid is finally acting like a child now. Yi is finally not acting like a little adult anymore. In my past life, I never met her before my rebirth. She must have also been a trusted pioneer. But this time, I won't let this child die, shouldering responsibility again. And just then, Jialan suddenly called. Seeing this, Fang Yi wondered, what is she calling me for? After picking up, he heard Jialan say, congratulations on your promotion, Captain Fang. I heard the Spirit Association recently gave you 2 houses. Their style is the same as ever. Hearing this, Fang Yi chuckled and said, actually, I think this is a good habit that they can keep up. But Jialan told him, you don't need to speak up for them. I know a powerful pioneer like you looks down on such materialistic things. However, for improving living conditions of the moment, there really is no better reward. In a while, the spirit fruits from the spiritual energy revival will be ready for harvest. I'll send you a batch to try then. The reason she said this was because Jialan was very clear on one point. The gulf between ordinary people and pioneers is the presence or absence of power. This also represents their different perspectives. And a top-tier pioneer like Fang Yi is even more different from ordinary pioneers. Even the strategic resources of the Star God War Zone might not mean much to him. Then, Jialan looked at the screen and said, Fang Yi, I have an internal mission here. I hope you can come. I wonder if you're interested. Hearing this, Fang Yi smiled and said, this is your real purpose, isn't it? Tell me about it. Seeing Fang Yi being so direct, Jialan asked, do you know about the Tianbao building in Song City? Hearing Tianbao building, Fang Yi asked, isn't it the biggest shopping mall in Song City? It was recently sealed off, causing a lot of complaints from the people of Song City. However, Jialan told Fang Yi, that's right. Because of an anomaly invasion, many lives were lost there. It has now become a veritable ghost building. This man was invited to Song City to handle the Tianbao building incident. But he was met with everyone's doubt, and they even complained that he was just a student. It turned out that just now, he had heard that the Tianbao building was a landmark of Song City, a comprehensive building with the highest foot traffic. It could even be said to be the face of Song City. However, recently, due to frequent abnormal disturbances, many incidents have occurred. The Song City Spirit Association had no choice but to seal it off. Then we see Fang Yi, who has just gotten off the plane. He is greeting them, saying, hello, I'm here on a mission from the Star God War Zone. At this moment, he thought to himself, Jialan said not to reveal my identity and realm for the time being. I don't know the reason, so I'll just go along with it for now. But when Fang Yi looked at the few people, his gaze froze, because he found that his spiritual power couldn't detect their specific realms. Are they all concealing them? These 2 people, judging by their clothes, should be from the military district. These other 2 give off a feeling very similar to Su Qingying. They should be from the Song City Spirit Association. At this time, the purple-haired girl said, Officer Jialan has already informed us. The people from the Spirit Association also said, we are from the Tsang City Spirit Association. We will be acting with you this time. The scene changes to the group already driving towards the Tianbao building. On the way, the person from the Spirit Association was still saying, everyone, we're going to be temporary teammates this time. Although I'm not yet clear on your strengths, I think we should be able to reach a consensus on one thing. That is, after we go in, we must help each other, right? But the two from the Spirit Association talked for a long time, and the people in the back seat still chose to remain silent and ignore them. At this moment, Fang Yi thought, it seems the personnel this time are quite complex. They've really transferred people from all over. Tsang City is also a well-known major city. The members of its Spirit Association, on the contrary, seem to be a mixed bag. The white-haired man, however, stole a glance at Fang Yi. Then he whispered to little Z, didn't Sister Lan say she invited a great Buddha for us? Could it be him? Little Z also replied, I'm also a little unsure. He looks a bit thin, like a student, but he doesn't have an official bracelet on his wrist. His aura is restrained, so I can't probe his specific strength. At this moment, she suddenly thought, could this great god be that person? That's the sealing mortician who single-handedly wiped out a cataclysm and saved Tai City from being destroyed. But could the sealing mortician be such a young student? Whether it's possessing 3 rare high-grade attributes, or eliminating an infinitely reproducing abnormal cataclysm with the strength of a 1-star spirit creation realm, sealing the anomaly king and breaking through on the spot. This series of achievements has really piqued my interest. The scene changes to Jialan sitting in an office in the Star God War Zone military district. After answering the phone, she said, hello, Star God War Zone Jialan. But before she could finish, the person on the other end shouted, the Tianbao building has completely fallen. We've lost contact with the people we sent in. The anomaly concentration in the sky has already reached 12,000. The known number of casualties is 53. Please take this seriously. Hearing this, Jialan thought, has the situation escalated again? She then solemnly stated, rest assured, I will not treat this matter lightly. I guarantee you that the person I've sent this time will not be a problem. However, just as the other party asked who it was, Jialan said directly, since the mission has been handed over to us, don't ask any more questions. This is the rule of the Star God War Zone. In the blink of an eye, the group had arrived at the Tianbao building. Even the rainwater here had been dyed red. Looking at the scene before him, Fang Yi sighed internally. The situation is a bit grim. The guy inside here is no weaker than the ones I've encountered before. But at this moment, someone in the team shouted, look, what's that on the window? If I'm not mistaken, there's a high probability that it's a bloodstain. At this moment, little Z said, as far as I know, the interior of the Tianbao building is relatively narrow. The building has 40 floors and is the tallest building in Tsang City. The more than 2,000 employees and customers inside were evacuated once. But before it was completely sealed, some people didn't cooperate, and the result is that many people are still inside. Tsang City sent a rescue team before, but they never returned. The person from the Spirit Association also said at this time, so the figure of over 50 casualties is currently just a temporary estimate. After all, no one knows the situation inside. Hearing this, Fang Yi asked, is there anyone inside we can still contact? But the answer he got was no. Since the anomaly occurred, no one inside has ever sent out a message. I assisted with the work outside on the second day the building was sealed. That day, the entire building was like a dead building. The originally brand new building looked as if it had been old and abandoned for decades. No figures could be seen through the windows, just a hazy mist. We wanted to use the windows as a breakthrough point. Then I saw pieces of bodies that had been gnawed on by anomalies fall from the windows. After that, the anomalous aura of the building grew heavier day by day. It's been less than a week, and it's already like this. Hearing his words, Fang Yi looked at him and said, you have no contact with the inside. So the existing casualty data was inferred from the remains or body parts that fell out. The Tsang City Spirit Association is a bit too casual in its work. Hearing this, the Spirit Association person hurriedly explained, we had no other choice. At this moment, Fang Yi thought, although the Tsang City Spirit Association's information gathering was too perfunctory, it seems there was no other way. The number of dead and injured is definitely far more than this. To ordinary people, anomalies are no different from a dimensional reduction strike. Lambs to the slaughter in a closed environment. No matter how they try to escape, they can't flee from the palm of the beast. Thinking of this, he said, let's not waste any more time. We'll enter the building immediately. Some anomalies evolve by devouring living people. The higher the casualty number, the trickier it is inside. But at this moment, the person from the military district patted his shoulder and said, wait a minute. Although the military said, we are to follow your command completely, you should at least tell us the strategic deployment first. Hearing this, Fong turned his head and said, what strategic deployment? We're completely in the dark right now. Let's go in and check the situation first. At this time, that person was still saying, and you haven't even joined an official organization. Everyone present has rich experience in dealing with anomalies. As the commander, you should at least understand everyone's abilities. The guy from a spirit association was also complaining. See, I told you. Without official training, he lacks experience in this area. But the next second, little Z suddenly shouted, enough. Time is tight now, so say less. He took this mission because he was recommended by Officer Jalon to help. You've all heard of Officer Jalon's capabilities, haven't you? At this moment, Fong shot them a warning glance. He said coldly, internal strife is the biggest taboo before a mission begins. If you don't want to go in, then don't follow. With that, he walked in directly, ignoring their attempts to stop him. After entering, they discovered that the inside of the building was incredibly quiet. The woman from the Spirit Association asked nervously, why is there no sound in here? However, before she could finish, a black shadow suddenly flashed above them. And just as the white-haired man looked up, an anomaly was already roaring and lunging at him. The next second, a red light flashed in Fong Yi's eyes. Following that, his arm was enveloped in a layer of scorching flames. Then, Fong Yi was seen wielding his tang knife and slashing directly at the anomaly. Instantly, several flashes of sword light seemed to appear on the anomaly's body. Then, under everyone's gaze, it shattered into a pile of flesh. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed, it's over just like that? Also, where did he get that knife? After dealing with it, Fong Yi squatted down and picked up a feather. After looking at it, Fong Yi guessed this is a combination of a bird and a gecko. Judging by the degree of mutation, it seems to have eaten quite a few people. But when little Z walked forward to check, she was completely stunned. Because the one Fong he had just finished off with a single slash was an A+ grade anomaly. It was said that after the anomaly outbreak in this building, no one was able to escape from inside. But after going inside, they discovered that the people had all disappeared, leaving only bloodstains all over the floor. It turned out that just now, that anomaly had already turned into a wisp of smoke and dissipated before their eyes. Hearing little Z say it was A+ grade, the white-haired man exclaimed, isn't that a 2-star spirit creation realm? But I just broke through to the 1-star spirit creation realm. Hearing this, little Z said, that's right. This means he can also kill you in 1 slash. Oh, she then looked at Fong Yi and asked, your knife. Are you really the ceiling mortician? This knife is the sky fire 1 slash, right? The person from the Spirit Association also came over and said awkwardly, I really didn't expect you to be the ceiling mortician. After all, in our impression, the ceiling mortician is a reclusive master who never parts with his blade. However, Fong Yi told them, after advancing, I fuse my spiritual power with the tang knife, transforming it into a spiritual weapon that can be summoned and shaped with spiritual power at any time. I believe I'm not the only one who can do this. Let's walk faster and not waste time. Hearing this, the others hurriedly followed, saying, okay, that's great. It's a good thing you're a teammate. A moment later, a ball of fire appeared in Fong Yi's hand, illuminating the surroundings. Because the group was walking through a pitch-black corridor, looking at the bloodstains around, Fong Yi sighed internally, if the casualties are this tragic, the number is probably more than 500. But then he was stunned by the scene before him. Looking at the blood-covered floor, Fong Yi was a little puzzled. Has this place been swept clean too? Lil Z also said, there's clearly a lot of blood here, but we don't see any corpses. Anomalies do like human flesh and blood, but they wouldn't leave nothing behind, right? But just then, another anomaly lunged at the white-haired man. It had to be said, he was really popular with anomalies. Seeing this, Little Z hurriedly turned and shouted, "Behind you!" At the same time, Fong Yi directly threw the flame in his hand. It instantly killed the anomaly with a strike to the throat. Looking at it, the others said with some fear, "It's another anomaly." But just then, Fong Yi asked, "Haven't you sensed that something is wrong?" Although these two anomalies have the strength of elites, if it's just this number of anomalies, it shouldn't be enough to prevent the rescue pioneers from escaping. I'm afraid this isn't the Tianbao building we're looking for. Hearing Fong Yi's words, the others asked in a panic, "What do you mean?" Then Fong Yi told them, "Although this path is full of bloodstains, the stench and gloom here come entirely from the dark attribute and anomalies. There isn't a single trace left by dead people." At this moment, he thought to himself, "I'm like a headless fly right now. I have to test it out to prove my guess. But should I release the boundless dark realm in front of these people?" At this time, Little Z also said the boss is right. The path has indeed been tragic, but this dead silence isn't the gloom of everyone being dead. It's more of an empty void, as if no living creature has ever been here, like a simple, empty model. Hearing this, Fong Yi directly raised his arm and said, "Correct. If I'm not mistaken, this place has already been turned into an empty shell with only its appearance by the anomaly, the place where they truly or should be." At this point, Fong Yi directly summoned the boundless dark realm. Seeing this, the others immediately exclaimed, "Is this the dark attribute?" At the same time, a system prompt appeared, similar dark attribute detected. Dark Inner Realm. Activate data. The Dark Inner Realm is a space created and partitioned by the dark attribute. It can also be called the layer of the dark attribute and absorbs the original space. Similar to the extreme dark zone and the boundless dark realm. To enter the true dark inner realm, you must find the door it constructed. After hearing the system's explanation, Fong Yi said, "I understand. For us to enter the real Tianbao building, we need to find the door. It's the same for those who want to escape. Moreover, they're affected by the dark attribute within. Their minds and emotions are influenced, creating powerful hallucinations. That's why some people mistake the windows for a gateway to survival. This also explains why those who originally escaped through the windows were all dead." At this moment, Little Z hurriedly chimed in, because they were toyed with by the dark attribute long ago and died inside the inner realm. "So now I need to find that door you mentioned, boss." But before she could finish, the system suddenly sent a warning. The dark inner realm has been attracted. Sensing the presence of its own kind, the dark inner realm has appeared. Seeing this, Fong Yi's entire body emitted a golden glow as he said, "It's here." The next second, a blast of dark energy, like a cannonball, shot towards the people. Instantly, they clutched their heads and shouted, "I'm being attacked by the dark attribute. Why isn't my spiritual energy protection working? My head hurts so much, it feels like something is trying to get out of my brain." But right after, Fong Yi activated an energy shield, enveloping them within it. The moment it was activated, the group recovered and said, "I'm fine now." Was that a dark attribute ability attacking us? But the person from the Spirit Association, seeing Fong Yi, said in shock, "He's completely unaffected." However, Little Z said, "Haven't you realized yet? He's the one who saved us. The dark attribute hadn't even directly attacked us just now, and we were already suffering such huge negative effects. Without him, we probably wouldn't have lasted long." In contrast, Fong Yi was suddenly looking into the distance and said, "Found it." With that, he first blasted out a fire dragon mixed with the dark attribute, then unleashed the Tang sword in his hand. With a loud bang, he slashed down in front of him, shouting, "It's right here." Instantly, the space before them began to distort continuously. This scene made everyone's eyes widen in disbelief, because a door had now appeared in front of them. Seeing this, Fong Yi raised his sword and walked straight in, telling them, "Everyone, stay close to me." Along the way, many dark energies tried to attack them, but they were all dispersed by Fong Yi's shield. As they walked further and further, the expression of the person from the Spirit Association gradually turned to horror, because she realized she could already smell the scent of corpses and blood from her own kind. Here it comes. Here it comes. Fong Yi fought his way to the top floor of the Tianbao building. Not only did he break the record, but he also encountered the Anomaly King, the bone bird. It turned out that just moments ago, countless anomalies had suddenly appeared from above, rushing towards the group. They kept making sounds with their mouths. Mine? This is mine. Come up here. As they spoke, they roared and pounced on Feng Yi's group. Seeing this, they exclaimed, "Are they crazy? More A-plus grade dark anomalies." At this moment, Feng Yi had already opened his palm, and a fiery glow appeared. Then, with a kick, he shot the flame directly at the nearest one. The immense force and scorching energy instantly pierced through the anomaly, and without slowing down at all, it flew towards the anomalies behind it. Just then, another one appeared behind him, trying to launch a sneak attack on Feng Yi. But the Tang sword in Feng Yi's hand had already fully unfurled. The next second, with a swish, a whirlwind slash cut the nearby anomaly in half at the waist. After landing, he was heard muttering, "Crimson Fire Blade Technique, Inner Flame, fully unleashed." Instantly, the area in front of him was blasted by Feng Yi, creating a sea of fire that annihilated the remaining anomalies. Seeing this, the others exclaimed in their hearts, "What powerful fire attribute!" Those dark anomalies were all melted in an instant. And since the beginning, he hasn't needed us to do anything. Little Z also added, "I feel like his fire attribute is mixed with another kind of flame, like a lava explosion." At this moment, however, Feng Yi walked towards the corpses. He then lightly tapped their hands with his Tang sword, and a raging fire began to burn on their bodies. At this moment, Feng Yi looked at them and said, "Anomalies harm people. You are all innocent victims. These anomalies will be buried with you. However, it is an injustice to you to have to walk the path to the afterlife with these beasts." Watching Feng Yi's actions, the group marveled, a fiery cremation with a single slash. The ceiling mortician truly lives up to his name. Just then, Feng Yi turned back and said, "Since you're here, you should do something. You're responsible for searching for and rescuing survivors. Leave the remaining anomalies to me. This floor is cleared. I'll continue upwards." With that, Feng Yi cleared the anomalies floor by floor. The real Tianbao building, now the dark inner realm, was already occupied by anomalies. Through extensive slaughter and consumption, their realms had continuously risen. By now, they all had the power of at least a one-star spirit creation realm. Other than the different scenery, the strength and abilities of the anomalies hadn't changed in any special way. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yi had reached the 15th floor. As soon as they arrived, the person from the Spirit Association noticed, "This floor feels so gloomy and cold. The dark attribute has already penetrated my spiritual energy shield." But as they walked closer to the corpses, they suddenly froze, because the group discovered some living things moving on the bodies. "This stuff is corrosive. Everyone be careful not to inhale these fluffs." But he didn't notice that blood was constantly dripping from above. Just then, a long shadow suddenly flashed over their heads. It was a terrifying anomaly with countless eyes. Sensing its presence, Feng Yi nodded and said, "Finally, something interesting has arrived." But as soon as he finished speaking, the anomaly suddenly let out a roar and shot countless black spikes from its eyes. Seeing this, Feng Yi quickly swung the Tang sword in his hand, instantly forming an impenetrable curtain of blades in front of him that deflected all the spikes. When the attack failed, the anomaly turned and coiled its body, trying to block Feng Yi's advance with its massive form. Seeing this, Feng Yi raised his palm and said, "Trying to stall for time to evolve, are you?" "Sorry, not a chance." With that, he shot out a blast of crimson fire energy with a whoosh. The immense power formed what looked like a giant wave of fire in front of Feng Yi. Unsurprisingly, the anomaly was instantly killed. Looking at it, Feng Yi said coldly, "I really overestimated you. I thought with the power of a 3-star spirit creation realm, you could at least give me some trouble." But just then, behind the group, the creaking sound of a door opening was suddenly heard. Looking over, Feng Yi said, "Survivors?" Just then, a person with a panicked expression asked, "Are you pioneers? There are still 5 of us alive in here." Looking inside, Feng Yi thought to himself, "For some reason, there's a hidden room here. It looks like a secure room for a large brand name store to store important items. These survivors seem to be scared out of their wits." Thinking this, Feng Yi smiled and said, "It's all right. We're here to rescue you." The person from the Spirit Association also hurried in and said, "We're from the Song City Spirit Association. All the monsters outside have been killed by us. You're safe now, come on out." But the person kept muttering, "Insta-killed, insta-killed." And just as the person from the Spirit Association asked what he was talking about, the person burst out, shouting, "Insta-killed. All those terrifying monsters were killed by you with a single slash." A moment later, outside the Tianbao building, many monitoring personnel from Song City had gathered. Looking at the data, they said, "It's different from before. This time we might have hope." That's right, on every floor, we can see the fiery glow of the ceiling morticians' spiritual energy. Although we can't contact them, we can finally detect faint spiritual energy fluctuations. The latest detected fluctuation is on the 40th floor. Hearing this, another person exclaimed, "What did you say? The 40th floor? How long has it been since they went in?" The monitoring personnel then replied, 9 minutes and 56 seconds. Hearing this number, everyone marveled, as expected of the ceiling mortician. He swept his way to the top of the Tianbao building in just 9 minutes and 56 seconds. This news will definitely shock the entire pioneer circle of Song City. However, the monitoring personnel said, "It's not over yet. An S-grade anomaly's contamination value has been detected erupting on the top floor." At the same time, Fong, he was looking ahead coldly. "So you're the anomaly king here?" At this moment, before him was the anomaly king of this building, the Bone Bird. "Here it comes, here it comes." Fong Yi's lightning blast shatters the anomaly king, resolving the Tianbao building crisis. But just as he was about to leave, he was threatened by the Song City captain, who wanted to borrow his sword. It turned out that just moments ago, Fong, wrapped in an energy shield, had charged towards the Bone Bird. At this moment, he thought to himself, although this anomaly king is a bone bird, those things that look like parasites on its body are actually part of its main body. I can't be careless. Thinking this, Fong Yi directly swung his sword, but his slash was blocked by the bone bird's wings. And what surprised Fong Yi a little was that it had actually caught his tang sword between its wings, preventing him from pulling it back. Seeing this, the people from the Spirit Association below exclaimed, "Can't even the ceiling mortician deal with the anomaly king? No, we have to help." But the military personnel said, "What's the use of us helping? Who can beat it?" However, Fong Yi's face was completely calm at this moment. Then he sneered and said, "You thing that pretends to be mysterious. The probing ends here." The next second, as he shouted, "Divine lightning 100 refinements," the majestic lightning directly severed the bone bird's wings. The intense pain caused the anomaly king to let out a sharp, miserable shriek. Seeing this, Fong Yi leaped up again, shouting, "Stop screaming, it's noisy." As Fong Yi swung his sword again, he asked, "Aren't you able to fight back? If you're defeated this easily, you're not worthy of being the anomaly king here. But even if you turn the entire Tianbao building into your granary, your strength still can't compare to that bat calamity. I think I should let you taste the painful feeling of just waiting for death." Watching this scene, the people from the Spirit Association stare with wide eyes, completely shocked that I take back what I said. This is a completely one-sided slaughter. It's too terrifying. He's toying with the anomaly king. This is the anomaly king. Why did this ceiling mortician appear in Tai City? It would be so great if you were one of ours. Little Z also remarked, "Every one of his slashes seems to have been precisely calculated. From left to right, from outside to in, perfectly symmetrical without the slightest deviation. From beginning to end, he never attacked the bone bird's skull. This bone bird couldn't even pose a threat. It had no ability to fight back or struggle at all. Because their strengths are fundamentally unequal. The ceiling mortician, he's already stronger than the anomaly king." But just then, with a roar from the bone bird, its severed body parts began to reconverge. Seeing this, Fong Yi glanced at it coldly and said, "Still trying to heal? Did you think I was playing around with you?" As his voice fell, lightning gathered in his hand. Chidori was online. And this time, Fong Yi's target was not the body, but the bone bird's head. Instantly, a massive bolt of lightning was seen. It directly shattered the roof of the Tianbao building and shot toward the sky. And as this lightning struck the blood-red sky, that the dark clouds also slowly dispersed, and the entire city began to clear up. Seeing this, the people outside knew it was over. The anomaly king's energy is disappearing. It's truly unbelievable. What kind of pioneer is this? He's not on the same level as us in Song City at all. Is this the gap between us and a top prodigy? I think I finally understand what "there's always someone better" means. I heard that the S-grade anomaly invasion in Tai City has been confirmed to be named Sacrificial King's Hell. The Calamity Incubator was sealed, and the rest of the solutions and details have been sealed in top secret files by Tai City. It's just that this classic case of resolution probably can't be replicated by anyone. After finishing, Fong Yi turned back and said, "The bone bird is dead, and the dark inner realm has dissipated. You can contact the outside world and report the situation now." Hearing this, Little Z quickly took out her walkie-talkie and shouted, calling, this is Song Yu. Reporting the current situation, the Tianbao building incident has been successfully resolved. All anomalies have been dealt with. That's right, it's all thanks to the sealing mortician that we were able to complete the mission smoothly. We hope that Song City Spirit Association can cooperate with us and express their gratitude for the support from Tai City and the sealing mortician. But then she suddenly exclaimed, "What? You said that Song City Captain is here? Is it the one who was just elected today? What's he doing here? We've already completed the mission, and he's only showing up now." But the other end replied, "It's because he found out that the sealing mortician from Tai City came here. We also advised him not to cause trouble, but a powerful and confident pioneer like him won't listen." Hearing this, Song Yu directly chided, "What's wrong with you people? This mission was already handed over to the military, and it was the Star God War Zone that stepped in to invite the Tai City Captain. We must be responsible for the Tai City Captain. We need to escort the Tai City Captain out now." The intentions of the Song City Spirit Association and their captain are unclear. This is a provocation against the authority of the military. The sealing mortician is the most important captain jointly recommended by the Star God War Zone and the Tai City Spirit Association. Whoever dares to provoke him will bear the consequences. Listening to Song Yu's words, Fong, he had already gone downstairs, preparing to leave. But just as he walked out of the Tianbao building, he suddenly stopped and looked at a white figure in the sky, saying pretty fast, "You're here already?" At this moment, the person was seen rushing towards Fong Yi, saying, "I am the Song City Captain, Yu Fengjiang. Are you the sealing mortician from Tai City?" Hearing this, Fong Yi replied faintly, "I am, so what?" At this moment, he thought to himself, "Is this a wind attribute pioneer? It's the first time I've met one." Although this person is high profile, he has deliberately hidden a part of his spiritual energy. It seems he's at least in the spirit creation realm. Thinking this, Fong Yi had already drawn his Tang sword and knocked Yu Fengjiang back. After retreating a few steps, Yu Fengjiang thought to himself, "This sealing mortician is just a young brat. Perfect. I can use this to establish the might of my Yu family." Then, with his hand behind his back and the air of a master, he said, "First, thank you very much for resolving the Tianbao building crisis for Song City. But as the captain of Tai City, traveling 1,000 miles to come to Song City, isn't that a bit of an overstep? Young man, you can't be ignorant of the rules of the world and the order of seniority." Hearing this, Fong Yi replied, "When I came, Song City didn't have a captain. I only came to help Song City solve the anomaly at the request of the military. So, what score are you, the newly appointed Song City captain, trying to settle with me?" However, Yu Fengjiang mistook Fong Yi's patience for fear. He then said, "Don't be nervous. Young people are always so impatient. My Yu family has a fine reputation, and I bear you no ill will. I have always respected outstanding talents like you. I just want to borrow this sword of yours for a moment. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving Song City." As he spoke, two streams of energy, one black and one white, were gathering in his hand. However, Fong Yi just watched his performance coldly. Then he chuckled and said, "Borrow my sword, is it?" With that, a raging fire erupted on Fong Yi's sword. This energy instantly made Yu Fengjiang's eyes widen in a daze. At this moment, Fong Yi was seen emitting a terrifying aura as he said, "I'll borrow your whole family." Just a moment ago, this man was confidently trying to kill someone and take their sword. But a short while later, he was beaten by Fong Yi to the point of questioning his own existence. It turned out that just moments ago, Fong Yi had casually slashed at Yu Fengjiang. After dodging sideways, Yu Fengjiang laughed loudly and said, "Good, good, good. A little interesting." Meanwhile, the people from the Spirit Association inside the Tianbao building also rushed out. As soon as she came out, Song Yu said, "Now that they've started fighting, the nearby signal has been disrupted again. We need to hurry and inform the military. You guys hurry and inform your superiors too. And we need to send these survivors back." However, Fong Yi told them, I'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't want to lose a captain. Hearing this, the person from the Spirit Association asked with a stunned expression, "What do you mean by that? Are you threatening us?" But before he could finish the sentence, Song Yu hurriedly covered his mouth and shouted, "Understood." As they left, the female Spirit Association member cursed Yu Fengjiang under her breath. "He just got elected, and he's already causing trouble for us. Hurry back and get reinforcements." However, the male Spirit Association member said, "If you ask me, we should teach that ceiling mortician a lesson. Artsong City is the third strongest in the country." Hearing this, the female Spirit Association member glanced at him and asked, "Do you think that's possible?" Seeing them leave, a glint of lightning slowly appeared in Feng Yi's eyes. He then said coldly, "What happens next depends on your own fortune." At this moment, Yu Fengjiang was still very confident, saying, "You talk big. If you want to kill me, then use your full power." But as soon as his voice fell, he saw that He had already appeared behind him. And just as he turned his head to look with a terrified expression, that a loud explosion was suddenly heard. After hastily retreating several meters, Yu Fengjiang exclaimed in his heart, "So terrifying. What was that feeling just now?" Looking at Feng Yi, he realized this guy possessed an extremely pure yang attribute, and his explosive power was also astonishing. "Strange. My body is actually feeling fear." Seeing his dazed look, Feng Yi sneered and said, "My full power? I'm afraid you won't last 10 minutes then." But just then, Yu Fengjiang started to chuckle. Then, looking at the Tang sword in Feng Yi's hand, he exclaimed, "It really is that sword. That sword is the new type of weapon secretly developed by the Spirit Association. A spirit weapon containing terrifying attribute power. Once forged, a single slash can even split mountains and part seas. They really developed it, and they even gave the only one to this kid. But it doesn't matter. This means my trip wasn't in vain. This spirit weapon must be mine. This mere 2-star spirit creation realm kid had better be sensible and hand over the sword. Otherwise, I'll have to kill him and take it." Then he was seen emitting a majestic aura, shouting, "Not enough. It's still not enough. Didn't I tell you to use your full power?" The scene changes. The president of the Tai City Spirit Association was slamming the table, exclaiming, "What? The Tsang City captain has run into our Tai City captain?" Hearing this, Su Qingying asked in confusion, the ceiling mortician. Wasn't he invited by the Star God War Zone to help solve the anomaly in Tsang City? "Boss, what on earth is Tsang City trying to do?" However, the president said, "This matter is no small thing. It not only involves 2 city-level associations, but even the Star God War Zone will have to get involved." Just then, a person came over and whispered about the situation over there. Hearing his words, the president asked, "So, have you contacted the Tsang City side? What do they say? If we can stop this within 10 minutes, there's still a chance." But the subordinate said with some difficulty, "We've made contact." But they said that as the 3rd largest city, the captain they chose is the light of Tsang City and might not necessarily lose. As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the conference room stared with wide eyes, exclaiming, "What? They're completely looking down on us in Tai City." The president slammed the table even harder, cursing, "Idiots! A bunch of idiots. Those short-sighted fools in Tsang City. Do they really think an S-grade anomaly is so easy to seal?" However, Su Qingying said, "Maybe they're not stupid, just overly confident." She then asked, "What realm is that Tsang City captain in?" It said that he just broke through the threshold of the 3-star spirit creation realm. This person comes from a major family in Tsang City, and Tsang City has provided him with all cultivation resources. Hearing broke through the threshold of the 3-star spirit creation realm, the president just chuckled. So what if he's a 3-star spirit creation realm? The ceiling mortician not only possesses multiple ultimate high-grade attributes, but his own strength has long surpassed his superficial realm. The Tsang City Spirit Association didn't personally experience the sacrificial king's hell. They have no idea what the words ceiling mortician mean. This Tsang City captain will not only be defeated, he will die. Meanwhile, He had already landed another punch on Yu Fengjiang's face. At this moment, Yu Fengjiang's mind was racing. What on earth is happening? Why can't this flame blade technique be completely cut through? My spiritual energy is like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing in an instant. And the blade techniques I was so proud of can't be used at all in front of Feng Yi. Could there really be a fighting style in this world that confiscates the opponent's blade techniques? But just then, Fong Yi suddenly looked at him coldly and said, "Hey, we're here." Looking back, he realized he had arrived at the Spirit Association building. They had fought all the way here without him even noticing. However, Fong Yi had already come to his side and said softly, "For the sake of Tai City and the military, I was going to give you one last chance. But I'm afraid someone is acting like a coward in their shell. If you don't come out, I'll have to be more direct." After kicking him away, Fong Yi directly raised the Tang sword in his hand. In contrast, Yu Fengjiang's eyes were now filled with nothing but shock and fear. As the flames on Fong Yi's body gradually gathered, the citizens of Song City looked up at the sky, exclaiming, "What's wrong? What's happening over there? Don't you feel it's suddenly getting hot? The temperature is rising. Holy crap, I see people fighting with magic. That fiery light. I think I've seen it before in the news from the neighboring city. I told you the things circulating online were true. The spiritual energy revival is real." Meanwhile, Fong Yi looked at Yu Fengjiang and said, "You have 5 minutes left. Didn't you tell me to use my full power? How come you're in such a sorry state when I'm only using 30%? Hearing this, Yu Fengjiang was instantly stunned. He thought, what does he mean? Is this still not his full strength? Impossible. He's clearly only a 2-star spirit creation realm. At this moment, the powerful airflow from Fong Yi's slash made his skin begin to twitch. The next second, a loud bang was heard as it smashed directly onto him. The scene changes to the observation and communication room at the Shun City Spirit Association headquarters. An alarm was blaring on the big screen. Massive energy detected within the Xia Nation. Specific location is the Song City Spirit Association building. Please note, the energy value is continuously rising. Seeing this, several people commented, "This isn't a dark attribute, and the dark attribute doesn't have this frequency. What's the situation in Song City? We haven't received any intelligence about an anomaly invasion in Song City. If it's not an anomaly battle, could it be?" But just as they were speculating, someone suddenly reported, "Sir, we received a message from the Tai City Spirit Association. The ones fighting in Song City right now are Song City's new captain, Divine Blade. He has taken a liking to the weapon of the Tai City captain, the Sealing Mortician, who helped Song City solve the anomaly. The Tai City captain refused to cooperate, and Divine Blade has already moved to kill." Hearing this, the officer cursed, "What? Is Song City tired of living? Immediately warn Song City and tell them to stop at once. Otherwise, I'll have all the high-level officials of the Song City Spirit Association removed. We need to send people over immediately. This is a major incident for the entire Spirit Association." But just as they were preparing to leave, a woman slowly walked in. She then said softly, "I think it would be better if I go." She was the Spirit Association headquarters pioneer, Guyiru, codenamed Sea Mystic. Here it comes. Here it comes. Fong Yi actually insta-killed the Song City captain and the Spirit Association building together. This action even alarmed the headquarters Sea Mystic, Guyiru, to personally come to the scene. It turned out that just moments ago, a little girl was looking at a red light in the sky, saying, "Mommy, look, it's a shooting star." As the dazzling red glow blasted towards the Spirit Association building, the child's mother hurriedly shouted, "Stop looking. Let's go quick." At this moment, a man was carrying luggage and complaining, "We can't stay in Song City anymore. Let's leave for Shun City immediately. It should be safer there." Hearing this, the woman, still a bit shaken, asked her husband, "Do you think the world has really changed drastically, just like they say online?" As the Spirit Association building outside was destroyed, the little girl cried, "Mommy, I'm so scared." However, just 1 minute ago, Yu Fengjiang was being continuously burned by Fong Yi's sword light. At this moment, his heart had begun to feel a little fear. He shouted, "Sealing Mortician, you'd better stop. Otherwise, my Yu family will definitely not let you go. The Song City Spirit Association won't let you go either." Even the Spirit Association personnel inside the building were cursing the Sealing Mortician. "How dare you be so bold as to fight your way to the Song City Spirit Association? This is simply the strong bullying the weak. Hurry and send people to support Captain Divine Blade. He doesn't seem to be holding on." One even slammed the glass and threatened, "Tai City Captain, Sealing Mortician, please immediately cease your aggressive actions near the Song City Spirit Association." Divine Blade is our Tsang City captain. If you lay a hand on Divine Blade, you are provoking our Tsang City Spirit Association. We will absolutely not tolerate this kind of behavior. Please be prepared to bear the consequences. Looking at them, Fong Yi said with a cold expression, "Is this the attitude of the Tsang City Spirit Association? You don't care about the captain from Tai City who came to help because you're both captains. You probably even think your Tsang City captain is stronger, so you have no intention of stepping in to stop this." With a light wave from Fong Yi, countless flames began to burn on the Spirit Association building. This also made those from the Spirit Association instantly shut their mouths. Then, looking at Yufeng Jiang, he said, "But I'm afraid they've misjudged. With your level, you want to take the sword from my hand? Since you want it so badly, then give it a try. Let's see if you can catch it." Seeing Fong Yi toss the spirit weapon over, Yufeng Jiang was instantly delighted and said, "You're sensible after all. The Tsang City Spirit Association is really useless. Such a powerful spirit weapon was actually developed by Tai City first. Only I am worthy of possessing such a treasure." At this moment, his face was filled with greed and a savage desire for the treasure. Seeing this, Fong Yi thought to himself, "I can never understand the mentality of this kind of pioneer. Because they have extraordinary power, they want to obtain things that don't belong to them through plunder and murder. In the end, these pioneers are no different from anomalies. If more guys like this appear, they will also be a major factor in the extinction of humanity. Moreover, the Tsang City Spirit Association condones this kind of person running rampant and does nothing. So I must get rid of him." The next second, Yufeng Jiang, along with the Spirit Association building, was completely obliterated by Fong Yi. Then, he said faintly, "I forgot to tell you. This Tang sword isn't some spirit weapon forged by the Spirit Association. It's an exclusive weapon I forged myself, and it only recognizes me as its master." In contrast, as the building was shattered, the people from the Spirit Association fled in all directions, shouting, "Help! Is Captain Divine Blade dead? Didn't they say the Ceiling Mortician was at most a 2-star spirit creation realm? Yufeng Jiang is a whole realm higher than him." At this moment, the head of the Tsang City Spirit Association, Wang Zhong, watched this scene, trembling all over, because he knew very well that Divine Blade Yufeng Jiang was the only 3-star spirit creation realm existence in Tsang City. With his exceptional talent and the allocation of resources, he would have been able to touch the Vajra realm in another month. His talent and his status as the inheritor of the Yu School of Blade Arts ranked him among the top 5 captains in the entire Xia Nation. But he was no match for this Ceiling Mortician at all. The Ceiling Mortician has long since surpassed the scope of the captain level. This person in front of me has the combat power to slaughter a city. Watching Fong Yi approach, a person from the Spirit Association asked with a terrified expression, "What do we do now?" This person isn't really going to make the entire Tsang City Spirit Association be buried with him, is he? Tai City Captain, please be merciful. This whole affair is our fault. Just then, a helicopter appeared above the Spirit Association building. At this moment, the pilot was heard reporting, "There is an extremely pure and powerful Yang attribute ahead. The flames near the Tsang City Spirit Association are showing signs of weakening and extinguishing." Hearing that it was weakening, Guyuru knew we're too late. "I can feel his strength. It's simply too exaggerated. Could he directly destroy Tsang City, the 3rd largest city?" With that, a blue light appeared in her hand. It was the power of condensed water attribute spiritual energy. It then transformed into several waves of water that fell from the sky, forming rain, intending to first extinguish the flames below. Looking at the situation below, Gu Yiru sighed. This is completely the level of a national-grade pioneer. Given this result, he has already shown mercy. Seeing the flames being extinguished, Wang Zhong suddenly shouted triumphantly, "Look, someone from headquarters is here. Headquarters is here." As the helicopter slowly descended, Fong Yi also looked up. At this moment, Fong Yi thought, "Is this a water attribute pioneer? This pure power is much stronger than that Yufeng Jiang from before. Among the pioneers I've met, she could be considered one of the best." Meanwhile, in Gu Yiru's heart, she was marveling at Fong Yi's strength. He actually has such domineering, even tyrannical, high-grade fire attribute spiritual energy. And it's accompanied by Yang attribute and heavenly fire attribute. What other powers does he have that I haven't seen through? As expected of a pioneer capable of reaching city slaughtering levels. If he hadn't actively withdrawn the fire's momentum, my reign might not have been able to extinguish the remaining flames. But the next second, Gu Yiru suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed in her heart, "Wait." Looking at the Tang sword in Feng Yi's hand, her face was filled with shock. The purity of the power within and its degree of fusion. Based on my understanding of the Tai City Spirit Association, their development of spirit weapons is far from reaching this level. Then there's only one possibility. He forged this spirit weapon himself. Seeing that people from headquarters had arrived, Wang Zhong's expression instantly changed as he pointed at Feng Yi and shouted, "Was it necessary to be so ruthless, Sealing Mortician? Now that headquarters is here, how do you plan to explain this to us?" Hearing this, Feng Yi said coldly, "I gave you 10 minutes. But after you received the news, you didn't come to give me an explanation. In that case, you also felt that your Tsang City captain deserved to die. Also, if you dare to speak to me like that again, I'll kill you all." With that, a majestic power erupted from his body, instantly shutting Wang Quan up. Just then, Gu Yiru slowly descended, coming up behind Feng Yi and saying, "Tai City Captain." Seeing this, Wang Quan was instantly delighted, thinking, here it comes. I knew headquarters would have to consider public opinion. So what if this Sealing Mortician is strong? If the matter of the Tai City Captain killing the Tsang City Captain can be brushed aside without him receiving any lesson, wouldn't the captains everywhere feel a sense of sorrow for their own kind? How will they manage the various spirit associations then? What's more, the Tsang City Spirit Association has been destroyed to this extent, and this Sealing Mortician is still being insolent here. It's time for headquarters to teach him a lesson. In contrast, Gu Yiru, on the other hand, said with a calm expression, "Pleased to meet you. My name is Gu Yiru. I'm also the Sea Mystic from the Spirit Association headquarters. This incident was a dereliction of duty on our Spirit Association's part. I'm very sorry. Headquarters will give you an explanation." With that, she bowed deeply towards Feng Yi. However, Feng Yi's expression didn't change at all. He just said, Seeing this scene, Wang Quan instantly exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Here it comes. Not only did Feng Yi gain the ability to make anomalies fight for him, but he was also informed by the system that he had met the requirements to break through to the 3-star spirit creation realm. It turned out that just moments ago, Wang Quan was thinking to himself, the famous Sea Mystic is actually apologizing to him. The Tsang City Spirit Association personnel at the side saw this and asked Wang Quan, "Is it really over just like that?" No matter what, the captain of Tsang City was burned to death. Isn't this considered infighting? The representative from headquarters isn't holding him accountable at all and even says she'll give him an explanation. However, what Gu Yiru was thinking was this negotiation represents headquarters' attitude towards the Sealing Mortician. Win him over, appease him, reward him. There must be no more conflict. As for the Tsang City Spirit Association, their dissatisfaction is not important. The Tsang City Spirit Association captain, Divine Blade, intended to harm the Sealing Mortician and threatened his life. He was arrogant and repaid the help from the Tai City Spirit Association and the Star God War Zone with enmity. Why didn't they think to stop the infighting and cut their losses in time back then? A bunch of arrogant fools. Thinking this, Gu Yiru had already walked towards Wang Quan and asked, "Who is the person in charge of the Tsang City Spirit Association?" Seeing him raise his hand, Gu Yiru said in a stern voice, "I'm giving you 3 days to appease the people of Tsang City and come up with a suitable public relations reason to temporarily suppress public opinion. 3 days from now, all of you will be removed from your current positions. Headquarters will soon send people to take over Tsang City. Remember, if you fail to act within these 3 days, you will bear the consequences." Seeing this, Feng Yi was a little surprised. The Spirit Association headquarters actually dismissed all the Spirit Association personnel in Tsang City. I didn't expect them to make such a resolute decision. It's beyond my expectations. The reason Guru did this was because this time, headquarters had to make its attitude clear and publicize it. Anyone who provokes the Sealing Mortician again will end up like the Tsang City Spirit Association and Yufengjiang. After finishing, she turned and looked respectfully at Feng Yi, asking, "Sealing Mortician, I wonder if this resolution is to your satisfaction? But rest assured, in the future, the Spirit Association headquarters will absolutely not allow such things to happen again. Anyone who provokes you is provoking the Spirit Association headquarters. However, Fangya replied, I don't care how you deal with them. I'm more interested in knowing how you plan to implement this suppressing public opinion you mentioned. Hearing this, Guyiru asked Fang Yi if he was wondering whether public opinion about the spiritual energy revival in Tai City and Song City could still be suppressed. All sorts of supernatural incidents are frequently occurring around the world now. Disasters caused by anomalies are also constantly emerging. In fact, many people have already guessed most of the truth, but it's not being made public now because the time is not yet right. It's just that if it were made public now, the world situation would change in an instant. Turmoil would begin from within, rapidly dismantling the facade that is still being maintained. If you hadn't been in Tai City at that time, the era of spiritual energy revival in the Xia Kingdom might have begun on the very day Tai City was destroyed by the Anomaly King. Or, if it weren't for Elder Wu of the Star God Warzone, we would have entered the era of spiritual energy revival sooner and faster, with all ordinary people being even more caught off guard. Hearing her words, Fang Yi thought to himself, so that's how it is. The chaos of a small group of people is better than everyone being in chaos together. If they want to continue maintaining the illusion of everyone being equal and living in peace and contentment, they need those pioneers who, after the spiritual energy revival, can stand above billions of ordinary people to face the crisis head-on. No wonder many pioneers are eager to stir up even greater chaos. The Xia Kingdom's strict requirement to suppress public opinion can be said to both restrain the pioneers from causing conflict and restrict the spread of anomalies. It also allows ordinary people to transition smoothly into the era of spiritual energy revival. But this cannot be achieved without the cooperation of sufficiently powerful pioneers. Thinking of this, Fang Yi slowly spoke. It seems things have truly reached a critical point, because he was well aware in his heart that his current level in the spirit creation realm, although he had resolved the cataclysm and bought Tai City some time, was still far from enough. Seeing Fang Yi fall silent, Guyiru suggested, You must have other matters to attend to. We will arrange a private plane to take you back to Tai City. I'd just like to trouble you for a moment longer. The following is my personal request and does not represent the Spirit Association headquarters. At this moment, she was filled with immense admiration for Fang Yi in her heart, thinking to be so young and not only possess the ability to wipe out a city, but also have a character worthy of great responsibility. It's truly enviable that Tai City has such a talent. I'm so curious about him. Hearing this, Fang Yi also replied politely, See, Mystic, please don't be so formal. Go ahead. But just then, Guyiru suddenly extended a hand and said, Just as Guyiru, not in my capacity as the Sea Mystic, I'd like to be friends with you. May I? The scene changes to within the Star God War Zone. Inside the war zone, a powerful expert, Huang Mao, was telling Jialan that's the whole story. Hearing this, Jialan slammed her hand on the table and cursed, utterly absurd. The entire Song City Spirit Association is so foolish and short-sighted. If this continues, Song City's strategic importance will keep declining. The Spirit Association headquarters should take over as soon as possible. Otherwise, Song City will falter in the cruel future of the spiritual energy revival and fall from the front ranks in an instant. Truly, an incompetent general exhausts the entire army. Then, Huang Mao said, the Spirit Association headquarters should still be reliable, especially the Sea Mystic. She might even be trying to poach her talent. So, shouldn't we also make a gesture? Hearing his words, Jialan thought for a moment and said, But of course, the compensation for the mortician must not be small. At the very least, it can't be outdone by the Spirit Association headquarters. Also, double the original reward for assisting Song City as compensation for him. At this, Huang Mao remarked, I have to say, I admire both the mortician's strength and personality. Decisive in killing, knowing when to be tense and when to relax. That's what makes a suitable leader for a city. I think this reward is what's suitable for him. Looking at the file on the table with the words Top Secret Restricted Zone printed on it, Jialan fell silent. Then she smiled faintly and said, If I didn't know you truly admire him, I would think you were deliberately making things difficult for him. But Huang Mao chuckled and said, Crisis and opportunity coexist, don't they? Only he is worthy of cultivating there. Besides, we also have a genius from our war zone in seclusion inside. In the future, things more terrifying than the hell of the sacrificial king will appear one after another. Every single one will destroy humanity's existing beliefs. Letting the mortician advance quickly is the only way for him to grow in the darkness of the future, to walk to an end that we cannot even see. Hearing this, Jalan also said, "You're right. Perhaps even our cultivation restricted zone is too simple for him." Just as the two were talking, the door was suddenly pushed open. The next second, they heard the person shout, "Sister Lon, Elder Wu is awake and has something to say to you." The scene changes. A few hours later, in Tai City, Feng Yi, who had already returned home, was sitting on the sofa looking at a message on his phone. Originally, the reward for the mission was said to be 5 million, but he had received double that amount. Just then, Linny walked out of her room and said happily, "Cousin, you're finally back. I saw what happened over in Song City on the forums. The Pioneer forums are all saying you completely crushed the Song City captain, Divine Blade. Everyone's descriptions are so exaggerated." Hearing this, Feng Yi patted her head and said, "Spend less time on the forums, except for cultivation information. Have you forgotten our agreement to improve yourself as quickly as possible?" He then left, saying, "All right, I'm going to cultivate and try to break through." But Linny asked in confusion, "Didn't you just break through not long ago? Are you already breaking through to the 3-star spirit creation realm?" At this moment, Linny felt a little strange. Why do I feel like my cousin has something on his mind? After that, Feng Yi stayed in his room cultivating. As time slowly passed, Feng Yi thought, "Almost there. This is the purest dark attribute from the bone bird. I'll fuse it into the boundless dark realm to maximize its energy." Just then, the system suddenly sent a prompt, "Embed the dark attribute into the boundless dark realm." Upon hearing Feng Yi's yes, several cyclones rapidly converged on him. After a short while, the system prompted again, "Fusion with dark attribute complete. Boundless dark realm upgraded." After an enemy is dragged into the boundless dark realm, the bone bird and other anomalies within the realm will fight for you, further weakening the enemy. At this moment, a black aura emanated from around Feng Yi's golden light. Hearing the system's description, Feng Yi thought, "Active combat? Doesn't that mean I can command these anomalies like a king and have them serve me?" And just then, a golden phantom suddenly appeared in the sky above Feng Yi's house. Breakthrough requirements met. Break through to the 3-star spirit creation realm. It's here. Feng Yi received the invitation from the Star God War Zone and is preparing to depart. What powerful attribute will the system compile for him this time? It turned out that just moments ago, as Feng Yi began to break through to the 3-star spirit creation realm, the divine statue in the sky became clearer and clearer. This caused many passersby to exclaim, "Oh my God, look, is that a projection? What are you talking about? That's the immortal descending again. It's the same immortal who saved us and killed all the bats last time." Meanwhile, Feng Yi was enveloped in a black aura inside his room. At this moment, he was inside the boundless dark realm, looking at the anomalies he had previously subdued. They are like servants obeying a king, strengthening my boundless dark realm. Just then, all the anomalies knelt on the ground and lifted Feng Yi high into the air. This was accompanied by the system's notification tone. Boundless Dark Realm upgrade successful. New ability acquired. New ability, Anomaly Combat. After pulling an enemy into the Boundless Dark Realm, you can summon anomalies refined and killed by the realm to attack the enemy. Note, the stronger the enemy, the more spiritual power is consumed and the shorter the duration. Looking at the bone bird in his hand, Feng Yi remarked, "Another newcomer has joined our big family, the Boundless Dark Realm. Your power is very pure and greatly aids my improvement. From now on, work hard here, and I won't treat you unfairly." At this moment, Feng Yi thought, to maximize the use of the Boundless Dark Realm's new ability, I need to continue increasing my spiritual power reserves. A moment later, a pillar of golden light shot into the sky with a boom. It was Feng Yi, having successfully broken through to the 3-star spirit creation realm, that I can feel that the abilities I've absorbed and the techniques I've learned have integrated even more deeply with my body. My power has been cleansed and is even purer. Due to the upgrade of the Boundless Dark Realm, there's no longer that feeling of stagnation when I use the dark attribute. As for the rest, I'll have to explore it through practice. Meanwhile, in the Star God War Zone, Jialan was looking out the window, remarking, "So fast, he's advanced again." Elder Wu, who was standing in front of her, asked how much time has passed since he picked the quench flower and saved this old life of mine. Hearing this, Jialan replied, "Half a month." As she said these words, she was also marveling in her heart. Yes, it's only been a little over 10 days. Fong, he has already done so many incredible things. For any other pioneer, these would be lifelong achievements. Then, Elder Wu spoke softly. Upon just entering the spirit creation realm, he was able to suppress the dark tide and gather the quench flower. He not only saved me, but also helped you and countless future pioneers of the Xia Kingdom. His ability to restrain the dark attribute is something neither you nor I can achieve. Consecutively eliminating the anomaly kings of 2 cities, resolving the city's scourges and bad apples, and advancing 2 stars in a row. He accomplished all of this in just over 10 days. I truly can't wait to meet this favored son of heaven. Meanwhile, over at the Tai City Spirit Association, Su Qingying was excitedly watching the big screen. It's in the direction of Fong Yi's new home. He's advanced again. A subordinate also reported, the energy fluctuations caused by the mortician are even greater than when the anomaly king descended before. Hearing this, Su Qingying immediately ordered, activate the Level 1 Public Opinion Management Protocol at once. Ensure the mortician's advancement is not disturbed by external factors. Then, she looked at her phone and thought, ever since Tai City experienced the cataclysm, the hell of the sacrificial king, not to mention the immense authority the mortician has gained among the pioneers, even ordinary, unawakened people have come to accept such phenomena. They have remembered Fong Yi's spiritual power and feel reassured by it. As messages supporting Fong Yi popped up one after another on her phone, Su Qingying smiled faintly. AS for that bunch from Song City who looked down on people. They did end up serving a purpose. Sufficiently intimidating, sufficiently convincing. This way, no reckless pioneers will dare to cause trouble for him. And at this moment, in a certain building in Song City, a familiar person was constantly searching for something on a computer. At this moment, Chu Qingli was seen biting her finger and sighing. I never thought cultivation would be this difficult. After awakening, I show no signs of advancing to the 2-star Ghost Axe realm. What exactly is the problem? Looking at the unread messages on the screen, Chu Qingli cursed inwardly. This group of pioneers is just a bunch of clueless mediocrities. They can't find out any information, or they just don't reply. I'm afraid they're not familiar with the mortician at all and can't get in touch with him. If only I could meet him in person. These mediocrities completely ignore me once they know I've just entered the Ghost Axe realm. I don't believe these people wouldn't change their tune if they saw me. Is it just that after the spiritual energy revival, my qualifications and bargaining chips are really not enough? According to information online, Song City has completely offended the mortician. I can't stay in Song City any longer, let alone develop my future here. I must return to Tai City immediately. Whether it's all my bargaining chips now or the future of the spiritual energy revival, Chu Qingli, must grasp it firmly. The scene returns to Fong Yi's home, where Lin Yi is asking, "Brother, have you finished advancing? Do you feel any changes in your body?" Hearing this, Fong Yi, who was eating, nodded and said, "It's all right. Besides my spiritual power flowing more smoothly and efficiently, there are no major changes for now. I suspect that deeper changes will only manifest when I advance to the Vajra realm." Just then, Linny took out her phone and said, "Sister Jialan is asking if I want to go to the Sky Sea Forest." A new world phenomenon seems to have appeared in the Sky Sea Forest as well. Fong, he said he had also received her invitation. IT should be the Star God War Zone's way of compensating for what happened to me in Song City. Since she invited you, let's go together. This Sky Sea Forest, they mentioned, is an adjacent forest within the jurisdiction of the Star God War Zone. Originally unremarkable, it began to grow wildly within 5 years and evolved into entirely new species. The concentration of spiritual energy within it reaches over 60. The mutation rate of its flora and fauna is extremely high. It is both an excellent sacred ground for pioneers to cultivate and a potential cradle for unknown, terrifying mutations. But in any case, it is under the jurisdiction of the Star God War Zone. The scene changes to the Sky Sea Forest in the Star God War Zone. Song Yu is waving her hand and calling out, "We meet again, Captain of Tai City. I wonder if you still remember me." After nodding, Fong Yi asked, "What are you doing here?" Hearing this, Song Yu said, "I'm guarding the restricted zone. Of course, Officer Jialan also entrusted me with receiving you and your cousin. There are also some things I need to tell you. Just before you arrived, another rather troublesome change occurred in the Sky Sea Forest. Spontaneous combustion within the forest has produced a mutated flame different from the dark attribute, but its aura is very gloomy, and it cannot be burned out or extinguished." Hearing her words, Fong Yi asked, "Another new, mutated, unknown fire attribute?" Hearing this, Song Yu said, "That's right. And since your cousin is here, I will accompany you." But before she could finish, Fong Yi interrupted her, "I don't think that's necessary." What do you say?" Lin Yi also politely told her, "I don't need it either. Thank you." Seeing this, a slightly embarrassed Song Yu said, "All right then, please be extremely careful. I'll wait for you here." Watching the two of them leave, Song Yu thought to herself, "A moment ago, my attention was entirely on the mortician. I didn't notice that although this girl looks young and delicate, she has an outstanding and firm temperament. The spiritual power flowing from her is also very strong. Her talent is even above mine. What on earth did these two siblings eat growing up to be so exceptionally talented?" After walking for a while, the two arrived at a cave entrance surrounded by raging flames. Looking ahead, Fong Yi knew this was the place. What a frenzied aura of death. This cold, deathly air is no weaker than the dark tide. And that person just said this fire can't be extinguished, which means it's continuously spreading. Just then, Fong Yi activated the golden sun breathing technique and told Yi, "Step back first." As he walked towards the cave entrance, countless black flames frantically rushed towards him. Seeing this, Fong Yi thought, the flames here are already much stronger than a normal fire attribute. They also have a desire to chase and devour the spiritual power on a person's body. But no matter how special a fire attribute is, it's still a fire attribute. It's useless before the supreme yang attribute. After testing it, Fong Yi said, "My intuition tells me the source of this black fire is just ahead. Your spiritual power is of the wood attribute, which is at a disadvantage against the fire attribute. Keep the protection I gave you on and be extremely careful." As his voice fell, the Tang sword had already appeared in Fong Yi's hand. The next second, he was seen slashing forward with a boom. In an instant, the flames blocking the cave entrance were forcibly parted by Fong Yi's power. After entering, Lin Yi looked around and said, "The deathly air is even heavier than before." Hearing a dripping sound, she asked Fong, "Was that water dripping just now?" However, Fong Yi told her it was magma. After walking for a while, Fong Yi's gaze suddenly focused ahead as he said, "We're here." Before them was a river of magma flowing through the cavern. At the same time, the system suddenly sent a prompt. "World-altering phenomenon detected. Preliminary analysis indicates duskfire attribute fluctuations. System will automatically begin acquiring data and compiling."